Hello and welcome! It is Legacy Day here at Eternal Weekend. I'm Randy Bueller, joined by Mark Horning. How are things, Mark?
Doing well. How are you doing, Randy?
I'm doing great. Yesterday was a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah. A lot of new cards on display, especially from Kaladesh. So excited to see what Legacy has in store for us today.
Yeah, and the place is packed. I haven't heard an exact count. I heard a 630, maybe even a 650. It's well over 600 players.
So, yeah, this event was pre-regged at over the 10-round limit. So we're going to have 10 rounds of Legacy for you today. I'm excited. So.
Yeah, I mean, close. It didn't quite get to the 11 rounds. 7-10 would have gotten us to 11 rounds of Swiss, but 10 rounds of Swiss. There's a smattering of buys out there. Should be a long, full, awesome day.
Indeed, yeah, and we got a lot of Legacy aficionados out in the field today, so should be interesting to see what they cooked up for today's event.
You know, the other thing, we didn't really comment on this yesterday, but we did 9 rounds of Swiss yesterday. We were out of the building at like 8:30.
Yeah, no, Card Titan, they're running a really smooth event here today, so it should be good, should be efficient. You know, we should have rounds popping in and out here for you, so I'm excited.
Yeah, I mean, we hit the start time for the stream. The round 1 pairings have already been posted. Players are already headed to their tables. You want to hear a crazy feature match, by the way? Our first round feature match, this is, 600 and some person field, randomly paired against each other, are Hiromichi Ito and Derek Gallagher.
It's wild because they're also paired against each other for the first round of top 8 tomorrow.
Right.
So what are the odds of that?
Not only is this 2 of our 8 players who made the vintage top 8, they're paired against each other tomorrow morning as well.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see what they brought the battle with today. But yeah, just what are the odds? Given the size of the field today, it's pretty interesting. So
yeah, no, crazy pairing.
I think they're getting them ready here.
Oh, we really need Ito Gallagher.
Yeah. One of the interesting storylines is going to be see how the Kaladesh cards kind of work themselves into the fold in Legacy.
Now, what are you looking for from Kaladesh in Legacy?
So, and here's the thing with that, you don't have Workshop to really power out some of the vehicles, things like that.
Right.
We're not sure if Paradoxical Outcome is going to be maybe an engine for, some of the combo decks as well. So it's going to be interesting to see if anyone kind of works them into, some of the Legacy archetypes. Legacy is more of a more defined format already. We'll have a lot of Delver. You'll see lands out there, Miracles, obviously one of the bigger players in the room today probably. So it'll be interesting to see, though, if Kaladesh and Conspiracy kind of, those cards work their way into these archetypes.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. I mean, what do you have a guess? Like, do you think... I'm with you. Vehicles seem like it's Workshops the reason the vehicles are super relevant to Vintage. Like, I mean, Smuggler's Copter is probably the best vehicle for Legacy, even though it's not in the top couple for Vintage. But is that good enough to make the cut?
That's the thing. I mean, maybe outside of Eldrazi, which is playing, Ancient Tomb and City of Traders to potentially get Smuggler's Copter out on turn 1. I'm not sure if any of the vehicles really kind of make it into the format at this point. I think the one we might have to be on the lookout for, though, is Paradoxical Outcome. Especially if, someone kind of utilizes it in combo. You're able to play the Lotus Petals, the Lion's Eye Diamonds, and maybe kind of go and utilize it that way.
Right,
so.
No Moxes, but you get unrestricted Lion's Eye Diamonds.
Yes.
You get unrestricted Lotus Petals.
Yeah.
4 of each of those does sort of start to add up. Throw in your Opals and your Chrome Moxes.
Exactly, yeah. So it'll be interesting to see if anyone came today to battle with that. So
that is interesting. Now, if you were playing this event today, what would you be shuffling up?
So I think Miracles is the best deck in the format right now.
I agree with you.
Me, personally, I'm a fan of playing 4 Brainstorms, which you can do in this format.
Yeah.
So I would probably be playing Grixis Delver, personally.
Okay.
I think that's probably the best Delver variant right now in the field. You have the 4-color, and then you also have the Rug version, Canadian Thresh. But I think Grixis Delver and Noah Walker really kind of one of the stalwarts with the deck. Has very good performances with it, and it really defines. You would just almost pick up his build. I know actually a lot of people who are just kind of, all right, let me see what he played, pick up his 75, and that's what they're on for this event. So.
Yeah, I think I would be shuffling up a Miracles deck even if I didn't think it was the best deck. just, the ability to play a blue-white control game, right? You still get to play with Brainstorms. You get to play with Counterspell, Force of Will. Just, have that inevitability where if you just manage stay alive, you have this deck that has that late-game inevitability. It's just, that's the way I like to play Magic whenever it's anywhere resembling reasonable in the format. Yeah. And, like you, I do also happen to think Miracles is the best deck in the format. Maybe only by a little, but I do think it has that little bit of edge on the rest.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I think it's going to be interesting to see, especially since we had Vintage yesterday, how many Vintage players, they still want to play with their mentors, and so they might just kind of transition the mentors into Miracles here. So.
Oh, yeah. No, I do think that the Card Monastery mentor belongs in your Miracles deck.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
It just does. Took a little while for that to get adopted, but Card's absurd.
Yeah, oh yeah, Mentor was just a really good addition to that deck, and especially with the tops, just being able to cycle the tops, you're almost kind of quote-unquote comboing off essentially with that as well. So
it's an option. I don't know how required it is, but it's definitely there, and it helps that it's there. So 10 rounds of Swiss today, cut to the top 8. The top 8 will be played tomorrow at the conclusion of the Vintage top 8. So we've got our 8 Vintage players. They know they've already got a ticket to tomorrow morning. That's a 10 a.m. local time start for that top 8, so Eastern U.S. time. Play the Vintage top 8, then play the Legacy top 8. So that's the Sunday that's set up. 10 rounds of Swiss today, so plenty of Legacy action.
Plenty of Legacy, and we have a lot of our Vintage top 8 players, and as you alluded to earlier, playing Legacy today. So, we'll see if they might be double queuing, so to speak, for Sunday. So.
Yeah, I mean, the tournament, I think we're trying to get the feature match set up for you guys, but the tournament started so efficiently that they had actually said start before we got to our 9:30 stream time. Like, wait a minute, we don't have our feature matches yet. What's going on? You can't start the tournament? We haven't started the stream. Say again? Okay. It sounds like we wound up moving a match in progress to the feature match area. So we got feature matches all lined up.
We'll jump right live in game action here. Looks like we're on turn 2 here.
I recognize those tattoo sleeves. That's Derek Gallagher on the right of your screen. And Hiromichi Ito on the left. Flies over from Japan every year. Looks like he's on a Delver list.
So we have multiple chalices out. I'm assuming Derek's on the Eldrazi deck.
Yeah, I mean, that's an Ancient Tomb and a Ghost Quarter, right?
Yep, and he has a Revoker, Reality Smasher, and a Spadal Contortion in hand. Storm Chaser Mage.
Storm Chaser Mage is some cute technology for Hiromichi Ito. Does that just in all the...
So
I haven't seen a lot of that. I've seen a little bit of it.
I've seen them pop up in the blue-red Delver decks, and one of the advantages of playing blue-red Delver, especially in a format like Legacy, is being able to play with Price of Progress to really kind of close out the game very quickly.
Well, Storm Chaser Mage down.
So it looks like Derek does have a Chalice on 1 going.
Yeah, he does.
So that's going to shut down a lot of Hiromichi Ito's guy. Yeah.
Ponder in his hand, Force of Will, Volcanic, and the red card at the top of his hand.
It looks like I'm not sure if that was a promo price or not. Price of Progress.
Wow, for the win!
And closed in that game out very quickly.
Can he Ghost Quarter his way out of it?
Derek can Ghost Quarter himself here.
Hilarious. He's at 6. Price of Progress is lethal. He's going to have to Ghost Quarter just to get the price down from being lethal, but now he's also...
I'm not sure why you wouldn't necessarily Ghost Quarter your Ancient Tomb there, because now you're going to drop down the 4. Or take 4, drop down the 2.
Right. The
essentially
Ancient Tomb is
turning off
dead.
The Ancient Tomb, yeah. And again, the blue-red Delver does play a lot of basics compared to the rest of the Delver decks in the format, which typically have none. So.
Yeah, and now the Delver is going to fly over for lethal. So Hiromichi Ito takes game 1. A preview of the matchup these guys are going to play tomorrow. Tomorrow, it's going to be Car Shops in Hiromichi Ito's hands. And this time it's Delver getting the job done. Nice. So I do have Ito's deck list, Blue-Red Delver, like you said, 3 main deck Price of Progress.
Yeah, that's kind of the payoff card for you. It gives you a lot of reach towards the end.
Yeah, and Gallagher is, I mean, you could tell it was an Eldrazi list. I mean, specifically, he's all in on the beatdown version. Mimics, Endbringers, Endless One, etc.
So one of the interesting things with his list is with the Eldrazi decks in the format, you typically just see more of the standard package of just the Mimics, Endless One, Reality Smasher, Thought Knot, things like that. Derek also has a main deck World Breaker, which is definitely maybe a nod to Moat. A lot of the legacy players, and especially specifically Miracles, they have Moat in the sideboard, not necessarily main deck like we saw yesterday in Vintage, but maybe to combat a lot of the field, especially with Mentor, even in the mirror. I've seen a lot of players bring that in, try to catch their Miracles opponent off guard. So definitely a meta call for that.
Yeah, it's a problematic card for an Eldrazi list too. I don't know that he doesn't have much that can deal with a Moat. It's really...
And again, what we see with Derek's list, it's very similar to his list for Vintage. He basically took his Vintage deck and he swapped. So the big draw, and why I thought Eldrazi might be so popular yesterday, is the Legacy version of the deck plays 4 Chalice of the Void because it's unrestricted in this format. Whereas in Vintage, you basically just swap your Chalices out for Null Rods, and then you're playing Vintage. So. So then we have Hito.
Yeah, what do you think of the Delver list over there?
Yeah, so in the board he's got Pithing Needle, Dismember, Flusterstorm, Price of Progress, Pyroblast, 3 Smash to Smithereens, Submerge, 2 Surgicals, 1 Null Rod, 1 Sulfur Vortex. So we're probably going to see the Dismember and the Price of Progress come in. One of the things that I'm not necessarily sold on him necessarily having the days, especially now that he's going on the draw. So what you'll see in Legacy a lot of times, the players will be signing out their dazes, especially when on the draw. They don't want to take that tempo loss.
Now, do you think, does Ito want artifact removal? Does he want, like, Smash to Smithereens to hit Chalices?
So he's probably going to bring in a couple of the Smashes because Chalice, so Hito's optimal play against him is just go and turn 1 Chalice for 1. So,
yes.
And Smash is going to give him that kind of way to get out of that. So looks like they are shuffled up and drawing their opening 7s now for game 2.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to keep these.
And I see an Island Delver. Quite the ideal start there. And it looks like we have a Chalice over on Derek's side.
Does he have a 2-mana land?
Does not look like it.
Yeah, Chalice really wants to be paired with an Ancient Tomb. Maybe even a City of Traders.
Yeah, there's a lot of times, especially with the Eldrazi deck, when you're going against a Delver deck, you may keep just a kind of Chalice on one hand, and maybe it's a little suboptimal the rest of the hand, but it's just so powerful against the Delver decks. And the format in general, getting Chalice on one with how many, playing 4 Brainstorms, 4 Ponders, things like that, it really does kind of put them in a bind.
Yeah, for sure.
Derek taking a 6. Looks like Eldrazi Temple, Crucible. Not quite sure the other cards.
All right, gonna keep those 6.
And a big thing on Ito's side too is he has 2 basics. So when people think of Legacy, it is a format defined by Brainstorm and Wastelands. So having those 2 basics in his opening are really going to be huge for him.
Ito leads with the Lightning Bolt instead of the Delver. Is that surprising to you at all?
Yeah, that a little surprising to me. But with Derek getting the play there, I feel he didn't want to run into a Thought Knot and really have the clock turned up on him.
Also, It's hard to kill things after Chalice for 1 comes down.
So right now, the only interaction he has, it looks like he has a Price of Progress in hand.
Matter Reshaper for Derek. Guessing he named Eldrazi with his Cavern, so no counterspells are possible.
So it looks like Hito's stuck with a Monastery Swiftspear, a Delver, and I think another card in his hand with the Chalice online. Brainstorm is the other card he's going to be stuck with here.
And hello, Crucible Wasteland lock. Wow, not quite a lock when there's basics over there.
Yeah, so, and again, one of the advantages of playing just the blue-red version is you play a lot more basics than the other Delvers. And again, obviously with Price of Progress.
You mean you play basics?
yeah, that's true, yeah. The other Delver decks typically do not have basics.
Yeah, Ito going to be able to operate mana-wise. He just has to deal with that Chalice on 1 to unlock the rest of his hand.
It looks like he's going to fire off a Price of Progress.
Does it while Gallagher's tapped and can't get rid of his Wasteland.
And it looks like we're going to have another fetch here. And now that is all of the basics out of Hito's deck.
Makes sense.
And Matter Reshaper is going to come into the red zone again. It's going to Mimic. And Derek also has a Endless one in hand, so that Mimic's going to get very big here next turn.
Four Endless one. Here's 7 damage.
So Derek needs just 1 more mana. He has double Reality Smasher in hand.
Alright. There's no way Ito can burn him down from 20, is there? He does play a Fire Blast. Price Fire Blast would get the job done here.
Yeah, no, he's definitely drawing live. I just think doesn't look like he hit the land. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, no, he's not really live. Not through the Chalice. All right, headed to game 3.
So being on the play here is going to be huge for him because he'll be able to potentially resolve his Delver before, you know, a Chalice potentially comes online. So again, just showing the power of Chalice.
Yeah, he went straight to the sideboard. I wonder if that's more Smash to Smithereens going in. Could also be a play draw thing. Like maybe he wants Dazes on the play.
Yeah, so he's probably going to bring some number of Dazes back in on the play.
That makes sense.
A lot of times with the Delver decks, you will bring them back in.
Galler would like to read Price of Progress. What does that thing do again? It keeps hurting.
Yeah, and also what it might have thrown him off is going with the different art there.
Right.
So. But yeah, I gotta believe that the Dazes are coming back in. Yep. So he looks like he took 3 Dazes out, being on the draw, and now 3 Dazes are coming back in for being on the play. So the ideal start for him is obviously just going turn 1 Delver, having the Daze as well.
I feel like his ideal start is just Gallagher keeping a hand without Chalice.
Yes. So the Eldrazi deck still operate freely without Chalice, but obviously preferred card for it. It is the best Chalice of the Void deck in the format.
Yeah, I mean, Eldrazi, one of the reasons to play Eldrazi is you get to play with Chalice, and the reason Chalice is so good is the Delver deck.
Yep.
So this is as good as it gets for Chalice of the Void. Pretty defining interaction.
Yeah, and some of the lists you even see started kind of incorporating Trinisphere as well. You'll see some variants with that as well.
Interesting. It's an all-red hand for Hiromichi. No blue mana, but no blue spells. Maybe you still keep that. It's a lot of burn.
Yeah. Derek looks like it has Elvish Spirit Guide.
Yeah, it's turn 1 Swift Spear with a bunch of lightning bolts. Looks like Ito's going to keep.
He's going to go on the burn plan here and try to go as fast as possible. It looks like he has Fire Blast in there as well.
Yeah, he does. Is it just the one mountain?
Yes.
6 spells, 6 red spells? Yeah, one more land, he can cast everything. One more mountain, he can cast everything, including the Fire Blast. Burn, baby, burn.
So Derek landing a Chalice on 1 really is going to put the brakes on his opponent's hand here.
It's not like there's any hand Hiromuji can draw up that isn't destroyed by
That's
Chalice.
true.
He has like 30 cards in his deck that cost 1 mana.
So we had some bolts, chain lightning in there as well.
28 cards, I stand corrected. That cost exactly 1 mana.
He's already got the Swift Spear ready to go.
Yeah. It's like, just let me know when you're done mulliganing. I got this. I got a plan.
It looks like Derek's going to keep his 6. Deciding if he wants to scry to the top or bottom right now.
Yeah, I mentioned this when we were first getting down to this match, but it's just crazy to me that both of these guys made the top 8 of the Vintage event yesterday. They are, in fact, paired against each other in the quarterfinals tomorrow morning. And they also randomly get paired against each other first thing Saturday morning in the Legacy.
Derek picks up a Eldrazi Mimic. Leads with Eye of Ugin.
Off the Expedition Eye of Ugin. Days, but no island?
Mimic's going to eat a Chain Lightning, and then the Swift Spear's going to get in for 2 more.
Sure. No second land.
So it looks like there's also Crucible over in Derek's hand, and it looks like he has a Dismember queued up here. And I think in respawn you're going to see that Dismember come down.
Like, all right, fine. Swift Spear dealt 4 damage this turn, right? That'll do.
Yeah, so one of the things with the blue-red Delver deck, it plays more like a burn deck rather than a tempo deck you traditionally see from the other Delver decks in the format.
Gallagher already at 10.
Oh, and a Smasher comes down with the assistance from the Elvish Spirit Guide.
Right. Now, Ito really needs a land.
So interesting thing to
note. Wait, he doesn't need a land, right? No, he does. Yeah, he needs to be able to sack the Fire Blast. That bolt will drop Gallagher to 7. This is quite the race. Smasher against Ito's ability to draw.
So he has a Smash the Smithereens in his hand too, as well.
Ugh.
Playing around Chalice.
All the desperation. Gimme! Ah!
He just needs that 1 land to really start pulling ahead here.
Chump block with Swift Spear and try to buy a turn? God, he's got so much more burn than he needs. If only he could cast it. It's like, all right.
Yeah, I don't think the Swift Spear's quite on chump duty yet.
No. I mean, it's 1 point off of winning with a Lightning Bolt next turn, right?
Yep.
Gallagher's at 6, and
all he needs is that 1 land. And
oh, yeah. If he gets to sack his mountains for Fire Blast or Price of Progress, those are... I mean, I guess the Wasteland could save Gallagher from... Could turn Price into 2 damage.
So that's what Derek's got to be weighing here. So he has the City of Traders in hand, but he's got to maybe keep up that Wasteland to deal with a...
oh, it's a Gitaxian Probe.
Oh, this is...
He can pay 2 life to get a card, and he's doing it.
I mean, that mountain just takes him over the top.
Oh, is that enough? That gets the Swift Spear up to 2. Lightning Bolt will get it to 3. I think Ito's got it even without a mountain off the top. Swift Spear's a 2. Swift Spear's a 3. Bolt is 3.
Bolt's him.
That's 6 damage.
And that Swift Spear's coming over for lethal.
Who needs land? Off 1
there it is.
Mountain. Hiromuji
Wow.
Ito, look how much extra burn he had. If only he could have drawn a second land. It wasn't coming. was not anywhere coming. One mountain in the top, what is that, 20 cards of his library?
That's all he needed to get there.
Enough.
Yes, very impressive.
Wow. Hiromichi Ito with the 2-1 victory over Derek Gallagher, his upcoming opponent in the Vintage Top 8 Champs. But for now, it's his first victim on the way to, maybe Ito's going to play all day tomorrow.
Yeah, he might be playing multiple top 8s tomorrow. So
I mean, Gallagher still could as well, but he's got some work to do.
Yeah.
You only get to give away the one loss.
Yeah.
Like, we're well over 600 players and a sprinkling of buys in the system. I think it's going to be another one of these situations where it may take 9-1 to make this top 8. Like 8-1-1, you can't count on 8-1-1 being good enough.
No, you definitely can, especially with the number of players we have. I think you're going to see a lot of people at X1 in the last round having to play with a tournament
That's what happened to
size.
us yesterday. We were also, sort of closing in on the next bump up in rounds, but didn't quite get there. So we wound up in a situation yesterday where there were 10 players on 7-1 in the last round.
12 players.
There were 10. 2 of them got to draw with the players who were above that record.
Yeah.
And then the other 8 had to play.
Yep.
So could see a similar sort of thing in the last round here today. If I had to guess, that's what I would guess.
I would guess.
We won't see a bunch of IDs. We'll actually see people having to play for it even in
a lot of the top tables are going to be playing later today. So
maybe a couple of IDs. Meanwhile, hopefully we will be able to get you another match.
Looks like they're working on that.
See if I can get you guys an update. It's definitely, like I said, the tournament was been running so efficiently that they were ready to start. They had, in fact, started the first round before our published stream start time, so they forgot about us.
Yeah, they're just like, let's get it going. With 10 rounds, obviously they want to make sure they have things running smoothly today.
No. Does sound like we have another match, so let's head over to the feature match area. Dominic Cassetta versus Jarvis Yu. Can't have a legacy tournament without Jarvis Yu. Wait a minute.
Jarvis
Those are not the lands I was expecting from Jarvis Yu. What's going on, Mark?
It's Delver there. I did not expect him to be on the lands deck. Jarvis on a really good run with his lands decks.
You mean you did not expect him to not be on the lands deck?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So he's been.
What are these blue cards he's playing with?
Going against Dominic on Infect.
Wow. I mean, they seem to be working. He is apparently up a game already versus his Infect opponent. And, I mean, when Snapcaster Mage is turning sideways and True Name is in play, got to like your chances.
All right, deck list.
All right, here's some deck lists for you.
So, Jarvis on Delver here with the Anglers, True Name, Snapcaster, Deathrite, Delver.
That's a lot of lands for an Infect opponent. Yeah, there you see the handshake. Dominic Cassetta, unable to get the job done with Infect. It's a pretty Infect deck, though. He had put some time into collecting those cards for sure. But yeah, Jarvis Yu has put some time into Legacy.
Yeah, Jarvis definitely understands the format. So
apparently able to win with more than just that lands deck.
Yeah, definitely. So interesting call. The Delver decks are going to be popular today. Looking like he went with a 4-color version, which is one of the builds out there, and a lot of people like that one, especially against the Grixis build, just giving you a little bit of more reach. So it'll be interesting to see how that
you
plays.
Said he's on multiple Gurmag anglers?
Yes, so he has two of them.
2 Gurmags, 2 True Names. That's a little more top end than you see in most Delver decks.
Yes, yeah. A lot of times you'll see maybe one. Sometimes they'll have one in the sideboard for certain matchups. But yeah, Jarvis on 2 of them, also having 3 Snapcaster, 2 of the True Name, trying to go a little bigger as well. So True Name will be interesting to see. One of the more recent developments with Rug Delver, actually, Gerard Fabiano, he came in with more True Names in his Rug build, which is not something you've typically seen out of Delver. So, but True Names, the numbers keep increasing in the Delver decks, so it'll be interesting to see at the end of the day where that shakes out.
Yeah, that card had sort of faded out of Legacy for a while. What is it that's brought it back?
So a lot of it is with Miracles and the resurgence of kind of Swords of Plowshares and kind of the creature removal. True Name really kind of puts a stop on that.
Okay, but why did it go away for feels like we played Legacy for 18 months and just nobody had true names anymore.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm not quite sure why they moved away from the true names, but it's interesting to see it kind of being reincorporated now back into the fold. So also very good against putting the roadblock on the Eldrazi decks as well. It's kind of a cheap, efficient threat that can, block efficiently against everything but the Reality Smasher because of the trample. So
makes sense. And yeah, more plows. I mean, I guess it's not particularly good against combo.
No,
like if the field is sneak and show.
Yeah, definitely.
A lot in that match.
Yeah, and we were kind of at that point, maybe 18 to 24 months ago, where it was a lot of the sneak and show, omniscience decks, things like that in the format. So, but we are kind of rotating it back now to where it is a little more creature based, especially with Eldrazi's emergence.
Yeah, for sure. Eldrazi's the thing that has changed the way the world works.
So it looks like
we're going to be able to get another match, or are we going straight to an interview? Okay, good.
Oh,
Sounds
nice.
like we will be able to get another match. Yeah, it looks like we got one more match. Will be on its way to Game 3.
All right.
And we'll be bringing that to you.
We're going to get
Interesting. Now, you mentioned you're curious to see how much Kaladesh impacts today, but I mean, I'm going to put you on the spot. Predict top 8 archetypes. What decks are people going to be playing tomorrow?
So, Lauren's been putting up quite a few numbers recently.
I had some first-hand experience losing to Lauren.
Yep. So, I think we're going to get a Lauren deck in there. I think we're going to have 2 to 3 Delver decks. I think 1 to 2 Miracles. I think we'll have maybe 1 to 2 the Eldrazi decks in there. And I think we're gonna have a Storm deck in there.
Storm deck.
Storm deck. I'm not quite sure if it's going to be ad nauseum or maybe more of the traditional builds out there, but I think we're gonna get one of those as well. So.
Fair enough. So no lands decks? Now that Jarvis isn't.
Yeah, I saw Jarvis not on lands, so I'm just like, nope, we're not gonna have lands in there. But maybe even in a Reanimator deck, I can see potentially getting in there.
Elves?
What?
Elves?
Elves. So Elves, it's man. I love that deck, but over a course of 10 rounds, I'm just not quite sure it's going to get there.
You picked Aluren to get there.
I know, but Aluren, it's got those explosive openings. I feel you're going to get a lot of favorable matchups with going against a lot of the colorless Eldrazi and things like that. So I feel, I don't know, Elves, especially if there's Grixis is very popular in the room, it's going to be tough for the Elves decks to kind of power through a lot of that.
Yeah, and to be fair, I do think the Aluren deck also has the advantage that people don't really understand it yet.
Yes.
People have been banging their head against the Elf deck for years and years and years. That Aluren deck, I mean, not that it's new, but, it's sort of creeping back into relevance, and it is bizarre. And, people are just be the little tiny windows that do exist to kind of break up the combo. You have to really understand the combo to find
exactly.
them.
Yeah, kind of to your point, a lot of people don't understand which creatures at certain points they need to maybe Swords of the Plowshare and things like that. So it makes it a little tricky for a lot of the players playing against it because, like you said, at the end of the day, they're just not quite understanding of what the opponent's doing. So.
Yeah, totally agree. Wonky. Yeah, that's about right. Awesome. If we did see an Infect deck in that future match round, it was losing, but Infect's another option.
Infect, yep, and with Blossoming Defense, really kind of putting its name into that deck now, being able to provide the hexproof and then the pump as well, kind of taking over the Vines of Vastwood spot, being only 1 mana now. So provided a lot more flexibility and being able to potentially play multiple pump spells now with the Blossoming, and then not necessarily having to worry about kicking a Vines of Vastwood to give your guy hexproof and pumping as well. So
makes sense.
Blossoming Defense, I think, will probably be the most popular new card we see, but I could be wrong. Hopefully we'll see some Malcolms. So
it seems to me Paradoxical Outcome really needs Mox's.
Yeah. I think we're going to need to see someone really go deep in the tank on it, but, I got my fingers crossed. We'll see what we have going on out there.
And it's not like it made the top 8 yesterday. It came close.
It did.
Vintage, paradoxical outcome. A lot of people were trying to break it. A lot of people were very close. And I do think, I saw Reed post right before his winning in for top 8. My deck is broken and I'm running hot, about to play a winning in. And I still think that my deck is broken part is correct.
Yeah.
The run goods came up a little short. He did lose 2-0 in his winning in for top 8, but deck did look kind of broken.
Yes, it looked very good. Looks like we are.
All right, looks like more Delver decks. Andy Boswell is here. Speaking of Reed Duke, that's the two of them drove down together. So Andy did not play the Vintage yesterday. He just has never really invested in learning the Vintage format. But he definitely wanted to play Legacy, and looks like he's brought a Delver deck of his own to fight.
So we have two of more of the traditional Grixis Delver decks. The difference between what we saw Jarvis on and the Grixis Delver decks is the Grixis Delvers are going to be utilizing Pyromancer to really build that board advantage.
Sure. And Boswell's got, just enough green to activate Deathrite Shaman? No actual green spells, or there's some on the sideboard? Ancient Grudge. So, technically a 4-color Delver list.
Yeah.
No cards that cost green mana to be.
He's going to be trying to utilize the Deathrite Shaman to really flash back that.
So here we are in Game 3, Andrew Boswell versus Josh Radin. A pair of Grixis Delver lists. The details are definitely different.
So one of the interesting things with Andrew Boswell's list is he does not have the Gurmang Anglers.
Right. Yeah, that's what I was looking.
Yep.
Radin has Anglers. Andy has True Names where those are? Yeah, there's no True Names in Radin's list.
Yeah, so just literally in that spot, looks like Boswell made the choice to go with the True Name Nemesis, whereas on Josh's side, he's gone with more of the traditional build with the Anglers. So one of the things you will see being a Grixis Delver mirror here is you typically don't want to keep in your Force of Wills. You don't want that card disadvantage, especially when you're playing in the mirror. And you'll see a lot of times they'll just be bringing in more of the efficient counter spells. Andrew has Pyroblast, Red Elemental Blast, and then we're looking for the same on Josh's side as well, with Pyroblast and Spell Pierce probably coming in, and Flusterstorm over Force of Will.
Get a good look at Boswell's hand from Josh's Gitaxian Probe. 2 Lightning Bolts, a couple of fetch lands, Vendilion Click, and what's the last card?
Umezawa's Jitte.
Oh, that's a Jitte.
Yep.
God, Jitte, a very powerful card in this matchup.
So Jitte, very powerful, and it was in Andrew's board, and he brought it in.
Yeah, no small creature to pick it up, though. He's only got the Vendilion Click at this point. And he saw the days, right, when he Gitaxian Probes Josh last turn?
Yes. Yeah, so Andy is aware that Josh does have the days.
Also, I feel like that Volcanic Island with Reed written on it is probably a story behind that. Might be a boring story.
Or it could just be Reed Duke's Volcanic Island that he's playing
right,
with.
It could just be a stamp of ownership. Actually don't know if that written. It's probably written on the sleeve, right, rather than the card itself.
Most likely. I'd be surprised if it was indeed on the card.
I mean, it could have been written 15 years ago.
That's true. So Andy picking up a young Pyromancer. I'm not sure he's going to want to run it right into a Daze, though. Josh has that Daze just ready to go. So it is interesting here because for Josh, 2 days, it does set him back a turn. And this format doesn't have fast mana like Vintage. So that will be a bit of a hindrance because then Andy will be up to 3 lands next turn with Josh only at 1. But again, Young Pyromancer being a real key card in Grixis Delver, probably drawing the counter out.
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, you have to be a really good player to walk into a Daze like that, right? You have to be either really good or really bad.
Well, again, so Andy's setting him up for the Vendilion click.
Right.
So
no, I like Andy's line a lot, actually. I mean, I think like you just want to get through the days, set him back a land. He's trying to build up to click Jitte. That's super mana intensive. Playing around days, I think was going to be such a beating to Boswell's game that he's like, no, I'll trade 1 for 1, set you back a land.
One of the things too with Andy is like if he forces him the days there, which he did, if he picks up a wasteland, things like that, he can just really keep setting him behind.
Yeah.
And it looks like all of his volcanic islands may or may not be owned by Reed Duke. So he runs out the Jitte, leaving up the bolt. And he's going to bolt here.
Sure.
So sometimes you will see the people let them kind of resolve the Delver when they have a bolt, kind of get that extra card information as well.
I think Andy's afraid of, Brainstorm is response, find a daze.
Yeah. So yeah, Andy with only having the 1 mana to bolt that turn probably did not want to risk that interaction. So.
Yeah, I think he knew all but one of the cards in Josh's hand, and had already plowed through the days, but he actively knew there was a Brainstorm in Josh's hand, so not going to risk Brainstorm into days. It's a pretty interesting sequencing point, though. I'm glad you brought that up.
So Andy with 2 more bolts in hand and a click, whereas looks like Josh picked up his own Young Pyromancer. So it doesn't look like he's going to be able to protect it here. It's most likely going to eat a bolt.
Yep.
And there's the bolt.
And Andy leads with that. He's like, all right, let me make sure this goes the way I think it's going to go before I ponder. So
yeah, it's interesting to kind of just lead with the bolt before pondering to potentially pick up a way to protect it in case Josh did.
That's where a lot of the skill is with this Delver deck, right? It's just the sequencing decisions like that, like wringing out every last tiny advantage from these card interactions.
A lot of times you will see the player first ponder before kind of firing off that bolt, especially because Andy still has like the extra mana there to pay for a daze as well. And Grim Lavamancer is going to do a lot of work here. It's basically going to be able to kill every creature out of Josh's deck minus the Anglers at this point.
I love the way Andy Boswell has played this game. Walking that Pyromancer into the days just got him so far ahead on tempo. He's gotten a Jitte down. He's gotten a Lavamancer online. Josh Radin has no board except the 2 lands.
Yeah, and that's the thing people don't realize sometimes. Sometimes you just run into the days to really get that huge tempo swing. And Andy set that up very nicely to just kind of get ahead on board. Bolt. Josh does not want to see that Jitte get online. And Josh is going to play his own Grim Lavamancer.
God, the Jitte would be so powerful if anything could pick it up.
It looks like we're going to see a bolt come back, eat that Grim Lavamancer. And a lot of times you will see just kind of getting into those creature battles where you just kind of bolt back and forth. So if he picks up a Cabal Therapy, he's unable to cast right now.
Interesting. Young Pyro and Andy's got to think. He has a Brainstorm in his hand.
Andy has a Brainstorm, and he doesn't have a fetch land, which is the ideal spot. So Andy's really kind of weighing the options of, does he want to fire off this Brainstorm to hope to hit something to deal with that Pyro now, rather than potentially let it get out of hand.
What do you think?
I'm not sure he fired off here. If he does, for whatever reason, have the force, because like I said, he could just pick up a bolt next turn and potentially get it, or he can hit a fetch land on top. Gives him kind of looking at some of the cards additionally.
Here's the thing, though. He's got Vendilion Clique in his hand and 3 lands. So if he waits on the Brainstorm to try to do it next turn, then he can't also play Clique. I think you do fire it off just because it's more mana efficient. And now, okay, he's going to wind up Brainstorm locked, which is awkward. Obviously, waiting, he would have been able to dig deeper, but his mana says...
No, yeah, with the on-board to potentially use it now. It's unfortunate it's just 2 dual lands. It looks like he's just going to be putting back on top. He has a Gitaxian Probe to get out of it a little quicker, but...
Yeah, but mostly he's just wishes he'd found a time to play that Clique, I think. I mean, I think he had to Lightning Bolt the Grim Lava Mance. You can't let that go on.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, that it does set up this turn where, wow, I Brainstorm without a reshuffle
so
effect.
Josh currently can only play the Brainstorm out of his hand. He has a Baleful Strix, and then he has the Cabal Therapy, both which he cannot play right now. And Josh, seeing that kind of the Grix or Pyromancer is going to stick around, is going to immediately get that token and Brainstorm. Picks another Pyro, a Wasteland, and
black mana.
A Probe.
No reshuffle either, right?
Yep. So it looks like Josh is going to be drawing a couple of dead cards for the next
yeah, he's
turn.
Got both the Therapy and a Baleful Strix.
Yeah, but he picked up Gitaxian Probe as well, so he'll be able to power through one of them. The same with Andy.
Well, Josh gets a token for his trouble. Josh is like, where did that Vendilion Clique go? Andy's like...
So that Wasteland could end up playing a factor here later, given that Andy only has 1 black source and 1 green source coming up here.
Sure.
And seeing that, he's going to take down the Underground Sea.
Draw step Clique.
So Andy, interestingly enough, did not play the Gitaxian Probe. He's going to set it up for a turn where he can maybe add a little more protection to his hand for the Vendilion Clique. And he already knows what he's drawing next turn, so maybe not necessarily worth it to just power through the deck and get that extra land off the top right now.
So Clique has surprise blocker for Young Pyro.
So yeah, Andy's weighing the option of Andy's weighing the option of should I have blocked there? No, but yeah, once he really needs to get that Jitte online at this point.
Right, so I think he's waiting all the way for end step Clique.
So Josh is going to be able to run out yet another Young Pyromancer, but still stuck in his hand are the Baleful Strix and the Cabal Therapy.
Is that Clique going to pick up a Jitte and then kill 2 Young Pyromancers?
That's what it's looking like from Andy here.
I think Josh sees it coming too. The Clique was not in the hand when he get probed here, but he Gitaxian probed a million years ago and saw it, right? I don't see a Gitaxian probe in Josh's graveyard. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Josh just doesn't even know it's coming.
No. So what happened was with the Brainstorm, he put the Vendilion Clique on top. Yeah.
Right.
So yeah, Josh does not know that there's a Vendilion Clique looming over on the end step here.
I think there was a Gitaxian probe from Josh Raiden way back at the beginning of the game, though.
Oh yeah, no, the turn before.
Yep. Okay, so yeah, Josh did know the Clique was coming. Can't do anything about it. What he did was hold back Young Pyromancer so that he doesn't get both of his Young Pyros killed by this Jitte. Still, now, do you push a card? I see Baleful Strix, Cabal Therapy. I'm like, you can keep those. I am not helping you find black mana. Here. Not interested.
And now looks like he's going to fire off the Gitaxian Probe.
Pay the blue for the Gitaxian Probe. Sure. He's going to play 2 mana to equip Jitte.
Well, knowing that is he's not going to necessarily need that extra mana up this turn.
All right. He pays the blue rather than the life. Finds a Brainstorm, which he's just going to wait on. Yeah, no reason to play a land in Brainstorm. You want all the land for the Brainstorm.
And the Jitte is going to be online here, and instantly takes out the Young Pyromancer.
And then keep the second counter.
He's going to keep the second counter to really threaten Josh to not play the Young Pyromancer in his hand. So Andy choosing not to play his Underground Sea there to prevent any Wasteland effects coming down on it. And then it looks like Josh wants to play the Young Pyromancer, and at the end of the day, he might just run it out here. See it in the front. He's going to get Gitaxian Probe. And then Andy reveals the Underground Sea and Brainstorm.
Found Underground Sea.
Finally picked up the black source needed for the Baleful Strix and the Cabal Therapy.
Strix is just going to eat the last Jitte counter, though. I mean, whatever. He
needs
to play it. He needs to cycle it.
It is interesting to get the Baleful Strix out rather than Cabal Therapy and hit the Brainstorm, because knowing Andy's hand at that point with the Gitaxian Probe, Andy only has the Brainstorm going for him with as well as the Jitte.
Well, I think he feels like he needs to dig for a way to kill this Click. If he could find a Lightning Bolt, if he could find a way to kill Click, then he can get back into this game. As it is, he's just getting destroyed by the board. The Brainstorm isn't relevant if he can't beat the board. Oh, and he found the Lightning Bolt,
the Lightning Bolt,
but he's out of mana.
Oh, and Andy just picked up looks like Red Elemental Blast.
So it's got to be clear Strix, attack for 3 more, get 2 counters. Yeah, that is precisely what Andy does. Now, what do you think? Fire off the Brainstorm?
Yeah, at this point, it looks like he's...
Again, no reshuffle, but he's got nothing else to do.
Yeah, he's got no other action. No, it looks like he's going to wait, though. He's going to hold back the Underground Sea as well, to so it won't get wastelanded potentially. Andy's content with his board position.
Yeah, those 2 counters even make Click immune to Lightning Bolt.
Exactly, yeah. Now it's kind of out of... Going to be dodging. So Josh is going to fire off now. I think the Brainstorm is going to fire off here now.
Brainstorm definitely gets fired off now. It's the one card Josh knows to name.
Andy begrudgingly will fire off the Brainstorm without a shuffle effect, but like you said, Josh knows it's in his hand, so he needs to do it. And you see this a lot of times too. People will pick up the 3 like that. You will get a lot of people that try to resolve a Brainstorm like a Ponder and vice versa. So a Daze and a Delver and a Lightning Bolt from Andy on that Brainstorm. And he's going to keep the Delver on top, followed by the Daze, ensuring kind of it looks like the Red Elemental Blast is going to go on top with the Delver, ensuring that his Delver is going to flip next turn after he plays it.
Sure. It's just a question of like what he wants to let Josh see when this therapy resolves, what he's willing to lose if Josh guesses correctly.
Well, the thing too is Josh, could end up just using a token to flash it back as well.
He named Deathrite Shaman.
Okay.
And you're right. Josh does have the ability with those tokens to just flash it back. Andy willing to lose the Daze. He's going to bolt Josh's face. And I think Andy's seeing the fact that not only was therapy going to resolve, but it could get flashed back. That's why the best of his spells is the one that he buried to flip the Delver with. We just safe click with the 2 counters, right?
Yep.
+2, +2, +4, +4.
So what?
Yeah, and that,
what I'm thinking
that click
from
is going to
Josh
fly
there
over for lethal.
Is
Andy
Josh
Boswell, 2 games to 1, takes round 1 here at Legacy Champs.
So I thought Josh there at the end maybe could have ran out the Young Pyromancer and see if Andy might have taken the bait on just removing a counter to kill the Young Pyromancer and then potentially fire off that lightning bolt.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Hopefully we can get Boswell in and talk to him for a few minutes. Or we have,
we have Jarvis Shiu.
Great, we have Jarvis. That works great.
Yeah.
Yeah, so how much mana did he have? He would have been able to cast as many spells, but he could have gone Young Pyro.
Yeah, he
then
had 3 mana,
therapy.
so that's why I thought with clearing the days out, he could have went Young Pyromancer, still have the red up, and then kind of baited him into using a counter there, and then fire off the bolt when he used the counter to give -1/-1 to Young Pyromancer.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. I think if you're going to go the Young Pyro, so you actually do that first and then do the Cabal
Yeah,
therapy,
yeah. So.
All right, well, I'm going to let you have a chat
Jarvis.
with,
right.
You can talk to him.
All right.
I'll hand you my headset.
We have a Jarvis Shiu coming in now.
You didn't watch much of it.
Oh, you guys might want to flip those over. So I don't
yeah. How you doing, Jarvis?
Good.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
So, interesting choice today. You are on lands. A lot of players who follow coverage have seen your results. You traditionally, you're a lands player,
right.
And it looks like you're on 4-color Delver today.
Yeah. My teammate from East West Bowl, Ben Friedman, we talked a bunch about Legacy briefly before the Pro Tour, just because we wanted to break from standard testing, and he showed me this list of 4-color Delver that looked really strong. It actually plays more like a Shardless deck that has Delver of Secrets in it. The problem with Shardless is you don't get to play conditional counters like Spell Pierce or Daze. So we are playing a deck that has 3 Snapcaster Mage, 2 True Name Nemesis, in an attempt to go bigger in the Delver Mirrors. So you just grind them out with 2-for-1s or threats that are just not killable. The reason I switch away from lands right now, especially in the Mid-Atlantic area, I think people have practiced enough versus the deck and actually have figured out sideboard strategies that beat the deck. For instance, like the deck that I'm playing has 3 Surgical Extraction, 2 Pithing Needle, and a bunch of other disruption to just make it really, really annoying post-board.
Okay, so and I noticed you. So a lot of the Delver decks typically are in Gurmag Angler. It looks like you were not playing them.
Oh, I have 2 Anglers and 2 True Names actually.
Oh, okay.
The card that we're missing that most Grixis Delver decks have is Young Pyromancer, and alongside that, we don't have Gitaxian Probe or Cabal Therapy in our 75. There are just no good creatures to sacrifice if you don't play a Young Pyromancer. And I don't feel like I need the information from Gitaxian Probe that much just as a card by itself.
Exactly. Fair enough. So what did you kind of expect today from the field kind of going into this tournament?
I actually expected a fair amount of Miracles because it's the best performing deck. It usually has the largest metagame penetration. I would expect about 15% of the room to be playing Miracles. A bunch of Delver decks, and then past that, probably Death and Taxes is the next most popular because of Sanctum Prelate and Recruiter of the Guard. Those are extremely powerful cards that got printed in Conspiracy 2. In particular, Sanctum Prelate is a huge problem for most lands builds, because if you just call 2 on the card, it shuts off Punching Fire and Light from the Loam, and it's just really, really hard to get out of that lock. So yeah, a lot of Death and Taxes I would expect to perform very well because of those 2 new cards.
Yeah, so, and me and Randy, we were talking earlier, we definitely expected Miracles to kind of be the big player in the room today. And so how does your deck in particular really kind of come prepared to combat that?
So if you looked at my list, I'm a much greedier mana-based Delver deck, if you notice that. I would actually describe the deck as Bug, Splash, Lightning Bolt. We have 3 main deck Abrupt Decay. That card is extremely good versus Miracles because the main way they try to beat you is to counterbalance lock you on 1 and 2, and that shuts off a large portion of my deck. But being able to kill it in game 1 is something that most Miracles players don't expect.
Did you expect any of excuse me. Do you expect any maybe Eldrazi, kind of maybe some of that bleed over from Vintage, kind of bleeding into Legacy today?
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. Even in Grand Prix Columbus, there was a ton of Eldrazi. I think the actual reason there's so much Eldrazi is that it's a port from the Modern deck. Ayabugan got banned in Modern, so people wanted to be able to play with their, like, Ayabugans, Reality Smashers, Thought-Knot Seers. And the cards that you just have to pick up Ancient Tombs, Wastelands, and City of Traders to play that deck from Modern to Legacy.
Yeah, but yeah, I think you're with the Abrupt Decays, you're very well positioned against them, especially, if they chalice on one, that's not really a big deal for you because you'll be able to combat that.
It's just an unexpected card for a Delver deck to have in its main deck, but it's just quite good. Even killing something like a Jite from Death and Taxes is huge. Like, just a lot of corner cases, and it does a lot of things.
So, do you have a Jite in your 75 at all?
I have one Jite in my sideboard. The earlier lists I played, I had two. I just found that I was drawing two a little bit too often for my taste, and it's actually pretty easy to cantrip to find one, between Ponders and Brainstorms. And you don't really want to play it. The earliest you really want to play it is on turn 4, honestly. Play an Equip and then get in a hit, then kill a guy.
Yeah, and that's one of the big advantages with playing Delver decks, right? You're able to kind of play a lot of 1 or 2-ofs because between the Ponders and Brainstorms, you're able to just see a lot of cards in your deck very quickly.
Yeah, I actually also have 2 Painful Truths in my sideboard, and they come in matchups where I expect the game to go along, I'm not under attack immediately, or I just have to kill all of their creatures to win the game. So.
Me? Okay. Okay, sorry about that. So, Jarvis Shu, thank you for coming in. Am I? I'm good? Okay. So, well, thank you for coming in. Good luck the rest of the way.
Yeah,
and hopefully we'll see you in top 8, right? Good start to the day so far. 1-0.
Yep,
Jarvis Shu, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
And it looks like we're going to get Bobbin. All right, sounds good. Good morning. How's it going?
Good. Ready to get started?
Ready to get started. All right, we got Bob Maher now in the booth. We just
round 1.
yeah, we had actually from going to be tomorrow's top 8 match. We had Himataru Hito against Derek Gallagher, actually, and they played round 1. They're also playing round 1 tomorrow in the Vintage Champs top 8, so that was quite the interesting round 1 match. And then we had some Delver and some Eldrazi on camera as well. So
got familiar with each other a little bit. They got a little bit of a grudge match tomorrow. A little backstory to it, so that's always fun.
So it'll be interesting to see how the day plays out. Like I said, kind of alluding to what Jarvis was talking to earlier, Miracles looks like it may be the big player in the room today. Kind of followed by the Delver decks, and then we'll kind of maybe run into a lot of the Eldrazi decks I think we'll see as well, just because of the Vintage players, kind of the bleed over. We'll see kind of porting their decks from Vintage, where essentially you're just playing Null Rods, now swapping those Null Rods out for Chalice of the Void, and then just coming right into the format. So
I think due to the interesting circumstances of this event, I think we will see more Eldrazi than usual. Miracles is always a big player. Sometimes it just depends on how many people want to stare down that marathon of a day. I mean, at Legacy Champs, you're talking about 9-10 rounds of Swiss. And Miracles is a deck that needs a lot of attention. You can't just autopilot.
Yeah. Playing Miracles, setting yourself up for 10 rounds with Miracles is definitely going to be a grind for the day.
It's one of those things both Miracles and Delver were Brainstorms, but Brainstorm is one of those defining cards in the format, and sometimes people don't realize how hard those decisions are sometimes. I mean, it's a really skill-testing card, and it's just one of those things that in a Miracles deck, we're going to be playing the time every round, and those Brainstorm decisions make a lot of difference. You're really setting yourself up for a mental challenge.
Yeah, definitely. And in our match, we saw Andy definitely have to make some of those decisions, especially firing off the Brainstorm when you don't necessarily have the shuffle effect and things like that, just because at the point where you are in the game. So it definitely is a skill-intensive card, to say the least. So
yeah, I was talking to someone as we were walking through the tables, and I really think Legacy is the format that rewards you the most for being a specialist. Knowing the format knowing your sideboard plans, knowing the intricacies of your deck, being familiar with those brainstorm decisions, I think pays a lot of dividends in this tournament, in this format. It's just a game of inches all the time. The cards are so powerful, and each decision matters a lot, that it just makes for really interesting situations that the specialists have a better handle on.
No, and that's a great point, because a lot of times in Legacy, as you'll see in Vintage and to a certain extent Modern, you'll see players kind of stay with the same deck all the time. Joe Lissette, Miracles player, that's all you really see him play. Noah Walker on Grixis Delver. Jarvis Shield typically on lands. He's on 4-color Delver today. But kind of to your point there, a lot of times you will stay with the same deck to build that familiarity and kind of understand the intricacies and lines that you need to take. So
and the players who play in as many Legacy events as they can get to and specialize in Legacy, they have more fluidity in their deck choice also. I mean, just understanding the metagame and what makes each deck tick is really what gives a specialist those edge. So it's not even always that they've been playing the same deck for so long. It's they know their decks and they know the cards that matter.
Exactly. Yeah.
So I'm really looking forward to today. I don't see a lot of Legacy in general, and it's a format that I've always found just really skill tests people. There's plenty of cards, plenty of mana fixing, plenty of things to smooth out everybody's draw. There's usually just a lot of good games.
And one of the big differences we'll probably see today, where Vintage, it was more of an open field. Kaladesh obviously played a big role. We saw a lot of different conspiracy cards and things like that. But Legacy is more defined. It's kind of, you got your typical players with Miracles, lands, Eldrazi, Reanimator, Delver, things like that, and you don't see necessarily new card printings impacting Legacy like you do maybe in Modern or Vintage.
Yeah.
So it is interesting that we're going to be more in a defined metagame for a lot of players today, whereas with Vintage it might have been a little fresher of a format.
I did see some Leovolds floating around out on the tables, which surprised me a little bit. But I guess if you can build around it in Vintage, you can certainly build around it in Legacy.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
So,
well, at the end of the day, it's blue, so it always pitches the Force of Will, right? Yeah. So, is it blue? All right, at worst, pitches the Force of Will. So,
it really is such a true statement that the bar a card has to cross in value is different for a blue card than it is for other cards, because it's always still just a blue card you can pitch to Force of Will.
Well, exactly. So, and when you think of Legacy, it's typically a format that's defined by Brainstorm, Force of Will, Wasteland, whereas with Vintage, it's more defined by Moxen and things like that. So kind of at the end of the day, to your point, being blue, kind of does check that box. All right, Force of Will could be at worst. So, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see if we do get any of the Kaladesh impact or even kind of conspiracy, and if they perform well at the end of the day.
And I think we'll almost certainly see people trying to innovate with Kaladesh cards, because even if the card isn't great, putting people in an unfamiliar setting in this tournament still holds value. So I think
people will be trying hard to work Kaladesh cards into their decks, and we just have to wait and see if it works.
Well, and that's the beauty of Legacy too, though. The range of decks you can play in Legacy is probably the most broad out of any of the formats of Magic, really. So you just never know what you'll see. You got niche players in there, Nick Fit, things like that, and then you got the well-defined big players in the format. So it is kind of interesting, especially when you throw maybe a Kaladesh card. At the end of the day, it's like, well, kind of now you're putting your opponent to the test. What else is he playing? What other new cards might he have? What else do I need to be playing around? So, and again, it's with such a defined metagame that Legacy is right now, it definitely has value, maybe throwing your opponent off a little bit by adding something like a Kaladesh card.
Just as I was walking over, I walked past about 10 matches, and I think I saw 2 Delver decks and just a bunch of different decks, whether it was Fish or Miracles or just like the Leovold deck I saw, all over.
Yeah. So, and one of the things too that's really in Legacy is we'll probably see, maybe some more graveyard-based strategies, things like that. So, what Vintage really lends itself to is, you always got to be prepared to battle Dredge. You got to have your anti-graveyard strategies. Where in Legacy, it's not necessarily the case. You'll see maybe a couple surgical extractions, a couple Grafdigger's Cages, things like that, but not necessarily way prepared like you would be in Vintage. So you will see things like Dredge pop up a little more in Legacy, the Lands deck, Reanimator, and things like that as well.
I only saw it in quick glance.
But an ad nauseum deck here and there, just
yes. So yeah, that's kind of one of my picks for maybe making top 8, an ad nauseum deck or storm deck with maybe utilizing outcome. But it is interesting how, like, with the banned and restricted list with Legacy versus Vintage too, how that kind of plays into it. You're able to get a lot more explosive starts because you're playing, you know, full Lion's Eye Diamonds, all the Lotus Petals and things like that as well. So it'll be interesting at the end of the day to see kind of how that shakes out for us.
I really can't wait to see how things start to, how the field tends to narrow down. And I think we will just see a few
archetypes really rise to the top. The specialists seem to kind of stick together. I mean, they work together on a few things, and there's usually a group or two who gets it a little more right than the others, and I think we'll start to see them rise to the top of the standings.
Yeah, so, and I think kind of the big storyline is, you know, Miracles has been on the run, and Delver's been kind of on the run. So it'll be interesting to see if, you know, the players here kind of really combat it. And one of the interesting things, too, with being in Columbus is, you know, we've had a lot of Legacy GPs, and even the most recent Legacy GP in America was in Columbus. So this is kind of a hotbed for Legacy, and, you know, so it'll be interesting to see, you know, some of the players we get in and kind of what they come up with, and, you know, to combat some of the known big boys in the format. So. All right. So it looks like looks like the end of the round there. Or no.
Yep, pairings just going up for round 2. We will have some feature matches for you shortly.
So it looks like pairings, and it looks like we're going to get some matches here for you shortly. All right. So hopefully we can get some feature matches here. I'm excited to potentially see some more Eldrazi on camera. Maybe some Dredge. I might be a little biased, though, on that one. So, Dredge, though, in
Legacy Dredge should just be more exciting. I mean,
there's a couple different ways to go, whether you're just landless or breakthrough, or I mean.
Yes, yeah. One of the interesting things with Dredge, yeah, you can go completely manaless, where you just keep your 7, draw, discard, start going that way. Or you can kind of have more of the explosive openings with the Lion's Eye Diamonds, Faithless Loons, things like that. You actually have to cast spells typically with Dredge in this format, so it'll be interesting to see how that plays out over the day too. Dredge, kind of not quite as big a player, did perform well at a recent SCG, but I think Aloran's going to be the one that's really on the up and up.
Yeah.
Hasn't seen a lot of play in a while, but it's been performing very well recently. So we're interested to see maybe if we can get them on camera as well in the Aloran deck.
The landless Dredge decks for me, though, have always just kind of been crazy because it almost doesn't matter how terrible your opening hand is, you can't mulligan. You actually have to hope that 8th card you draw is the one you need to discard, because every mulligan is you're just absolutely a turn slower, and you probably just don't have that much space to give.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. Well, and one of the kind of interesting narratives too with that is, you know, that the Manaless Dredge deck was quote unquote one of the, you know, more budget-ish decks in the format now. But with Eldrazi's recent performance, you know, that's almost kind of now the go-to kind of quote-unquote budget deck in the format. So it'll be interesting to see kind of how that plays out over the day as well if we have a lot of, you know, Eldrazi running around, especially with yesterday and Vintage happening. We probably had a lot of players maybe kind of bleeding over into today with the same deck as we saw earlier today with Derek also on just his near 75 he was playing yesterday and kind of just swapping out the Null Rods for Chalice of the Void. So
yeah, it'll be very interesting.
I always just find watching the spell-based Dredge decks in Legacy. I mean, what a Dredge deck can do with a breakthrough sometimes is just truly incredible.
Oh yeah.
Like, they have a Lion's Eye Diamond out, and they just break through for 0, and all of a sudden drop a Faithless Looting in the graveyard, and the game is just over right there. Although it's not Vintage, I mean, Vintage Legacy decks or Vintage Dredge decks are very paced, and it's like turn 2 if you hit it really good, and then turn 3 or 4. But I mean, the whole game can change in Legacy on any given turn because the turns are actually just more powerful than the Vintage Dredge decks. Just they just don't have quite the consistency.
Yeah, no, definitely. And one of the interesting things, though, with Dredge and Legacy, it's a little more susceptible to the hate, though, especially with just a timely surgical, and not even necessarily against a Dredger, more so some of the creature package and things like that. It is a little easier to disrupt than in Vintage, so that's why you don't see necessarily people boarding as heavy for it. So. All right, looks like they're getting the feature matches ready.
So if you were to play today, what would you have played?
So if I played, I would have probably been on a Grixis Delver deck.
Okay.
So it's funny. So Legacy is the only format I don't like Dredge in. I play Dredge in Modern, play Dredge in Vintage, obviously. But Legacy, something about 4 Brainstorms and 4 Delvers. And one of the interesting things, too, that a lot of people don't really maybe talk about, but with Delver and the new Mulligan rule, kind of a lot of times you may, when you Mulligan and then you're doing the Scribe, but you got turn 1 Delver, it's like, I might not need this instant or sorcery, but I know I'm just turn 1 blind flipping my Delver of Secrets. So, that definitely adds an extra wrinkle to it to play Delver, and the deck already mulligans very well.
Yes, it does.
So. It definitely gives you that kind of added power just because of the Scry mulligan now. So, it's definitely interested. What would you, if you played today, what would you have played?
I almost certainly would have been on Miracles, but I am not a seasoned Legacy player. So, I mean, in all honesty, the first couple rounds would have kind of been playtesting. But I just think the Miracles deck has such an ability to be a catch-all. Like, it has game against everything.
Yeah, Miracles definitely is, the raw power level is just there for that.
Yeah, and I mean, I really enjoy Brainstorm, and I actually love a deck that I can just sit on a Brainstorm. I don't know why. Like, as a control player at heart, I actually really enjoy having a Brainstorm in my hand, and if I don't need to cast it, just holding on to it. And it's also one of the best parts about Legacy, just waiting for those right times, crafting your hand the way it should be, just sitting and waiting until you have a couple extra lands in your hand. Those are the situations I try and get myself into.
Yeah, no, being able to play 4 Brainstorm in Legacy, one of the reasons why it's one of my favorite formats, so definitely exciting here. I think they're going to be getting some matches going. It looks like we are going to get Jarvis Yu on camera again with his 4-color Delver deck, and then potentially Reed Duke as well. I know Twitch chat will appreciate that. We saw Andy playing with Reed labeled lands, so we'll maybe get the story later from either Reed or him as well.
Reed is on lands?
No. So Andy had in his deck, his Volcanic Islands had Reed written on the sleeve. So we're assuming they're most likely Reed Duke's Volcanic Islands, but we'll see. And then we have, so it's going to be Jarvis Yu versus Nick Kent. Not sure what Nick's on. I think we have Jarvis's list already. So Jarvis on the 4-color Delver deck, and without Young Pyromancer, kind of as you alluded to earlier, going with Gurmag Angler and True Name Nemesis to kind of go bigger.
Yep. 4 days, which is always, I mean, it's an important part of that deck.
Yeah. So, and what you'll kind of see, I suspect we'll see a lot of, is kind of Daze and Force of Will.
Yeah.
You'll see that a lot. And one of the interesting things, though, with the Delver decks, once you start kind of playing against yourself in the mirrors, the Delver mirrors, you'll see a lot of times the Force is just coming completely out. You can't really take that card advantage loss. Additionally, with the Daze, you'll see them come kind of in and out depending if you're on the player draw as well. So you'll see a lot of sideboarding between games 2 and then also between game 2 and 3. So
yeah, that is one of the big differences between Legacy and Vintage also, where, I mean, both formats obviously a lot of Force of Will. And there are times when you sideboard in both formats where you're taking out some number of Force of Wills, but overcoming the card disadvantage can be a real issue in Legacy.
Yeah. Yeah, it is interesting because Legacy, I feel, is one of the formats that lends itself to you almost do a lot of sideboarding from game 2 and also to game 3. So.
There's a lot of play between going first and going second.
So it looks like we got Jarvis here on the left with Nick on the right. Jarvis leading off with a Flooded Strand into a Volcanic Island. Trying to see what Nick's on as he's flashing his cards. Turn 1 Delver. Always a strong play from the Delver deck. It looks like Nick is on Eldrazi, and he has a Simian Spirit Guide. Nick Waste Landing, taking down the Delver. Delver's not going to flip here.
He's an Eye, an Endless One, a Simian Spirit Guide.
Jarvis runs out another Delver. So I've won definitely a lot of games with Delver where I've had no lands in play and just a flip Delver or two and just able to get there. So
well, at this point, that Volcanic can certainly get wastelanded, and if there's a spell on top, Nick is in big trouble.
yeah, if there's no, yeah, because like I said, it's a little tougher too for the Eldrazi decks to necessarily interact with creatures because they typically only have maybe a Jitte or two, or maybe a Dismember or two, and that's about it out of the 60.
But I still think he still has to follow up and wasteland just to make sure his opponent can't do anything to put a spell on top. But I stand corrected.
All right, so Nick gets down Eye, looking to set up a turn next turn here, maybe with a Endless One.
Well,
and the Delvers are not flipping here. For
well, it was
Jarvis.
already lucky that there was no fast effects in his upkeep in response to the Delvers going on the stack. But and there,
So Jarvis has a decision to potentially, does he keep the Ponder on top and then draw more lands? And it looks like he will.
even though that is not the Ponder he's looking for at all, I think he's probably still going to keep it. Flipping the... Oh, okay.
No, he's going to shuffle it away. Just not enough
I think that's
gas
a fine
there.
choice. I mean,
yeah.
one Abrupt Decay against this deck doesn't do much, and 2 lands that he doesn't need at all. I think there's already 2 more in his hand. I was just trying to weigh the value of just flipping those Delvers.
The Delvers, yeah, no. And that's a good point, though, because the Abrupt Decay at the end of the day is a little more low impact versus Nick's deck than it is against the majority of the format. And Jarvis Wastelanding and setting Nick back. So I think Nick might weigh here. Does he just run out the Endless One for 2 and maybe slow down Jarvis? But
wow,
Delver's still not flipping. Wow,
not flipping, and a lot of lands, far more lands than he really wants to
Jarvis
see in any
had
game.
that down since turn 1, and just they haven't flipped for him yet.
Oh, and there's a Jitte now.
Nick picks
so
up a Jitte.
Now the other side has a plan at least. I mean, he can drop his City of Traders, or I don't know. I think he has a Wasteland he could play and tap for mana and pitch his Spirit Guide.
So it looks like he's probably going to play a Thought Knot, kind of get a lay of the land of Jarvis's hand. Jarvis is going to fire off the Bolt, so it's not eaten by the Thought Knot, and looks like
the Force of Will with no blue card. There we go.
Delver's flip.
That Jitte is still going to make life very difficult.
Yeah, as soon as that Jitte gets online,
He
here.
really needs to hit with this Ponder.
Yeah, Jarvis only with the 2 lands and the Ponder. He's going to be looking for some more action off the top. Interesting thing with Ponder too, it does play well with the fetch lands a lot of times as well, because maybe you only want 1 card off of it. So it's, you know, a pseudo brainstorm in a way sometimes when you have that fetch land.
Yeah. Yeah, the Spell Pierce here will help.
Picks up a Mistress Factory.
At this point, Spell Pierce here just does it. I mean, he can still choose to pay for it with the Simian Spirit Guide, but he can't equip it, and there's just lethal on the board.
So Spell Pierce. Nick can pay this if he wants by tapping the Factory and then pitching the Spirit Guide. I'm not sure how much he values the Jitte here with the Delvers already flipped. But he's definitely...
Well, he's just... I mean, he's at 6.
Yeah.
He's now out of options.
And it looks like the Delvers are going to come in and...
Yeah, he is just done showing him any more cards.
Yeah, his only line there was to get the Jitte down, then tap the Factory, and then pitch the Spirit Guide and swing with the thought not to get the Jitte online and potentially take down a Delver and then get another turn. So.
Yeah, so the second Ponder did produce for him. Got him the Spell Pierce, and I mean with two flip Delvers in play, you don't have to buy too many turns.
Exactly.
That's why you've got Dazes and Spell Pierces and whatever else.
So looking at the board, out of Nick's board, we have 2 All Is Dust, 2 Ratchet Bomb, 4 Thorn of Amethyst, 1 Crucible, 2 Pithing Needle, 4 Leyline of the Void. So we'll probably see the Ratchet Bombs come in. Maybe the Pithing Needles as well. A lot of times you will see Pithing Needle, especially if you're getting into Wasteland Wars, and if you're looking like you're going to fall behind, a lot of times you can just drop the Pithing Needle, name Wasteland, kind of ensure that as well, because the tempo from the Delver deck is very huge with Wasteland, so he might bring in the Pithing Needles to help kind of protect that.
For Jarvis, I mean, he is...
Jarvis, we have the
Jitte.
1 Umezawa Jitte, Sulfur Elemental, 2 Flusterstorm, 2 Pithing Needle, 2 Thoughtseize, 2 Dismember, 3 Surgical, 2 Painful Truths. So from Jarvis, we may see the Jitte come in. Again, we might see the Pithing Needles come in for him as well, and we might we'll probably see the Dismembers as a good creature removal, hitting the Reality Smashers and things like that as well.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where they go. One of the things you have to be careful with, I mean, with a deck like Delver, the main deck is set up so well. I mean, it is a high-functioning machine, and if you play with too many of the pieces, sometimes your draws can get a little clunky. We're getting reports that Reed has won Game 1 on the other table.
Yep, so Reed Duke is up a game.
Let's see if we can see anything that's going on in the sideboard.
Yep, so Jarvis most likely will be taking out some Dazes. It'll be interesting to see if he keeps any Force of Wills as well, because Eldrazi more of an aggro deck. You typically don't necessarily want that card disadvantage against them.
Looks
and
like he's
Nick's
brought in a
on
couple
Cavern.
of Thorns here.
So yeah, Nick on Thorns. The Delver decks typically operate on such a tight mana, you know, with only 2 to 3 lands in play typically. So Thorn could really kind of disrupt Jarvis and his plans.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, his main deck has 26 spells in it and doesn't run off of that much.
Yeah, I was
mana,
gonna say Delver decks are typically in that 18 to 20 land spot a lot of times. So it'll be interesting to see. And it looks like the players are shuffling up now. Get ready to head to game 2. Jarvis Yu up 1 game against Nick Kent.
I was just looking at the between deck and sideboard because I noticed the Tropical in his hand last game. And is that just another option to get a blue source that can also cast Deathrite Shaman?
Yeah. So, and be able to use both sides of Deathrite Shaman, too, so.
Sure.
Looks like the players are drawing their opening 7s here. Reality Smasher, City of Traders. Looks like a factory in there, a temple. And he leads with the temple. Both players have kept their opening 7s.
I mean, it's a tough break for the Eldrazi player here not getting a Chalice of the Void. I mean, just incredibly powerful.
And so that's one of the things you'll see with the Eldrazi deck too. If they typically don't have that turn 1 play with Chalice or maybe a Mimic, a lot of times the Eldrazi player just has to go land pass.
Yeah.
Nick just picks up a Wasteland. Jarvis leading with a turn 1 Delver, hoping it will flip a lot earlier this time. So he has a Jitte. Nick does. And it looks like he's passing back again. Looks like Reality Smasher will be coming down next turn for Nick.
Yeah, and this is where, I mean, I am a bit inexperienced at Legacy. I mean, anytime I see a Wasteland in my hand, I know I'm against Delver. I mean, like you said, it's a deck with 19 lands.
Yes.
I'm incredibly tempted to Wasteland that Volcanic and just hope for the best.
Yeah.
Cross my fingers and say, I just hope he doesn't have another land.
I'm a little surprised Nick didn't go for it, but it looks like Reality Smasher is kind of his only action. So maybe just trying to build up to the Reality Smasher and have pressure on board before kind of really going after Jarvis's lands.
I mean, we're in a similar state that we were last game, and I think he has to be really careful of allowing his opponent to get that spell on top of his deck. I mean, again, almost half of his deck is spells. They're probably going to flip in the next turn or two anyways, but it's you got to play to your outs.
Yeah, Nick's really choked on mana here, especially having the City of Traders as well. Really looking to get the 5 here.
It's just incredibly behind at this point.
Yeah. Jarvis showing the Abrupt Decay. Now, Nick can't even really risk just running out the Jitte at this point because that's going to be an easy Abrupt Decay target for Jarvis.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time picturing a line here for the Eldrazi player.
Yeah, so Nick would need to really hit one of his Ratchet Bombs, and then he's going to instantaneously pop it and kill the flip Delvers.
But isn't there a new rule that they now have the casting cost of their original side?
That is true. That is a good point.
I just don't see it.
So runs out the Jitte, which is Jarvis not really afraid of that with no creatures in play at this point. Jarvis also having a Snapcaster and a Bolt in hand.
His opponent's at 13. He has, I mean, it's such a mana investment to just get Abrupt Decay in response to equipping.
Jarvis drops his opponent down to 7. Looks like Jarvis is going to have lethal next turn. And Nick, kind of like what you said, I'm not sure what lines at this point.
I don't know. And when you know your opponent has Abrupt Decay in hand and not the mana to cast it, he may just activate his factory, equip Jitte, and, I mean, at least eat the Wasteland. Maybe you continue hoping your opponent can't cast Abrupt Decay in the near future.
Yeah, but at this point...
oh, okay, so he does have the mana to get a Smasher out.
So he has a Smasher out, but that does nothing here.
No, I mean, he knows he's going to 1. And he doesn't like his chances for this game, even if the Jitte gets equipped.
Yeah. So Jarvis just end of turn bolt your face.
And that'll do it.
Yep. And there it is. Jarvis Shute takes down Nick Kent on Eldrazi. 2-0.
I think that's one of those situations, again, without that Chalice when you're on the play, and a deck that not only wasn't doing anything on turn 1, but wasn't doing anything on turn 2, you might just have to throw it back. I mean, not every 7-card hand of lands and spells is playable.
Yeah, oh yeah, no, definitely.
I mean, 2 Reality Smashers against Delver, I think you have to get kind of lucky for those to matter.
Yeah. Yeah, Reality Smasher's not where you want to necessarily be against Delver. You want to be a little more lower to the ground. So.
Well, I mean, even as we talked about Daze and Force of Will, and I just...
Yeah, looking for a hand maybe with even like, a Ratchet Bomb or something like that, where kind of he at least has some action on turn 1, especially getting in, before potential Daze, Force of Will, things like that. So looks like.
So there is that matchup, and I don't know how traditionally that matchup goes, but those 2 games were fairly decisive.
Yeah, yes.
I just think the Eldrazi player is in a pretty big hole without a Chalice.
So yeah, well, kind of to your point, yeah, a lot of times it does really matter if they hit the Chalice and things like that. Jarvis with the Abrupt Decays, probably a little better than some of the other Delver decks that don't necessarily have as many main or in the board. But yeah, a lot of it does come down to, the Wastelands and kind of the Chalice and where you can put your opponent on mana as well. So.
Of course, I looked at the list, but I wasn't even thinking about Abrupt Decay. Of course, the other reasons we're talking about.
Yep. So yeah, Abrupt Decay is pretty big in there because a lot of times the decks can go Chalice 1, following turn followed up with, City Traders and another Ancient Tomb or something like that. Go Chalice on 2, and really kind of shut down a lot of the Grixis Delver decks and things like that.
Shuts down a lot of decks in
yeah,
format.
Exactly.
It's important for that. It's important
the mirror when you are navigating through dazes and spell pierces and force of wills.
I mean, it's a game of inches, and to take for what that deck is probably their entire turn, getting to cast Abrupt Decay, it's got to work.
Yeah, and the big payoff being 4 colors with the Abrupt Decays, you're able to just kind of power through a Chalice on 2. It's like, all right, I'm still going to Abrupt Decay this.
Okay, it looks like we're going to head over to Reed Duke and Matthew Young.
So we have Reed Duke and Matthew Young. Reed Duke on a deck with 19 mountains in the deck, 19 basic. He is playing the Burn deck in Legacy, and it looks like Matthew Young, and it looks like he's on... Let's see what he's on here. He's on Leovold. Shardless Agent. So looks like we have Bugfish here versus Reed Duke on Burn. Reed already up a game.
And it looks like this game is going better for Matthew Young.
Yep. He has Scavenging Ooze, and it looks like there's a lot of food in the graveyard to eat. Although
that's a lot of land.
Yeah, Matt only has 4 lands in his hand at this point. Interestingly enough, he does have a Cephalid Coliseum that he looks like he has Threshold to activate.
I think he might be 1 short.
Yep, he is. Only 6 in there. And Reed with looks like Reed burned through a lot, got his opponent down to 7, although it looks like Scavenging Ooze is going to start undoing a lot of that. Reed Duke in hand.
No, I mean, Young does not have any green open this turn, so although there's the prospect for life gain with the Scavenging Ooze, I mean, anytime you say go to an opponent with 3 cards and 4 mountains, gotta be thinking you might be dead. That's kind of a hint you might be dead.
Yep, so Lava Spike dropping Matt down to 4 and attempting to Price of Progress.
4 more.
And there's the handshake, and it looks like that Reed Duke will take down Matthew Young 2-0. Reed playing Burn. I love it.
Price of Progress is quite a card in this format.
Yes, oh yeah, and that's so one of the advantages with playing Blue-Red Delver rather than a lot of the 3 or 4 color builds you traditionally see is Price of Progress, and we saw that earlier today. And Reed with Burn, again, Price of Progress, one of the really big payoff cards for those decks, given a lot of reach, and with how many non-basics there are in Legacy, kind of a big deal. So
I mean, mono red decks, when they have Price of Progress and Fire Blast, I mean, things that we haven't seen in other formats for years, it can really close fast.
Yeah, and one of the interesting things with Price of Progress is why it's so kind of versatile in this format, maybe than versus Legacy, or Vintage, I mean, is with Vintage you got a lot of, Crucible action going on, kind of workshops really putting the brakes and really kind of getting into those mana denial strategies, where in Legacy, yeah, you have the Wastelands, but they're not necessarily reoccurring and things like that, so.
Yeah, and when you're playing a deck that's just 19 mountains, people's Wastelands are just staying in play. I mean, yeah, they can respond and waste their own land, but I mean, it's not the worst outcome when a Price of Progress turns from, 8 damage to 4 and blow up 2 of your lands.
So again, the Burn deck, another quote-unquote budget option for the format. And it looks like we have yet another feature match for you as well. We have Rich Shea against Zach King. Zach King on the right, looks like he's on Delver. Rich Shea is on Miracles. I was speaking to him the other night about Legacy, and he is a firm believer that Miracles is by far and away just the best deck in the format.
I think if you're up to speed and comfortable, and I think there's a lot you have to understand: the format, your opponent's decks, your own deck, your sideboarding choices, play and draw differences. But once you get there with Miracles, I think I might share that opinion.
And it looks like we have a Atog Altered Plains tapping for Swords of Plowshares, Eaton and Delver.
I mean, Rich Shea, affectionately known as the Atog Lord.
Rich Shea up 1-0 already. So Rich also has altered islands with ATOGs. However, they are currently in the process of being altered. So his islands will not have ATOGs on them, unfortunately, like his planes. So we have a ponder here from...
When I was talking earlier about the marathon of Miracles decks, I mean, you're 20 minutes into the round and Richet's just up 1-0 and we're on turn 2 of game 2. Mm-hmm. You're in for the long haul. I mean, you're playing 10 hours of Magic today.
Zach picking up a daze off of his ponder.
Daze is just so hard to make work when you don't have a clock to work with.
And it looks like Zach is just on the blue-red Delver deck by having the basic mountain. And we have deckless, yeah, so it looks like that. Zach just is on the more traditional blue-red kind of burn with Price. Also an interesting card from Eldritch Moon, Bedlam Reveler. We've been seeing that kind of really get into those. Even sometimes the burn deck picks it up. Seen it in blue-red Delver a lot of times to really kind of create, that extra draw power for the deck.
Yeah, a lot of variety in the blue-red Delver deck with 1 Exquisite Firecraft, 1 Fire Blast, 1 Vapor Snag. Just keeping people guessing. 3 Price of Progress. I'm surprised the 4th is not on the board.
Yeah.
I mean, in the matchups where Price is good, I can't imagine wanting any card more.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, definitely. Definitely some unique numbers on the Zach side. But again, with Delver and kind of how it plays out, you're able to see a high velocity of cards generally, so you will maybe cheat on some of the numbers. Mm-hmm. It looks like Rich Miracles here, a Terminus off the top to eat a Delver. Going back to the bottom of the deck.
I mean, although we're only in the early turns here, Rich is so far ahead.
Yeah.
And that is one thing with Miracles. I mean, it's a control deck, but once it gets ahead, it's really hard to change that momentum. I don't know of any legacy deck that can reliably change the mid to late game momentum against a Miracles deck.
It's interesting you brought that up because looking at the board right now, you wouldn't necessarily, oh yeah, Rich is so far ahead, but because of Miracles and having the lands and things like that, it's just that, even with that presence and the full grip,
right.
How Miracles plays out, he is far ahead. And
yeah,
we have a mentor
17
now.
Land, or sorry, 17 life, 4 land, 2-to-1 advantage on land. He's got 4 lands out, all of his colors.
So it looks like Zach's going to go for the double days here, picking off the mentor. Zach picks up a Pyroblast.
Yeah, Rich, very careful. I mean, only basic lands in play up to this point.
There goes top. And there goes Counterbalance. So it doesn't appear that Rich has any counters in his hand right now. There's a Wasteland for Zach, but what you alluded to earlier with all of the basics that Rich was carefully fetching, Wasteland's not going to be doing much currently.
They would like Rich's lands at the bottom, the way Magic was intended.
And we got a top activation. Looks like another Counterbalance right there.
Just the inevitability of this situation. Rich
Rich
doesn't even
Miracles
shuffle it into his
Counterbalance.
hand. Just oh, here's what was on top.
The Miracle Counterbalance there meets another Pyroblast from Zach. Rich spinning top again, looking for some more action. The Miracle land off the top.
Yeah.
Zach picks up a Ponder. He looks like he's a little choked on mana here. He has a Force of Will. Looked like Wasteland. Exquisite Firecraft is also in there. And I'm assuming he has a Price of Progress, which may be one of the reasons he might not have played his Wasteland earlier.
Sure. Now he got to peek at Wasteland, Island, and was that Rough and Tumble?
Yeah.
And those are not going to cut it in this game.
Yeah, so Rough and Tumble only good for when Rich Shea gets his Monastery Mentor going. Draws off the top, hits a Spell Pierce. Zach, though, really looking for that extra blue source. Rich has Snapcaster, Brainstorm, Entreat the Angels in hand.
Yeah, Rich using the blue floating from the Wasteland, I believe.
I gotta imagine that Entreat the Angels. I don't know. He doesn't have the second white to yeah. He's setting. Yep, he's setting up an Entreat turn here.
Wants to see if he wants
Rich wants to see the third card down. See if he wants it or not. Rich draws. Gets the Tundra.
And now he has the option on his opponent's turn to tap the top.
And then Entreat during his opponent's turn here. Zach, though, does have a Spell Pierce and a Force of Will. Rich Shea activating top, asking his opponent if there's any responses. A lot of times you will see this in Legacy because you'll see a lot more Stifles running around.
Sure.
Stifle also able to kind of counter the Miracle trigger on a treat as well. But it does not look like Zach has any Stifles in his
It could
deck.
be interesting to see how many he goes for here. I mean, 1/4/4 might be enough to win the game if you want to try and play around a Spell Pierce. I'm not sure it's correct. I'm not necessarily suggesting that line, but I know Rich is sharp enough to at least consider it.
So, it looks like Zach's stepped away from the table to ask the judge about something. And Rich is going.
So he's playing around Daze, but not Spell Pierce.
Yep.
He decided he had a choice between a 4-turn clock or a 2-turn clock, and having 2 or 3 angels did not. Oh.
Yep. So Zach choosing to just go with Force of Will rather than Spell Pierce there, and then Rich being able to counter that. So Zach looks like he has a Fire Blast in his hand, Exquisite Firecraft, and I'm not sure what the third card is. Exquisite Firecraft has been making its way into a lot of the burn decks and Blue-Red Delver decks, just kind of as a way to really kind of punch through counters. Really good against Miracles because they can't really counter it as well. Rich replaying his top, passing turn, and those Angels are going to be serving lethal damage here next turn. Zach picks up the third land now.
So Rich Shea running Mentor and Entreat the Angels. Is that standard in Legacy?
Yeah, so a lot of the Miracle decks, they'll typically play, 1 to 2 Mentors in their builds, kind of as a way to close out the games a little quicker now. So, Rich also running the Blood Moon package out of the sideboard.
So Rich actually isn't main decking both the Monastery Mentor and the Entreat. He boarded in the Entreat for this matchup.
Oh, he did, yes. Yeah, a lot of times you will see Entreat the Angels main, but that's a good point. Rich actually has it in his board and not main deck.
I mean, I only ask because as a control player at heart, I want as few win conditions in my deck as possible. I want the most versatile answers available to me every draw step.
Yeah, oh no, definitely. And a lot of times you'll see with the Miracles decks, there's different number splits, but they might even only have 1 Mentor and then 1 Entreat main.
Right.
And then kind of bringing the extra Mentors in from the sideboard as well. So Zach using the Exquisite Firecraft to pick off an Angel to buy himself an extra turn here. At worst, Zach can also use the Fire Blast, which it looks like he will, to pick off that final Angel to preserve the life total. But Rich does have a counter spell for that.
it's one of those things where, I mean, you have to do it. You don't just want to sit here and lose.
Yep.
But even when you're doing it, it's not winning you the game.
Exactly, and it looks
I
like
mean, even if that Fire Blast goes through, I mean, you're staring at one land against 5 in a Miracles deck with top going.
Exactly. So Rich Shea takes down Zach King 2-0. Rich Shea on Miracles.
Yep. Rich Shea not only on Miracles, but So Sure He's on Miracles comes with a previously typed up on a little heavier paper stock.
Oh yeah,
looking professional.
It's resume paper stock almost, definitely confident in his deck choice for Legacy. As I said, I was talking to him the other day, and he's just convinced that Miracles is by far and away the best deck in the format. And we'll see how that narrative kind of potentially plays out over the course of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Rich really puts a lot of effort into the events he's going to show up for. And if he's comfortable with this deck, I think he has a good chance.
Yeah, definitely. And we've seen already a lot of Delver action, blue-red, we've seen 4-color, and so we'll kind of continue to see most likely Delver decks popping in and out of our feature match area throughout the day as well.
Yeah, I think we'll see plenty of Delver and plenty of Miracles all day long.
Yeah, definitely. Be interesting to see what some of the vintage players may be brought in, because I think that can really add a lot to with how wide open Legacy is. Maybe some of the vintage players have some pet decks, things like that they might be able to just, all right, I'm going to be here anyway, and kind of bring that into today, and be kind of see how if we get any really unique decks out there as well.
Yeah, I'm really hoping to see some Kaladesh cards worked in, some new flavor in Legacy, but the Legacy metagame, while being very wide, also is somewhat defined.
Yes, yeah. Like I alluded to earlier, it is very defined, but it'll be interesting to see. I did talk to some players earlier, and they were trying to make Metalworker work with kind of the Kaladesh vehicles. So maybe that is one potential route to really go with, some of the Kaladesh cards as well. So it'll be interesting to see, though, if anyone's able to make it work and kind of find the correct shell for it.
Yeah,
so
absolutely. I mean, Metalworker obviously can be a very powerful card. You're talking about with the 2-mana lands or Simian Spirit Guide, it can come out on turn 1 or turn 2 that just produce prodigious sums of mana.
Yeah, definitely. So, be interesting to see how all that plays out over the course of the day. It looks like we still have 17 minutes. Round 2 of a long day for a lot of our players, especially the ones that chose to pick and play Miracles. So,
I think Rich Shea is going to come in for a quick interview.
All right, we're going to talk to Rich, get his take on Miracles, and have him kind of explain his thought process and his resume paperless. So
I mean, I think that's just Rich Shea.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
always a scholar and a gentleman, total professional, and a doctor. So. Looks like we're going to get Rich in here. I know Twitch chat will be happy about that. We had some cries for Reed Duke for round 1, and, they were already going a little crazy. We didn't have him, so always a crowd favorite. Technically, we did have him if you consider the Volcanic Islands with Reed on them.
With Reed on them, sure.
Technically was on camera.
I mean,
already.
It is interesting to see Reed playing something yesterday so involved in almost Magic the Puzzling behind his Paradoxical Outcome deck, and then today, just 19 mountains.
19 mountain burn
going
deck,
right at people.
Yeah, it is interesting to see kind of and we'll just read with how good of a player he is having that range to go from different decks like that. So,
but I mean, you can really learn a lot from watching somebody like Reed play Mono Red. It was almost like watching Patrick Sullivan back in the day. I mean, he can. You could really see how sequencing and card choices matter a lot in a deck that seems as straightforward as Mono Red.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, definitely. And it looks like we're gonna have Rich Shea join.
I think he's gonna swap in for you.
I think. Yep.
Making sure we don't have a crash.
Yep. Hello, Dr. Shea. Welcome.
Hey, Bob. How are you?
Good. So, does that put you to 2-0 at this point?
2-0 so far. Still plenty of rounds to lose ahead of me, so it's okay.
How are you liking the deck so far, the first couple rounds?
Oh, the deck's fantastic. I started playing it a couple months ago. I was floundering around. I couldn't decide what to play in Legacy until I started playing Miracles. And I realized that Miracles is just a ridiculous deck.
They're incredibly powerful spells. I mean, even someone like that, I haven't played much Legacy lately whatsoever, and if I had to pick a deck for this tournament, we were talking about it earlier, that I would have picked Miracles.
Well, I think it's better than anything else in the format, and I'm not saying that because I love Miracles. I just think the deck's really good.
Yeah.
I have a lot of Legacy decks put together, and what I prefer to do is play a bunch of different decks at Friday Night Magic, but lately, just to get ready for this, I've been doing nothing but playing Miracles.
And so, like I saw in that last game, you brought in the one Entreat the Angels. Why are you bringing in an Entreat the Angels in that matchup?
All of the things that he could possibly do to stop Mentor from winning don't really work against Entreat.
Sure.
So Mentor is great. Game 1, what happened is he had an early rush. I Terminused it away, and then on turn 4, I just ran out Mentor. I had Brainstorm. I thought I was going to get a Lightning Bolt, and then I was going to get a token out of it. But he didn't have anything to deal with it, so it just went crazy and won the game.
Yeah, that's something that can't go unchecked.
It's like a Tinker, except you don't need to sacrifice an artifact. It wins the game almost as quickly.
Yeah. I mean, a Lightning Bolt won't deal with as many Tinkers, but
well,
I understand what you mean. It's an incredibly powerful
behind,
spell.
And, you know,
yeah.
At the low cost of casting a Brainstorm.
So what do you think are the key players in the Miracles deck? I mean, is it...
So, let's see. I see you have my deck list out here.
Yep.
That's good.
Very professionally done deck list. You must have known for certain that you were coming in with this deck prepared.
Oh, yeah.
On heavy
heavy
paper stock.
Absolutely. Nope. I only brought my vintage deck and my legacy deck. I had no doubt about what I was going to play here.
Yeah.
So the start of this deck is 4 Brainstorm and 4 Ponder. And you might think, Rich, why play Legacy? And the answer is 4 Brainstorm. I remember when they restricted Brainstorm and Vintage, I was really unhappy, and I started playing Legacy.
Huh.
So that's, 4 Brainstorm's the way to go. And then you get Sensei's Divining Top, which is just an absolutely absurd card. So you have this base of Brainstorm, Ponder, Sensei's Divining Top. There's your draw and filter engine. And then how do you best leverage that? And the best way to leverage that is with the Miracle mechanic. There are some decks, like Elves, that play on the table. There are some decks, like Reanimator, that play in the graveyard. Miracles plays in the top 3 cards of the library. So, before Monastery Mentor, the kill condition of choice was Entreat the Angels. Now that they've printed... and I'm getting my deck list yanked out from in front of me. I'll have to wing it, I guess. No notes, unscripted. Here we go. Live TV, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, they give it back. Not so live anymore. So Counterbalance is... it's not the most or second most important card of the deck, but it's what locks the opponent out. So Counterbalance lets you... It's all about leveraging, manipulating the top of your library.
Yeah.
So Miracles does it, the mechanic, and so does Counterbalance. So how do you round this deck out? Well, you play a solid mana base. I'm on 21 land and 7 basics. I view not having your mana base work for you as a way to lose that you can much more easily avoid, especially when there are decks in the format that try to encourage that way of losing.
Yeah.
Between Dazes and Wastelands and Stifles, don't want to deal with it, so 21 land. And there's not much left.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and it's very interesting also that you, like you said, the start of the deck, it's 4 Brainstorm, 4 Ponder, 4 Sensei's Divining Top.
Yep.
And between those and having a couple of Snapcaster Mages, a lot of times when you see people with that base, sometimes their deck goes into a lot of 1s and 2s, a lot of situationally powerful cards because they have so much deck search, and then if they need to use it a second time, they have a Snapcaster Mage for it. I mean, that's not this deck. I mean, this deck knows what it wants to do. It does it in redundancy. And all of those cards are just making sure you don't lose in awkward spots. Like, you're always hitting your land. You're always getting the right mix. I mean, it's just incredibly consistent deck that has play against everything.
Yeah. Mentor took all of your unwinnable matchups and made them like 30% matchups.
Sure.
So, the Cloud Post deck. That's a terrible matchup. But sometimes you just shove out your Mentor and then you win.
Yeah. Sometimes you happen to have just 2 Sensei's Divining Tops,
Exactly.
and the tokens just go crazy.
Right. Monastery Mentor is sort of... You remember a long time ago when Trix was the deck, Necro, Donate, and it would play Phyrexian Negator in the sideboard as the sort of sideways accidental win condition. Well, Mentor is sort of like that, but he's also Illusions and Donate and Negator. He can win when you've got the game pretty well locked up and you're way ahead, but you can also just Hail Mary him out and hope that he and his buddies get there.
And then there's also where he can just buy time.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you just haven't hit the terminus, but you have all these brainstorms and ponders, and he just makes these chump blockers here and there and just tries to get you through to the next place.
Right, exactly.
No, he's incredibly versatile.
He fills in a gap in the deck.
And it was when Monastery Mentor got printed, a lot of people in Legacy and Vintage identified the fact that it was an incredibly powerful card, but it did take some time for it to end up in the right shelves with the right mix of cards. That in the beginning it seemed like, well, maybe that extra mana between Monastery Mentor and Young Pyromancer matters too much. But I think everyone has kind of overcome that gap. I think Monastery Mentor is just far and away ahead at this point.
White's a really good color in Vintage right now.
Yeah.
We saw a lot of Thought-Knot Seers yesterday in the top 8. The best answer to Thought-Knot Seer is to turn him into a farmer.
Yeah.
Red doesn't really have a very good answer to him. Flame Slash is a whole lot worse than Swords, and a whole lot less versatile. Grixis. I was on Grixis Pyro for a while. I couldn't get it to beat the Eldrazi deck consistently enough, and that's why I put it down.
Yeah.
Those colors are just not well equipped to deal with it. You get Dismember, and I think, ironically, Dismember is the best black removal spell against Eldrazi. But that life loss hurts. When your opponent's smashing your reality, paying 4 life is not in the business you want to be in.
Yeah, I mean, just walking into something where, I mean, with the, like you said, with Thought-Knot Seer, it might disappear from your hand, but even still, you're paying life to get it off the table. And then with Reality Smasher, it's a card and life, I mean, even when you kill it, it's still very expensive.
Even if you get to Dismember a Reality Smasher, it's not great, because you're 1-for-1ing your opponent, but your opponent can stack it such that you draw a card, and then your opponent gets the card out of your hand. So it's actually not a bad effect for your opponent. If you can make your opponent draw a card and then take the best card out of his hand, you're going to make his hand worse pretty much every time.
Yeah. So are there any interesting choices, like in your sideboard, or things that you think people at home might be surprised about, or have you found any secrets to improving any of the known bad matchups?
So there's nothing special in my main deck. I've mostly just gotten the regular main deck. It's nothing too fancy. Min Hawk and Lawrence Harmon have both given me a lot of advice on how to put this deck together. And so the main deck's perfectly normal. The sideboard, I have 3 surgical extractions, and no one else does that. Part of it is that in Massachusetts there are a lot of lands decks.
Sure.
So I'm used to lands. Plus the Eurochamps Legacy was just won by Reanimator, so I figure this is not a bad time to be cautious about graveyards.
Sure.
I'm only on 2 Pyroblast, and I see people going up to 4 of them, and frankly, I just couldn't figure out what to cut. And the mirror match is the only matchup where I want to bring in all 3 Pyroblasts anyway. That and Show and Tell. I have the 1 in Treat, because I found that Jund and Shardless Bug are difficult matchups, and Entreat's at its finest in that matchup. Kozilek's Return. Mother of Runes is not a card that does much against Kozilek's Return. It's really there for Death and Taxes, primarily.
Okay.
Death and Taxes, I think, is actually favorable against us. And that's a great deck that won champs a couple of years ago with Ari Lax playing it. And Kozilek's Return is a fine answer. It's an instant, so you can get around their ports. It's colorless, so Mother of Runes doesn't care, and 2 damage clears out the vast majority of their creatures.
Sure. Was there any thought of having like a Karakas in your deck, or is it just not worth the non-basic of it?
I thought about it, and I think Karakas is great, and there are entire builds, like Joe Lissette's build, entirely dedicated to abusing Karakas. Now, because of the 2 Blood Moons I have in the sideboard, and because of the fact that I put a huge value on basic lands, and the fact that I have 2 planes with Atogs drawn on them, I just went with 2 basic planes.
That's fair, yeah.
So I know I sent a missive to you guys, but the reason I'm playing these islands is that Mark Poole is here. Mark Poole drew a Ridge Islands and also 4 Atogs, so I'm having him alter my Beta Islands to put 4 Atogs on them, which is why I'm playing, you know, those islands with the borders. And, yeah.
I think it's more important long term for you to get the ATOGs or all the TOGs on as many lands as possible.
I think that's the long-term goal. I don't know if Douglas Schuler did any ATOGs though, so that'll make getting an Arabian Mountain with an ATOG on it a challenge.
Fair. Anything else you wanted to add to the deck, or anything you saw about the metagame so far, Wandering Tables?
I haven't gotten a chance to see the metagame yet. I think Miracles is the only tier 0 deck in the format, and again, that's not because I'm a fan of Miracles. I think it's just really good and possibly too good. Quite possibly too good.
Yeah, I mean, just from your Vintage and Legacy background, I think you're a pretty big fan of any deck with 4 Brainstorm. So I don't think it's just this deck, but I agree with you. It's really well positioned.
You have basic lands. You have the strongest cantrip suite in the format. You have Forces and Swords, which are historically, going back to Keeper, the best answers to general things.
Mm-hmm.
And
now, is 2 Predicts common?
So not everyone plays Predict, and I've talked to a lot of people who've told me that Predict, you don't need it because you don't need card advantage in this deck, and that's just not the universe I live in.
Mm-hmm.
The way I like to play blue decks is by outdrawing my opponents.
Mm-hmm.
And Predict lets you do that. It's a 2-mana draw 2, which is often secretly a 2-mana draw 3, because you mill the top card when you use it. So if you put back a brick on top, you're essentially drawing 3 by clearing the brick.
Yeah, it's the same equivalency of putting something bad on the bottom with a scry.
Exactly. It's just getting rid of a brick. And so I really like Predict. I would not build this deck without 2 Predicts. I think it's absolutely correct.
Yeah, I mean, your deck is built for consistency. I mean, it is here to weather the storm no matter what it's playing against. Yeah. I mean, that just a single Predict gets you a whole new top. Like it yards the worst card, puts the next 2 in your hand, you just get to see a fresh 3.
Once you decide that Miracles is by far the best deck in the format, which is really the conclusion I've gone to after playing a lot of Legacy, the next question is, how do you leverage that? And I think the way you leverage that is by having the most consistent build of Miracles possible, so you don't trip over your own feet.
Sure.
And I think that means not trying to do anything that's too fancy or outside the norm. My one-ofs are Council, Judgment, and Counterspell, and really, Counterspell is sort of like a 5th Force of Will.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a little bit more counter magic, and Council's Judgment is a theoretical catch-all to Liliana or True Name Nemesis or whatever other things happen.
But I think both of those choices, they're so incredibly versatile, they just lead to what we were saying earlier about the consistency of the deck.
Yeah.
I mean, you have those 12 deck manipulation cards that if you need one of those 2 cards, it's not going to be that hard to find it.
Exactly.
And they answer so many problems. So, well, if you've been practicing with this deck lately, and I like all the choices you made with the deck, I think you're very well set for this event, and I wish you luck.
Hey, I appreciate it, Bob.
Thanks for stopping by.
Thanks so much.
How goes?
Good. I actually really enjoy talking through the Miracles deck with Rich. I mean, I think he and I are of the same core as a control player, and
I resemble that remark.
I think we thoroughly enjoy a 50-minute match that nothing happens.
Look, the highlight of my Thursday was a mirror match, the deck versus the deck in old school. Like, that was one where we managed to play all 3 games inside of a 50-minute time limit. No Chaos Orb flipping required. But yeah, no, it's awesome. I love playing that style of Magic.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, some of my favorite matches in my entire Magic playing career have been situations like that. I mean, it's 50 minutes, and each game comes down to 1 or 2 decisions.
Is there a specific one you think back about?
Oh, boy. I mean, one of my favorite stories, I wasn't even playing. It was just... I was at the Invitational in rooming with John Finkel.
Sure.
And Vintage was a format. And we knew...
Oh, right.
I mean, if you go to the Invitational playing Vintage, the number of control decks that are going to be in the field is just astronomical.
Sure.
And so we're like, well, how do we break this open? And we're like, okay, so control...
Oh, God, I remember this story. Oh, I'm going to enjoy it even more now that I know what's coming.
I mean, we were talking about it, and I very much was always a Vintage specialist. Like, I would play all of the Vintage events at Gen Con. I'd play all the Vintage side events.
You were playing, Vintage on the side for Ante as a teenager, right?
Yeah, I mean, at PT1.
Yeah.
I mean, Cyril was in from Europe. Mike Long was there. I mean, we were all playing for side ante.
Somebody at some point has to like record the history of side matches at the Pro Tour, before the Pro Tour. This all needs to get recorded before we're all too old.
They were incredible. I mean, that was how I met Mark Justice. That's how I got to know Mike Long. I'll maybe get into some of those stories.
All right, but so it's the Invitational. This is like 12 years ago, 15 years ago?
Yeah, we're in Australia at
I think it's like 15 years ago.
Star City Casino. And, I mean, so John and I are just brainstorming. We're like, okay, so what does the control matchup come down to? And we're like, well, it's mana sources. It's just developing your board. It's making sure you go through all these cards. And we both realized that you're never sandbagging anything in that matchup. You're trying to see how many mana sources you can get into play.
Right.
So just on a whim, we decide we're going to put one Obliterate in our control decks.
This is 8 mana, sorcery, uncounterable. Destroy everything. We're like, I think we can push a control deck so far that they just can't recover from Obliterate. It'll just blow up all their mana sources. And sure enough, John is playing against Mike Long, and it's going back and forth. It's just going and going and going. And I'm watching from the side, and I can't see either hand. And John draws a card, and he just kind of glances at me, and I know it's on. And the game just keeps developing. But John is he's not laying lands every turn. I mean, he's got a full hand of cards. He's making sure he doesn't have to discard. Yeah.
And all of a sudden, he just puts it just puts the mana in his pool and casts Obliterate. And Mike,
floating mana beyond it as well, I'm sure.
I think he floated mana, but I mean, back then you just.
Yeah.
The other side floated mana too, and you just moved on with your life. But, I mean, he cast Obliterate, and Mike literally glanced over at me and was like, this is your doing.
That's great.
And so, yeah, John floated mana, Mike floated mana. I think they cleared it all. And then John just went, Lotus, Yawgmoth's Will. Brought back a full set of Moxes, a Soul Ring, put his Lotus back into play, cast some spells, and the game was just absolutely over. There was no coming back from it. And it changed the dynamic for everybody who had to play against John and I. They couldn't just develop their board, and we had all of the control over whether we obliterated or not. I mean, that's just one of those cards. It's a terrible card. It's a gimmick that only works for one event.
Hey,
but
look, if the one time is against Mike Long in the Invitational,
sure.
Worth.
Yes, absolutely worth it. I mean, how do you get an edge against the rest of the best players in the world?
That's
you got to take a shot somewhere.
Yeah.
And it was a hilarious shot, and John and I both did very well in Vintage.
Spectacular. Yeah, control and control. It's good times.
But I mean, you talk about. I got to know a lot of those people playing Type 1 for side ante.
Yeah.
Back in the day. I mean, I still remember Nationals in '95, and we go to Origins when it was in Philadelphia.
Okay.
And the first night, myself, Matt Place, and Mike Long were just going around the room playing, winning dual lands here and there. I mean, remember, everybody back then, a dual land was between $3 and $5. I mean, It's not like we're playing. It's not high-end gambling. Ante was still a part of Magic to some extent back then. Mm-hmm. Like when you played in limited tournaments and sealed deck, Ante was a thing.
Right.
You got to change your deck as you went with the cards you won in Ante. So.
I remember playing tournaments where you would randomly get cards from their sideboard, was how it evolved at one point. Like the winner of the match would just like randomly draw a card from the other guy's sideboard.
Yeah.
So you had like anything that was really valuable, you had to make sure was in your main deck.
Yeah. So by the end of the first night, the three of us got together, and I knew Matt a little bit from being in the Midwest, but Mike was the one that got us both together.
Okay.
I was like, okay, can we just agree we're just not going to play each other all weekend?
Okay.
Like, you stick to that side of the room, I'll stick to the middle, you stick to that side of the room.
This is 3 future Pro Tour champs. None of you have won a Pro Tour yet.
None of us have done anything yet. I mean, and we're all just like, look, if anybody comes up with anything clever, let's just let each other know.
Okay.
But I mean, Mike, I just identified it very quickly and got us together. And it's like, how about we just steer clear of each other? Let's just all work the room, let's report back on what we see, and call it a day. So we were playing for side ante, and then Justice was playing in all of the events.
Okay.
And I mean, he won the big 2 side events before Nationals.
Okay.
That year. So I mean, and that
then
was,
made the national team. Right?
Yeah. That was how we all just kind of got to know each other.
Good times. Man, some of the drafting circuit also, it's kind of evolved after that, right? It started out, it was constructed usually for like, negotiated ante.
Yeah, it was.
Then that culture kind of evolved into a drafting culture by the late 90s. That's really when I
absolutely. When the Californians came in, like when Chuck Bowie and Brian Hacker taught the world to draft.
Daddy U. Yeah, basically, you're right. They taught the world how to draft. They taught the world how to beat down, too.
Yeah.
Like attacking with these, falling Ascari. With these cards awful. No, this is the best 2-drop ever made. Yeah.
Oh, and I remember getting into arguments with them because they would always get really frustrated with me because coming from California, the 2/2s would just race past each other because no one wanted to get killed by a trick.
Yeah.
Right, and then so there just wasn't a lot of blocking, and then they'd come to the PT and we're playing, and I kept trading off with them. Like they'd attack, I'd block. They'd attack, I'd block. Things like that. And they literally stopped. They're like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "All you're doing is adding. You're making sure this game goes really long. You're just adding variance to the game. Like the way you're playing, whoever draws more land is just going to lose." It's like, what? Why don't you just put yourself in a situation where all of a sudden you can identify a strategic advantage and win? My answer was, because you're much better at draft than I am. Like, if I just try to trade off over and over, I might beat you just because I draw less lands.
Funny.
And I think that might have been the most infuriating answer I could have given them. It's like, wait, so you're playing to get lucky? And I'm like, well, I've already identified you can draft better than I can. So yes,
the worst players should play to get lucky. Yeah. That's how it works. Why do you think I play Dredge in VSL? Yeah. Like, I got to play Luis, I got to play Efro. Like, I think I'm a pretty good Magic player. I'm not sure I'm above average in that crowd. Yeah. Give me the Dredge deck. Let's roll some dice.
I mean, it was so much fun back then. Like, when you realize, like, when Truck Buoy has a torch, it can only target players.
Yeah, we had this conversation at Old School yesterday.
They'll just die with it in their hand. Like, I'm not using this on a creature. This is meant for my opponent's head.
Right.
Like, and that, it actually came down in the PT on the boat.
Yeah.
I'm playing against Truck, and I'm at like 16, and he's attacking, and all of a sudden I chump block once, and I chump block again. He's kind of looking at me, shaking his head, and we keep playing. And I have him to the turn where I'm going to kill him next turn, and he draws. And it's a land, he throws it into play, and I just start picking up my cards.
Yeah.
And he's like, he kind of looks at me, and then he taps 11 mana, tortures me for 10, and fire blasts me. And I'm like, yeah, I knew that was coming. He's, how did you know that was coming? I'm like, come on. Like, you kept counting your lands, and I mean, we all had a healthy mutual respect for each other, but you knew full well that some of those guys, torch only targeted players. And I mean, it was a fantastic atmosphere back then.
Oh, yeah. It was good times.
Highly competitive, but a lot of camaraderie as well.
Agree on both counts. You see some of that even at this weekend, right? The Old School tournament has a lot of that feel to it as well.
And some of those old... I actually think the Old School event might be the closest thing I can draw to that. Like, I stopped by the World Series of Poker... like there's a Magic Grand Prix in town, and then all of a sudden I found out Brian Hacker was playing in an Omaha event at one of the side casinos, and I go back, and I hadn't seen Brian for years. We just fall back into it. We're telling old Magic story. I mean, we ended up talking for an hour and a half, and I mean that was how well you got to know people. I mean, you went to the Pro Tour. You drafted all night, and then if you're lucky enough to still be in the tournament, you played all day. But even if you were in the tournament, that didn't necessarily keep you from drafting all night.
Oh, yeah.
And,
no. Sunday night was the best.
Yes.
Like, you didn't book your ticket home. People fly home from the Pro Tour on Sundays now. Like, what are you doing? You're supposed to fly home Monday morning after drafting all night.
Yeah, and
that culture has just faded away. It's really sad.
Some of the most incredible stories came from Sunday nights. Like,
oh, yeah. I
mean, you have groups of people behind the people playing in their team matches. I mean, I still remember John Finkel versus Casey McCarroll. Like, I don't even remember like all the cards, but his opponent Casey drew Sapperling Burst and had the War Wagon out. So like makes a 7/7, taps it, makes a 6/6, taps it, and just pumps the War Wagon all the way up and attacks with it. And every time he's tapping a creature to make it bigger, when John's not picking up his cards or no one on the other side's really reacting, you could just slowly see the wind come out of the sails of everybody on the other side as they're like, oh, John has something. And John's tapped out at this point.
Yep.
So he sends the creature over, and they're all still pretty happy. I mean, John's tapped out, and you don't know if he's just playing it off, but then when the guy gets submerged, I mean, it's just these huge, gigantic swings. I mean, we used to play so often, and they still come up, and it's just some of my favorite stories from the Pro Tour happened away from the Pro Tour, away from the cameras.
Oh yeah, no, it feels better. We've got the whole team watching. Everyone, you just have that cheering section. You get to commiserate. You get to celebrate. Yeah. Super good times. I mean, you get to go to breakfast at 6 in the morning and pay with somebody else's money.
Absolutely.
Spectacular.
Actually, one of my favorite memories for me personally happened in this convention hall when U.S. Nationals used to be held here, and this was probably almost 20 years ago.
Is this the Gary Wise ATM report?
Story? No.
By the way, you want more of these stories? I mean, we're obviously just killing time until the next round of Legacy. Like, there might be a match or two left. Maybe they're about to post pairings on round 3. Round 3 is coming. We'll get back to the Legacy, but we just gotta hang on. Anyway, if you like these stories, what's that? Pairings are posted. Great. Okay. Pairings have just been posted. Feature matches are being picked as we speak. Probably we'll see if we can get Bob Wang in here. He's the defending champ. Had 2 buys, so we haven't had the chance to get him in. Anyway, if you want more stories after Bob tells this one, Google Gary Wise ATM report.
Yeah,
it's a pretty good one.
And so I had a blind faith in the whole Brian Hacker, Truck Bowie, Igor Freeman, whoever Gabe Sang. Like,
my favorite team ever was Gabe Sang, Brian Hacker, and I. We had some good times together.
So we're in this convention hall at Nationals. Some of us are drafting, and some people wanted to play Hacker's team for just more than they were willing to. So I'm like, I'll take whatever action is left over.
Nice.
And I hadn't seen anything. And then they ran it back, and I did it a second time. And then all of a sudden, it's 2 in the morning, and I'm walking in the convention hall, and I see some of the East Coast kids, like Bachman, Lepine, Opalka was with them a lot. I mean, they're running towards the escalator, and they're coming down the escalator yelling at me, like, Bob, we want to run it again. And I'm like, you guys know something. We've only seen the first 2 picks. And apparently it was, I believe it was Hacker, Truck, Igor, and Gabe Sang against John Finkel, Steve OMS, Dan OMS, and James Stroud.
Okay.
And apparently Finkel's entire team just opened incredible cards. Or I think it was like John opened a Symbiosis, got past a Symbiosis, and they're all losing their minds. So we agreed to run it back again. Everybody who had any experience on the PT, I mean, you just see us all leave and go to the room where they're doing this draft. I mean, everybody is packed in there. And it ended up being close. I mean, Igor was the one that passed John that Symbiosis and then just cut him.
He hooked him? Passive hook?
Just pass and cut like you've never seen. John had a 4-color deck with like 2 mental disciplines, like double blue compulsion that you can't like sack it to draw a card. It was just, he was trying so hard to make his deck work. Everybody, and that was the thing people didn't understand for a long time was the
Right, your goal is to make the guy you're feeding have a terrible deck.
Right.
That's all. You don't have to have a good deck. You just have to have slightly better than the one you pass.
Right. Like the whole goal is like you're better off having a 1-2 deck and passing to an 0-3 than having a 2-1 deck and having the person you pass to have a 2-1 deck.
Right.
And that was just the axis that people weren't quite understanding yet, that those guys understood better than anybody. They taught the world.
They were so good with terrible cards at their hands.
Yes, they were incredible with terrible cards. And that draft went well into the morning, and when they won it, I mean, the celebration we all, like you said, went out to breakfast. Right. I bought everybody breakfast on other people's money. I didn't even play a match in the event, and I felt like such a winner.
And that was this building, right?
That was this building. I mean, there's a lot of history here in this building.
Oh, yeah, I know. U.S. Nationals was here 3-4 years in a row, something like that?
Yeah, 97, 98, 99.
I remember I came in 96. This is before I ever got on the Pro Tour. It's the year Dave Price, ran the table at National. I guess he won a grinder to get there and then maybe made top 8 with this awful red deck. He was playing, Dwarven Soldier and just these god-awful red creatures like Lava Hounds at the top of the curve. It's basically the first ever Dead Guy red deck. And it just changed the way people built Constructed. And that buzz just spread around the convention center as you watched him, just have this come at Constructed Magic from this angle that nobody else ever had really approached it from. Then the next set was Tempest. Yeah. And all of a sudden, he gets Jackal Pup. Yeah. He gets Mog Fanatic.
Absolutely.
He gets Mog Flunkies by the next set. Suddenly he wins the Pro Tour, and his whole team takes over the world's top 8. But this building was basically where.
So I think that was Nationals 97.
Red Deck wins. Yeah, it was 97. You're right. Red Deck wins. Yeah, that started in this building.
Yeah. So I'm not sure David Price actually made top 8, but he won the standard portion.
That's what it was.
Because no matter what your draft record was, you got to come back and play the standard portion, and Yeah, I think he went 6-0 in standard.
Right. That's what it was.
Because I think my only loss in draft in that one was to Finkel.
Oh, you're in that top 8, right?
Yeah, I did make that top 8. I played Mario Rubina in the first round of top 8. It was funny. That was the national team that it was like myself and Justin Gary and Kyle Vigos and I'm drawing a blank. But the other side, or maybe it was Jeff Butt.
That sounds right. 5 through 8 is like
the 5 through 8
Finkel.
is John Finkel, Nate Clark, Mario Rubina, and Casey McCarroll.
U.S. Nationals was a tough tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite a lineup there.
Good times. The Mike Long Cadaver's Bloom story was in this building.
Yeah, that was the next year.
I think we might actually be in the room where Long played Lindy for the Nationals finals. I think that's actually this room. Like, I was doing the broadcast or watching the broadcast across the hall in a different room, but they were sequestered. I mean, just my memory of the geography, it may have actually been this room.
Yeah.
There's definitely some history in this building, like you
Absolutely. Say. No, having U.S. Nationals at Origins was a lot of fun for a lot of us. Yeah. And then it was funny, like, you saw people like Brian Schneider, Justin Schneider, like, ended up out of the tournament or just here to hang out, and then they go play in the Monopoly World Championships at Origins or something.
Yeah, and you had, random Canadian Magic players like Gary Wise and his crew would come just to hang out for the weekend.
Yeah.
We do have feature matches, by the way. We are, in fact, going to have Bob Huang. He's the defending champ. I think I'm being handed deck lists. What do you think Bob's going to be on? It is another Delver deck. He won with a 4-color Delver deck last year. So why not run it back, right?
Yeah, run it back. Young Pyromancer in this one.
I only see Grixis colors. No, there's a Tropical for presumably Ancient Grudge out of the sideboard. Yep, and Deathrite Shaman activation. So very similar 4-color Delver deck to what he ran last year. He's 2-0 Winter Orb in the sideboard. I don't remember that. He's 2-0 so far off of a couple of buys. What do we got on the other side? Mirror?
Yes, it's the mirror. It's Grixis Delver. Some Fire Ice, also Young Pyromancer, a couple of Abrupt Decays. Yeah, it's just 4-color Delver.
Okay. Our backup table has Steve Rubin on it. So another Pro Tour regular who's been
Rich
also
Shade
hitting
back in the feature match area again.
Figure you just got to have a Miracles guy on a back table so that we have as much Magic content as possible.
Yeah, you always have someone to go to.
You should just have one Miracle. Right. We should just have the Miracles table. We'll get to it eventually. Start it off, not on the camera table. He'll move in eventually.
Yeah. I don't know. He did seem to go for the Entreat pretty quickly. He wasn't willing to just let.
I'm with you, by the way. Did you ask
him
why he has an Entreat and Mentors?
Though Entreat is in the board.
Okay.
He said
another Mentor.
Shardless Bug. And there's another match he said where Mentor isn't good, Entreat really shines.
All right. I guess I'll allow it.
I mean, I asked why it came in with the Mentor in that matchup, and I think he just kind of liked the flexibility. I actually don't remember exactly his answer, but it just sounded like just had the space for it.
Yeah, I feel like the Miracles playing Legacy community has been surprisingly slow to adopt Mentor. I think, once you play Mentor in a Miracles deck, you're just like, oh my god, the card is just absurd. Like, we played it in Vintage. It's absurd.
It's probably people like me that kind of keep it from getting adapted, because I hate tapping mana on my own turn.
Well,
I don't want to do any of that, ever.
Agreed. And so, but I mean, Entreat, usually you're tapping mana in your draw step. Like, you're not entreating it.
I think you usually just top at the end of your opponent's turn.
It certainly gives you that option. Anyway, I think Mentor is just a lot more powerful than Entreat, but no Miracles players in this match. All Delver action all the time. Chris Peterson and Bob Huang are ready to go. Let's get down to round 3 here at Legacy Champs. Chris on the play. Bob with the turn 1 Delver. How different are these lists?
Not much. I mean, it's hard to tell because they're in different orders, so you kind of have to search around, but both have 2 Gurmag Anglers, both have 3 Young Pyromancers.
It looks like Chris has access to Abrupt Decay, which Bob doesn't have. A couple of Abrupt Decays.
Yes.
Seem like the biggest difference.
I mean, he has a Tropical Island in his deck, so I mean, it could just be for Deathrite, but I feel like there should be one main or side.
I don't see an Abrupt Decay. And Bob has a click as well. But I mean, the cards, the decks are certainly within half a dozen cards of each other. The main decks may only be 3 or 4 cards different.
Yeah, I mean, so Chris, has 2 Abrupt Decays and 1 Fire and Ice main.
Wasteland from Chris takes care of Bob's Volcanic. But Bob does still have that Delver.
Yeah, I mean, Bob has a Vidalian click main.
Delver does not flip. Attacks for 1. Wasteland the other way. Yeah, your everyday ordinary Delver mirror. Nobody gets any lands to stay in play.
Well. And it's funny, it's like once the Delver flips, it just becomes a route.
Yeah, right. For now, no big deal.
I mean, they're both packing 4 lightning bolts, among other answers, but still have to find one.
What you got? Deathrite, Young Pyro, Ponder, Ponder, Brainstorm, Ponder. So no lands. He's on 3 Ponders and a Brainstorm, so 4 cantrips. But Deathrite and Young Pyro, he used the Volcanic on Delver, and that is the only colored mana Bob Huang has had access to this game.
Wow.
Yeah, he's going to need blue mana pretty quick. So although it's kind of in a situation where either he's going to draw a land or he's going to flip his Delver.
Yep.
There's not a lot of actual blanks.
I think we're just going to see Gurmag Angler here. It's like, let's
Is it already Angler time?
Yeah, it's...
Wow.
Yeah. I think he even gets to keep a card.
Crazy.
Yep. We'll keep that Gitaxian Probe in there for good measure. And how about a 5/5? Just because.
So the Delver flipped? Is that what's going on the other side? Yeah, Delver flipped, and Bob has a Gitaxian Probe of his own.
So is that the best card to have on top of your deck?
Which?
Gitaxian Probe?
Oh, it's got to be, yeah.
Because it flips the Delver and you get another shot at a land?
Yes, that was the single best card Bob could have had on top of his library. He sees Force of Will blue card. He sees Daze. He sees a couple of Young Pyros and a fetch land to get the red mana. Chris is...
Maybe I am sure Chris is right. Boy, it would be tough for me to fight the urge to just Daze that. Like, I know you don't have a land in hand.
Yeah, I hear you.
Like, I don't get to Daze the land, and you have, like, Ponder, Brainstorm.
I hear you.
But Daze is also incredible when they have 1 land and you have a 5/5 in play.
He's going to Daze the Ponder, I think. No, lets the Ponder resolve.
No, I think he's just protecting the Angler at this point. He's just challenging him to beat the Angler.
Okay, so Daze is the blue card for Force of Will? And/or we'll Daze the removal spell. What removal spell does Bob even have?
Daze also chokes off anything he can't afford to have countered. Like, because he's gotten Gitaxian probed, sometimes Daze just in and of itself keeps them from casting the important cards long enough that you can keep an advantage.
Bob Huang has 1 card in his deck capable of killing a Gurmag Angler, a Lone Dismember. His next best plan is to attempt to block with his own Gurmag.
Well, I think 1 is more than a lot of people.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's the reason so many of these decks play the Angler. It's just gigantic.
It's huge.
Relative to what's going on in Legacy. All right. Young Pyro comes down. I guess this is another reason to save the Daze, right?
Yeah, and now he really is making a decision as to what the role of that Daze is.
So Bob is going to attempt to Force of Will Young Pyro. Chris is going to Daze to get Young Pyro into play. It's not yet. It was still on the stack, though, so no token. Okay, yeah. I think I like Chris's line more the way I watched this play out. Like, if he had Dazed, he might have kept Bob mana screwed, but he also would have set his entire game plan back a turn by picking up an island.
Well, it's not he might have kept Bob mana screwed. He knew absolutely there was not a land at Bob's.
Turn.
Yeah.
He would have kept him mana screwed that turn. But he might have anyway. Like, he doesn't know if he's the difference between Bob not having a land and having a land. He doesn't know if the top card's a land or not.
Yes, he's just removing the possibility. And removing the possibility of there being a Force of Will.
True. Yeah, interesting little fork in the road.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I actually think the way he played it is correct, and I would have actually been very tempted just to let the young Pyromancer get Force of Willed. I don't know that anything's better than that Gurmag Angler right now. Then again, like you said, how many answers could he really have to a Gurmag Angler?
You saw his hand. There were no answers.
And there's no Force of Will either. I mean, now he's gotten to Ponder and Aurora Brains. It's
fair.
Things have changed. There's many unknowns.
I mean, we're talking about how big the Gurmag Angler is, but Chris is also down to 9. So 3 Delver hits. And yeah, Delver doesn't hit as hard as Angler, but Angler's a lot easier to chump block.
Yes. With a deck that has 3 young Pyromancers. And I think he's found one, right? Can't cast it this turn.
Right. Yeah, he was once again. He started the turn with just the Volcanic for mana. Has now found another land.
But I mean, he can Wasteland this turn. Take 7, go to 3. Next turn, yeah, you don't want to go to. Yeah, it's just tough.
I mean, Bob can play a Delver.
Right, he can stack land in Delver or play Deathrite. I think I saw floating around somewhere.
I think I like Delver. I mean, either you trade with Young Pyro or you try to flip it and have 2 flying attackers. Maybe you play Deathrite this turn and Delver next turn. I don't know.
I mean, you're in the dark now as to whether or not it flips. You used your Brainstorm and not Ponder.
Correct.
So you can't. You have no upkeep effect to try and make sure it flips.
All right, he elects Deathrite.
Yeah, the Deathrite from Chris is kind of hard to deal with also. Yeah, there we go.
And Pyro's getting in there. Chris offers the trade. What do you think? I think I trade.
I think I do. Like, I don't have any access to green mana to even try and gain life. I'm not even sure there's any creatures in the graveyard anyways.
Yeah, I think I trade too. Looks like Bob eyes it up, and he does indeed. Trades Deathrite for Young Pyro. Takes 5 down to 4, so Gurmag Angler is now the Abyss. It will destroy a creature every turn, or Bob dies. Speaking of ways to kill Bob Huang.
Yeah, that's a big problem.
Well, Lightning Bolt plus Delver. Chris is on effective 3. Like, Bob only needs to survive 1 turn, so Deathrite Shaman is not going to kill him quick enough. If Bob can play a Chump Blocker for Gurmag Angler, resolve a Lightning Bolt, and get 1 more Delver attack in, that's how he wins this race.
Yes.
I actually think Bob is the one winning the race right now. Chris needs... Does he have a Lightning Bolt of his own?
He does not, but I believe he has a Force of Will. He just needs the blue card.
Okay, so he can... If he forces the
and
Lightning
it looks
Bolt,
like he has a red card in hand. I don't know if it's another Pyromancer, which doesn't really help.
It's Force of Will, no blue card, land, and something red for Chris?
I mean, that red card... It looks like it costs more than just a red. I don't think it's Lightning Bolt.
Bob has... Is it Bob Huang have a Gitaxian Probe? Is that what part of why he's in the tank here?
Right, I mean, he certainly has the option of...
He can't pay 2 life. Like...
Oh, no.
I think it's... The question is whether he's using his second mana... Like, is it Young Pyro or Delver on Chump Block duty? He can't get 2 Chump Blockers with that hand.
I think it has to be Delver.
I like Delver because then it lets you cast either the Lightning Bolt or the Gitaxian Probe.
Right, but I mean, are you trying to bolt on upkeep? I think you're just trying to bolt and end the turn.
I mean, you don't really want to walk into.
That's what I thought. That's what I figured he was thinking. He could pay a blue to Gitaxian Probe.
Right.
Because he may want to wait till his own turn to cast the Lightning Bolt, anyways.
He certainly doesn't want to walk into Daze if he can help it.
Right.
Wow, he's just going to bolt now.
So I'm not a huge fan of that because you don't want your opponent to get green mana because that Deathrite can eat the Deathrite in your graveyard and put him just out of reach.
Was that Cabal Therapy?
I believe so.
I think Bob does that main phase because he knows most of Chris's hand. Right? He knows about the Force of Will. He knows there's no blue card left that he knows of. I think the fetch land was news to him. I think he knew Force of Will, Young Pyro, and then it's only one extra card. So Bob just fires it off main phase before Chris can draw a blue card to go with his Force of Will.
Yep.
There's the chump block.
Now it's not lethal.
Delver is ready to attack for lethal.
No, and then you sack the sack, then you go get a green source. You gain 2 life, and you go to 1.
Green source.
That's why I don't like lightning bolting right there.
You didn't want to give Chris the information. Yeah, that fetch land is...
Like, at this point, I'd rather be bolting the Shaman.
Not sure what he named with Cabal Therapy. He named Ponder. And now what? Chris has got the option to flash it back, but Chris just says go. Bob draws a card. I didn't see it. Right, so that Delver looks like it could kill Chris, except we know there's a tropical island available for that fetch land. Chris can go to 2.
I mean, he still hasn't lost the race either.
Right, it's not over yet. Chris should go get green mana, gain 2 life up to 4, take a Delver hit down to 1. And then he still has to get his Gurmag Angler through is the tricky part.
Right. I mean, his opponent still gets to play a chump blocker.
Right now, and Chris is, of course, he has to use Deathrite to gain life here, which means he's not...
He's not doing 2 damage,
he's
but
not doing half
you still can't pay the 2 life on the Probe either.
All true.
Now, did he draw a Deathrite of his own? That does allow him to hard cast the Probe to get deeper in his deck and still have a chump blocker.
Yes, he did draw Deathrite
which could just allow him to hit a bolt and end the game. Oh no, he wouldn't have the red mana for it, because that's the one he has to use for the...
The Deathrite can't...
I just don't like saying go for at the life where my opponent can draw a bolt and just Deathrite me, bolt me.
I'm just saying, Bob is still ahead. Bob can play a chump blocker. He's ahead with what information we have. Yeah, with the cards in hand, Bob has 1 more chump blocker, and next turn, Deathrite gaining 2 life is not enough to soak up the Delver hit. Bob wins by Xaxes next turn, it appears. Brainstorm, is that a good card? It's a good backup plan. Chris Peterson needs to get that Deathrite Shaman out of the way so he can connect with his Gurmag Angler. I think he drew Wasteland.
Yeah, I think he did draw Wasteland. Just not going to cut
we're just done? I don't see any angle for Chris.
No. Nope.
Wow, what a tight race.
Very, very tight.
I thought both players played it well.
Yeah.
The only really thing you could go back and question was Chris letting that get probe, ponder, and Chris was sitting with Bob had no lands.
Right.
Chris could have dazed either of the get probes or the ponder for that matter, but get probe, got him the land to then cast the ponder. The expected chump block on Gurmag Angler. His Wasteland doesn't help. Chris can drop Bob to 2, but the Delver is lethal, and Bob Huang takes a super tight, super interesting game 1.
Yeah, a lot of decisions there.
Yeah.
I mean, it is a game of inches.
For sure. Now, how different are the sideboards? We talked about how the main decks were very similar.
Well, Chris has 14 different cards in his sideboard.
Interesting. Surgical Extraction, the only one he's doubled up on?
Yeah. It's a Therapy, a Needle, an Engineered Explosives, a Winter Orb, Painful Truths, Kolaghan's Command, Dismember, Strix, Snapcaster, Spell Pierce, Flusterstorm, Pyroblast, and Vortex.
I mean, it's a lot of the same stuff over here. No Snapcaster for Bob. He's got 2 Flusterstorms, 2 Winter Orbs, and also the 2 Extractions. I got to think Fork Bolt from Bob's sideboard looks good in this matchup.
Yeah.
Like, I think Flusterstorm is good here. It's a very mana-efficient answer. I'm not positive.
Mana-efficient, but answering... I mean, like, there's not many spells you're coming out ahead on that mana. Even though it only costs 1 mana, you're just countering other 1-mana spells. I mean, Kolaghan's Command coming from the other side seems great.
Sure.
I don't know, it's still 3, though.
Yeah, the Grim Lavamancer over here is going to be great. And Grim Lavamancer and Electrickery seem like the real highlights of Bob's sideboard. Plus maybe Forked Bolt. Like, those are cards that can give you a 2-for-1.
The one price of progress out of a deck that has all non-basic lands is entertaining, to say the least.
Fair.
I mean, Baleful Strix, Snapcaster.
I like Snapcaster. I like Kolaghan's Command. Yeah, I mean, it seems like... I think you want... I mean, they're... Yeah, I like those cards. They're 2-for-1s. Bob's 2-for-1s are... I mean, they're X-for-1s. Electrickery and Grim Lavamancer. I think I like Bob's cards a little better just because they're cheaper. You get these Wasteland battles. It's like a Mana Light deck against a Daze Wasteland deck.
I think Bob's...
Nobody's got Stifles, right? It's not that... They're not that brutal on the
no.
Mana.
It's just... I think Bob's affect the board a little more. I mean, Kolaghan's Command and Baleful Strix are geared towards more of a drawn-out game.
Okay.
Where in Fork Bolt and even Pyromancer, I think, are just looking to get it over with.
Wow, update on our B table. Chris Hollison. Quick 2-0 victory over Steve Rubin.
Oh.
So we will move somebody up to that table. I think Brian DeMars is moving into backup range.
I think someone in the chat said they were hoping to see a Miracles on Miracles mirror match. I don't know why they'd want to do that to themselves, but so be it.
You're not complaining.
No, I also would love it, but I would have assumed I was in the minority.
There's a lot of people in chat who don't speak for all of chat.
I guess that is the way of comments everywhere.
Is there anything interesting going on in chat? Man, people still talking about the paradoxical outcomes from yesterday.
Yeah, but none of them make top 8.
I know. Yeah, I thought that was a paradoxical outcome.
Yeah.
The whole story, the whole day was all about that card, and yet none of them made top 8.
Huh.
Vintage top 8 will be played out tomorrow morning, starting at 10 a.m. Eastern U.S. time. We do have, basically, the way I look at it, there's 3 Force of Will decks. There's 8 different decks. That's the, like, diversity headline. If you look a level deeper, it's 3 Force of Will decks and 5 Thorn of Amethyst decks.
Okay.
It's basic, but, I mean, they are all different varieties, right? The blue decks are a Landstill, a Gush Mentor, and then a, like, Tezzerator Mentor. So I guess
Thoughtcast Mentor.
A Thoughtcast Mentor, yeah. With a heavy Tezzerator emphasis, too. Like, it's even, but yes. The colorless decks include a budget deck. Jake Odrazi made top 8.
Wow.
Yeah, that guy won the budget tournament. So there was a special set of prizes people could play for if you had none of the Power 9, no Mishra's Workshop, no Bazaar Baghdad in your list. And yeah, guy with they call it Jake Odrazi because Jake made top 8 or I guess he finished 9th at an NYSE tournament with the. Essentially, take your Eldrazi deck and just instead of Moxes, play Null Rods.
Sure.
Done. Now it's a budget deck by vintage standards.
Yeah.
So Jake Odrazi, 1 White Eldrazi, 1 Car Shops. So Hiromichi Ito has 5 vehicles in his deck.
Yeah.
1 TKS Shops. That's Montolio. Crushes it on Magic Online all the time. Andrew Marketon. And then 1 Stacks, like Smokestacks version of the Workshop decks.
Yeah, it'll be interesting.
Yeah. Colorless leading blue 5-3. I was not expecting.
I have to say I kind of was.
Like, look, well,
Mishra's Workshop, I mean, it's still...
I would have expected a couple of Workshop decks. And to be fair, the 5 colorless decks, only...
3?
3 of them are Workshops? Right, the 2 Eldrazi decks do not have Workshops in them. But, look, if anybody placed a wager on the number of Gushes in the top 8, I hope you bet the under. There were 3. 3 copies of Gush in the entire top 8.
Yeah.
Number of cards that make Gush more expensive? 39.
Well, I think we have at least a little more proof that, restricting Lodestone Golem did not end the deck.
People were so angry. Like, between the Chalice restriction and the Lodestone restriction, the Workshop crowd was just up in arms. Nick Detweiler's, like, publicly flipping the table, and it's not dead. It's great. It might still be too good.
Yeah, I mean, it makes it hard to think back of, what if they hadn't done that?
I mean, I don't know if you could run 4 Thought-Knots and 4 Lodestone Golem. Yeah, you probably could. You could just have
I think you could find a way.
You're still a Mishra's Workshop deck. 4's still a good number. Even, I mean, you can't Workshop Thought-Knot, but still, whatever. Yeah. Yeah, the rumors of the demise of the Workshop decks, greatly exaggerated. It seems to be the story of Vintage.
And we're off.
Turn 1 Ponder for Chris Peterson. Down a game versus the defending champ. Final player number for this tournament, by the way, 643.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's a great turnout.
643 playing in Legacy Champs. So 10 rounds of Swiss, and then top 8 will come back tomorrow to play it out for the title after the Vintage top 8. So those will be run in series. First we'll watch the entire Vintage top 8, then we'll watch Legacy.
So, I mean, quite the decision here. I'm not sure what the rest of his hand is, so I don't know if it needs to be shuffled. I mean, it looked like 3 business cards, so if there's more land in his hand, it seems like a great ponder. If there's no more land in his hand, not exactly sure.
Looks like there must be more land in his hand. Yeah. So he draws the 2 business cards he likes. He's got to fetch land. He could give him the option of shuffling the 3rd one away. Here is Delver, and of course you got to play the fetch land first so you don't get your Delver dazed. And he does have a Lightning Bolt, I'm pretty sure.
Does not hit a spell, but now can play another Delver and Ponder. So we can say highly likely that Delver will flip next turn.
Sure. Fetches before the Ponder, of course. Does not want to be shuffling after because he wants to be stacking the top of his library. I heard you having this conversation with Mark. I feel like that just is where a lot of the skill in Legacy is. It's all these little teeny tiny sequencing decisions.
Everything is so close. Every decision really matters, and there's a lot of decisions. Like every sequencing of Ponder, of Brainstorm, of the Sensei's Divining Top.
When do you fetch? Do you worry about Stifle? Do you worry about Daze?
And the funny, in Legacy, there's almost never a time you can play around all of it.
Right, right.
So
like,
you just have to figure out the likelihoods of which pieces they're going to have in their hand and do the best that you can.
Yeah. Chris knew the Lightning Bolt was on top of his library, knew that would flip his Delver. That's why he didn't want to crack that fetch land. Chris eyeing a Wasteland, I think.
Extraction.
He brought in Surgical Extraction. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, it's going to hopefully keep them from flipping.
We're shuffling your library.
Yeah. No more Ponders for you this game.
Bob briefly thought about a Force of Will there. Decided against it. Daze obviously would not have worked. Chris continued to play around that.
Yeah, his opponents get to look through that.
Let him look, see what your sideboard plan was.
Well, most importantly, I would want to see what 2 cards went back with Ponder. What he wanted to draw that turn, what he didn't.
Good point.
I mean, every time you get the opportunity, you want to build the narrative. where your opponent is trying to take this game. Now, don't get me wrong, I think those Delvers are just going to go on the stack and he's going to brainstorm, but there's nothing you can do about that.
You can lightning bolt them while playing around Daze. Right, so play the Wasteland. He can tap it for colorless to get around Daze if he needs to. This should let him bolt and play another single blue spell if he's got one. Then nail the Volcanic. Oh, he's going to go Young Pyro. All right. The Delvers can live.
Yeah, he'll get to bolting them later.
What is the blue card Chris is holding?
I'm not sure.
Couldn't tell. All right, this is a kind of big reveal. Bob's going to make it automatic. He is going to brainstorm.
I didn't know if that brainstorm was, or that blue card was a spell pierce. I mean, invariably you would just get dazed, but it would just would have, I think, would have caused you to play the turn a little differently.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this will allow him to reveal a card that his opponent already knew about, not knowing that it's the second, and shuffle away that extra underground. That was close.
So Bob has picked up a second Daze. Not that Chris knows that. Delver hits pretty hard after it's flipped.
Oh, so he wants to Wasteland badly enough this turn that he's willing to draw Underground Sea next turn.
Exactly. Still has another Brainstorm, which I think makes that play a little easier.
And so the blue card in his hand did not get cast last turn.
Mm-mm.
Oh, it's a Brainstorm.
Now he's got Daze Fetch Land.
Tropical goes back. And a Daze. Chris is only at 9. This game does not last much longer.
No, the Delvers hit pretty hard.
Down to 8. Yeah, I mean, Bob having 2 Dazes and a Force?
So do you... I mean, I assume Chris is now getting the Volcanic to Lightning Bolt to Delver. Do you double Daze if you're Bob playing? Do you pick up both your lands to counter the Lightning Bolt?
I think so.
I think I do too.
Oh,
he's going to pitch Force of Will.
Okay.
Is that better than double Daze?
I mean, if you double Daze here, you're basically committing to playing this game with no more lands in play, because your opponent has a Wasteland.
Yeah. Rest of my hand is Force of Will blue card, and I've got a pair of 3-power flyers with an opponent on 9. Plus my opponent has a Wasteland anyway. I don't know. I mean, both lines their lines are similar.
Mm-hmm.
He obviously values being able to Brainstorm Fetch here, which is a good point.
Oh, his opponent's also left back their flip Delver. So this is no longer a 2-turn clock.
Good point. It's a 3-turn clock.
A lot of interesting choices in this matchup. You really have to know how it plays out, exactly where you fall in the tempo.
Yeah, Bob willing to swing with both. He knows there's going to be a trade, but now he knows he'll have the last flyer standing and an opponent on 5. Should be enough to win a race against Young Pyromancer.
Yeah, it's funny. It's plenty of space to win a race against Pyromancer. If that were a mentor, it would be an entirely different story.
Young Pyro is good, but it's no Monastery Mentor. Although, to be fair, has Chris ever had the 3 mana that Mentor would have taken? Yeah. Monastery Mentor would have gotten dazed.
Yes.
Another Wasteland for Chris.
And he has a Snapcaster now to Snapcaster for the Bolt, but...
That will run into the daze.
And the only daze he knew about got removed by the Force of Will.
Agreed. Wow. And Bob found another Force of Will?
Yeah, I think is that just Force of Will and Gitaxian Probe? Did
right,
the
so
other daze get put back at some point?
Put back the daze when he brainstormed. This looks really good for Bob.
Right,
okay.
I think that just gets
Chris
countered.
goes for Snapcaster. He's going for main phase Snapcaster while Bob's tapped out. You Force a Will, right?
Yeah, I mean, you have lethal on the board.
Right? I think you just Force a Will. Do you like...
I guess he just wanted him to spend the mana, because if he bolts, he's dead. He's already laid a land.
So he let the Snapcaster resolve.
Right.
Force a Will the Lightning Bolt because he just didn't want Chris to have something else to do with that Volcanic Island.
Right.
Smart.
Oh, and that other card in his hand was Kolaghan's Command.
Would not have needed much more time.
Nope.
Both games, Bob Huang just threaded the needle.
Right.
Right? Chris had better cards left over if only he had a couple more turns to deploy them, but
just made sure the game was over before his opponent had time.
Wow.
And to be fair, Bob had 2 flip Delvers early in both games.
Still feel like he skillfully navigated a bunch of tight decisions.
Yes.
Awesome. All right. That was a fun Grixis Delver mirror.
Yeah.
Very intricate. All right.
And now I think I understand why Bob's sideboard is less expensive and a little more immediately impactful.
1 mana spells versus a Snapcaster and a Kolaghan's Command.
Right.
Yeah.
There's just not time for that.
I think I agree. We should have more Magic. Last update I got, we had a pair of Game 3s still going on. Brian DeMars should be in Game 3 against Ryan Dale, and Rich Shea should be in Game 3 against Daniel Espinoza. So hopefully one of those will be on your monitor momentarily.
Yeah.
And hopefully we'll get some deck lists to look at.
Yeah, that Game 1 really comes down to, I have no idea what happens if you counter the Gitaxian Probe.
Yep. That was the point where Chris had. Certainly there's an alternate world he could have sent us into. Doesn't mean it's right.
Doesn't mean it's correct, yeah.
Yeah. But maybe. I don't know. That's definitely a skill in Magic. You're like, okay, sometimes you find the line that would have worked, but it was just wrong. Mm-hmm. You have to be able to tell the difference between figuring out when you made mistakes versus figuring out when you weren't psychic.
Yes,
like
absolutely.
The psychic play is... Yeah, that play was only correct if I was psychic. That you have to stay away from those,
yeah.
while still having the introspective self-awareness to find the mistakes.
Right.
Don't know which one that one was.
Yeah,
I'm with you. Seeing his hand, I think I would have played to try to keep him mana screwed. I think I would have dazed the probe.
Yeah, I just
slows down Young Pyro for a turn, but definitely slows Bob down for at least a turn.
It's at least a turn, and he paid 2 life to try and get to the next card. You
Yeah.
prevent it. You get another draw step before you have to interact with him again.
Yeah.
Draw steps in Legacy are incredibly impactful.
Yeah. Oh, the match we were going to cut to just finished, so we're going to grab Bob Huang, have a chat with him.
Great.
Fair enough. You get a round off now, right?
Oh, that
I think
does
you've
sound
been
right.
in for 2.
Yeah.
10 rounds, so enjoy it.
Yeah, I'll be back.
Gonna be a long day, but gonna be a fun day. And honestly, not even that long. I was having this conversation earlier today, but we played 9 rounds yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
We got out at like 8:30.
Well, when
they had announced to the top 8.
When you're not staring down 9 or 10 rounds of Swiss, followed by the top 8, it's
no.
Look,
I've been to plenty of Grand Prix where we played 9 rounds of Swiss and got out at like all the restaurants were closed.
Yes.
I think
to be honest, I mean, Nick runs a great event, but a lot of the Grand Prix end earlier now also. And people have gotten better at running Magic
events. They have gotten
events.
better. Nick's on that list. I think Nick runs a good event.
Yes, Nick runs a great event. I don't think he would still be running this one if that were not true.
Fair enough.
Yeah, there's some... Magic is lucky to have the quality of tournament organizers that they have at this point.
So I'll take it to tell you one story while we wait for Bob. Oh, is Bob here? All right, I'll save it. I'll just leave you. I tweeted this, but I was wandering the tables and I saw a guy who was the Monarch. You're gonna stare at me. Bob doesn't really pay attention to the alternate sets. See, there's this conspiracy set made for multiplayer, right? you can look it up, but this guy he had Palace Jailer in play, so it makes you the Monarch. It's this whole multiplayer thing, but those cards are legal in Legacy. So the Monarch lets you basically draw 2 cards a turn. At the end of your turn, if you're the Monarch, you get to draw an extra card. Nobody else is taking it away from him here, unlike the conspiracy
No one else is
table.
going to challenge to become the Monarch.
Anyway,
right,
I'll let you go and talk to Bob.
Ooh, this is
Hello.
Fancy. Hey, Randy.
Welcome. How you feeling?
Pretty great. Yeah, it's always cool to play on camera, win on camera. It's a good feeling.
You did enough of that last year.
I'm starting to get used to it. Yeah.
You just gonna run it back?
We'll see. So to be honest, I won last year, and then I was playing it. I didn't do so well at Grand Prix Seattle. I played like in an Open, didn't do well. I actually got off Delver for a while.
Okay.
So I did a little exploring. I played Aggro Loam. I played Mud. But Delver's the truth. I'm back on it for at least the next. I told myself I'd play it for the next 6 months.
Okay.
And we'll see how it goes. Because Noah Walker can't seem to lose with it, and I just need to get to his level, and hopefully I can't lose with it either.
There you go.
Yeah.
Now, any tweaks to the deck that you feel have been important in the last year?
Yeah, so there are a couple things. Yeah, so let me backtrack a little bit more. I also tested a whole bunch of different Delver decks as well. So I don't know if you know, Jarvis was playing a Delver deck.
Yeah,
his was playing like a 4-color Snapcaster list. So I tested that. I tested like a Turbo Forethought Scour Gurmag list.
Wow.
Yeah, it's, all these different Delver decks are all like, they have their like own pluses and minuses. I ultimately chose to go back to Grixis because it felt like the most consistent one, and I just like the power of Probe Therapy. Really Probe, it lets you play with perfect information, and it's one of the few decks in Legacy that lets you do that, so I enjoy that. I think it gives me sort of an edge to leverage like my lines. So then as far as any recent changes, like since last year, Dig Through Time got banned, which I think made the deck a little bit worse. I still think it's one of the top 3 decks for sure. Probably I would put it right behind Miracles.
I was about to say, tell me the top 3.
Yeah, exactly. Miracles is the top dog. Nobody's really contesting that. So I would say, okay, so the one big change I've made to the deck is Miracles is not a good matchup, but there is a secret card that Miracles cannot beat. Literally, I've resolved it like 15 times. I've lost maybe once. Winter Orb. It's incredible against Miracles.
Nice.
Because it makes your Dazes, your Spell Pierces just completely live against their deck, and they can't use their top. Like, Pithing Needle is actually not good against Sensei's Divining Top. All they do is they draw their top, and then they shuffle it away, or if they have a Wear Tear, they Wear Tear it. Because as a Delver player, you're like not putting pressure on the board if you play Pithing Needle, but Winter Orb is exactly what you want to be doing. It's making all of your cards live and all of their cards dead. So I'm running 2 of those Winter Orbs, and It's been going really well for me against Miracles.
Very nice.
Yeah, so that's the only big change I can think of.
Fair enough. So you said there's 3 big decks. Delver, Miracles, what else do you have in the top 3?
Probably Eldrazi. It's really, really good. It's the first time in Legacy we've had a consistent Stompy deck. Or certain builds of it can be more consistent, so I think Eldrazi's an excellent choice as well. And I think you can definitely build it to beat Miracles and Delver. So
Now, is that basically the meta that you were expecting, or is Legacy just
No, it's just way too broad. That was
decks?
the other thing. Like I was playing like Mud and Agro because I was like, oh, this deck beats these top decks, but then I just kept being paired against random decks. And so Legacy, it's really like, yeah, play what you know, be ready for everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Who did you wind up testing with for this event? You got
so
a crew?
I tested a lot with my roommate Anurag Das. He plays Miracles, is an excellent Miracles player. And then I tested a lot with the Northern Virginia crew. I live in that area again. So yeah, they're all great.
Did you play yesterday?
I did. Actually, I got a bye yesterday playing a Legacy trial.
So you came to the event yesterday but didn't play Vintage.
I didn't play Vintage. I played it every year. I regret it this year not playing. I was telling myself I'm going to do the responsible thing. I'm prepared for Legacy. I want to, run it back. Vintage, I don't really know as much the metagame updates. I played the last 2 years and scrubbed out last year, but I did top 16 the year before that. So I was like, maybe I'll just pick up like a Delver deck and play, but then it just didn't seem that well positioned. So I just wasn't prepared. So I did the responsible thing, and I played Delver, and I won a bye, so that was good.
Yeah.
Next year, I'm definitely playing Vintage. Like, you just don't get a chance to play Vintage, so I have to play next year.
Preaching to the choir.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's Vintage is good times.
Yeah.
It was a fun event. Lots of good stuff going on yesterday.
Yeah, do you know what the top 8 is?
I do. It's basically... It's 8 different decks, but if you boil it down, it's 5 colorless sort of Thorn of Amethyst style decks, and then 3 Force of Will decks.
Okay, and then are the 3 Force of Will decks like Oath or Mentor?
It's a Gush Mentor.
Okay.
It's a Thoughtcast Mentor.
Okay.
And then Landstill.
Interesting.
So
no Oath.
Pardon?
No Oath.
No Oath. Brian Kelly was playing for it in the last round, the defending champ. He lost. He was the best finishing Oath deck. And then there was also a Paradoxical Outcome combo deck floating around for a while that transformed into an Oath deck after sideboarding, which seemed like a really sweet transform. I think that deck got to like
because they take out all the removal,
right?
And it's so amazing. Like, yeah, I have an Oath. Like, you can't beat this.
And in particular, I think if you're playing an Outcome combo deck, you're super soft to Workshops, but Workshops is super soft to Oath.
Yeah.
So like you specifically transform your worst matchup into a good matchup. But that guy, he was 6-1 and did not make top 8. I lost track of. I think he may have gotten knocked out with 2 rounds to go.
Gotcha.
So yeah, no Oath, and only 3 copies of the card Gush, which is right.
Yeah.
Right.
That was the card like is on most people's radars. Like, oh, we should restrict that. And it's weird. Vintage is in this weird spot where it's weird if you restrict some of the blue cards, shops might get worse because of just the metagame effects. Like, I think Misstep should get restricted because if you're a blue player, Misstep is like one of the best cards in your deck. It's so dumb, it just counters Ancestral Recall, and you almost have to play like a few copies, but it's completely dead against the Workshop decks. So I think if you like started by restricting Misstep, the blue decks could play better cards against shops. Yeah, it's crazy.
It's also true that, I joke about there only being 3 copies of Gush. There are 39 cards in the top 8 that make Gush cost more.
Yeah, exactly.
It's all Thorn of Amethyst.
Yeah.
So it's like if there's, I don't know. It's definitely the rumors of the demise of the Workshop deck are definitely exaggerated. Like the restriction of Lodestone Golem did not hurt the deck that much. It's
it's funny. Like maybe Wizards just needs to restrict some blue cards, and then Workshops will be worse.
I mean, getting Thought-Knot Seer helped. Like 4 of those 5 colorless decks are playing Thought-Knot Seer. So it's 2 Eldrazi decks, one of which is the budget Jaco-Drazi deck. Guy won the budget. He won the budget first prize and made top 8.
Oh wow! So he has no power.
No power, no Mox. It's basically
that's awesome. That's really cool.
He's an Eldrazi deck, and instead of Moxes and Black Lotus, he just has Null Rods.
Right.
So yeah, budget deck in the top 8.
That's the first time ever, I think.
I believe so.
Yeah.
I believe so. They're a white Eldrazi deck, then a car shops, so it's got 5 vehicles from Kaladesh.
Yep.
Thought-Knot Seer shops, the sort of traditional version that's been running around for the last year, and then a Smokestacks deck. An actual stacks deck.
Oh, that's cool. Rich was playing that, and he finished at 7-2, which is decent, but just shy of top 8.
Yeah, there's one. The one stacks deck looks pretty similar to what he's been running.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, no, tomorrow should be fun. It's you could call it 8 different decks. You could call it the battle between Thorn and Force of Will, where Thorn is actually up 5-3.
You can play more Thorns than you can play Force of Wills. Yeah, I mean, as a Blues player, like, Game 1's so tough because you have, like, 1 Force, and they just keep playing these sphere effects, so Game 1's not great. And you need to play a whole bunch of, like, Ingot Chewers that don't really do anything against any other decks. But, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I've certainly been more on the blue side of that matchup than the Thorn side, and I thought the blue deck... I mean, if you build your blue deck to beat shops, you can. I don't know, maybe the blue decks were playing to beat combo. There was definitely a lot of paradoxical outcome in the Swiss.
Right.
Like, we had paradoxical outcome on camera almost every round. Part of that is because we had Reed Duke on camera more often than anybody else. But still,
he's on Outcome Storm?
Pardon?
He was on Outcome Storm?
His list was sweet. He had at least 4 turn 1 kills. Did Reed Duke yesterday. I talked to him in round 5, and he already had 4 turn 1 kills in the tournament. He had a 2-turn match.
Okay. That sounds like a Belcher deck.
It is. His list looks closer to Belcher than it looks to TPS.
Okay.
It's no Dark Rituals. It's heavier on the blue cards. He's got the restricted cards out of black, right? You know, Yogg-Well, Demonic Tutor, Vampiric Tutor, but not the rituals. It's like a Belcher deck, sort of, but because he gets the Force of Will, he gets all the blue stuff, but then it's a Tendrils kill off Paradoxical Outcome.
All right, so let me ask you a question. So
Sure.
I think Legacy has become a format where, like, knowing your deck, knowing the ins and outs, has become more important than, like, deck selection.
I agree.
Like metagaming.
Completely agree.
The format's been relatively stale. There have been some changes, certainly, like Death and Taxes, Eldrazi, but it's really more about
Cruise briefly.
Yeah, more about playing well, knowing your matchups. Whereas Vintage, it seems like it's evolving a little bit faster. There's more and more changes to it. Like, do you agree with that? And
Yes. Then the next question is, what's the difference?
Well, my question is, what should I play next year?
Oh,
Because I don't know if I can, like, pick a deck now and then, like, practice it for a year, or if it, like, I just need to play a bunch of Vintage and get used to the format because the metagame's just going to shift and then there's going to be, like, another deck that's the best. I don't know.
I do think that knowing your deck super well still helps you in Vintage.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's relevant. And the thing is, what we call an archetype in Vintage, I think Legacy is more diverse. I think that's part of the reason that knowing your deck in Legacy matters, because, like, your matchup against lands is totally different than your matchup against Delver or Miracles. It's like the different archetypes in Legacy, just the spectrum of what's going on is much wider, whereas in Vintage, at a macro level, most of the decks are either running Force of Will or they're running Thorn of Amethyst. So you've got this, I mean, and then there's combo decks. Like, the combo decks would like to run, maybe it's 3, and like the combo decks didn't make top 8 this time, but many of the combo decks also have Force of Will.
Right.
So you've got a lot of the truths of Vintage. Okay, fine. It's not Mentor, it's Pyromancer, but it's still a blue cantrip deck with a bunch of with a lot of the same counter spells. Anyway, I think Vintage is actually less diverse than Legacy, which, I mean, the draw to Vintage is oh my god, the power that you get to play with, right? The possibility of first turn kills, and then you kind of have to go either the Force of Will route. Either you have to be trying to kill them faster, or you have to be playing Thorn, or you have to be playing Force of Will.
Yeah.
My advice to you would probably be to pick up a Mentor deck. I mean, if you're playing Delver anyway, I think many of those sequencing skills are going to carry over.
Yeah.
I think the Mentor decks are better than the actual card Delver Secrets isn't great. Like, there's some matchups where it's decent, but...
Right. It's not bad against Shops, but it's really bad against Oath.
Right.
Like,
It is suicidal against Oath, but yeah, Shops is the one matchup where you actually want the card. Eternal Weekend seems to bring the Shops players out. Maybe it's okay to have the actual card Delver. Or maybe you just, you take a Delver deck and take the Delvers out of it.
Yeah, maybe.
I want to
certainly start by testing the blue decks. Like, I bought Mentors when they were released. I've actually never played them in a tournament, so I've always wanted to, so I will start with that.
The other thing you could do, which might make even more sense for you, what they call Grixis Pyromancer, is it's a Cabal Therapy
Grixis Therapy deck.
Yeah, the Grixis Therapy deck is great. I'm a big fan of the Grixis Therapy deck. I always look over at the guys playing Mentors, and I'm like, God, your Mentor is so much better than my Young Pyromancer, but I get Cabal Therapy with Git Probe and Young Pyro. Like, that interaction is, I mean...
Playing it right now.
I know, right? That's why you could easily pick that. That deck is very viable in Vintage, and it should stay viable. You do have to tweak it, like, am I going to run into a bunch of Eldrazi decks? Oh, I have to be able to kill a 4/4. I have to, play Baleful Strix or, random removal spells or something. Like, the Mentor deck does get to play Swords to Plowshares.
Right,
I feel like white is better than red right now in terms of the removal and the sideboard cards that it gives you. But, man, the Young Pyro Cabal Therapy interaction is really hard to pass up on. And I've never seen an Esper Mentor shell where you can get Mentor Cabal Therapy. I've never seen anybody pull that off effectively.
Yeah, I mean, it's 1 mana, which is a huge difference in Legacy.
Yeah.
I tried building that in Legacy. It didn't quite work out. But in Vintage, maybe it could work out. I don't know.
Yeah, 3 just is more than 2. I mean, it's like... It's the difference between turn one off a land and a Mox,
right? Which
versus turn 2 off 2 lands and a Mox is approximately how it plays out. Like, it's it's still, I mean, the turns are more fluid and different, but it's still, I mean, the mana is still a mana. It still matters.
Cool.
Anyway, if you wanted a deck to just pick up and learn, I would go that way. I actually think those decks might be easier to pick up, too, especially if you already have some of the skills than the workshop decks. Because the workshop decks they're unforgiving. You have to get the sequencing right because you have no card draw. You have no deck manipulation.
Right.
You just have like your opener and what you think you might draw. And the sequencing decisions are crucial and they're weird. They're like not like any other Magic format. So I've never really invested in learning all those sequencing to the point where I felt like I could play workshop at a last level. But I think, I think you probably want to be on the blue side, either a mentor deck or a therapy deck.
Sounds good. I'll start there.
I'll see you next year.
Hopefully you'll see me later today, but or tomorrow.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I was gonna say we can talk talk on the Vintage Day next year, but
cool.
I'm sure you're hoping we're not done talking this year.
Yeah, exactly.
3-0 so far, right? Some buys and one match, right?
2 matches.
So you've had 2 actual wins.
Yes.
Oh, what'd you beat the other round?
So I beat Storm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Cool.
Well, good luck the rest of the way. All right. I'll be right back.
All right, tagging back in, guys. Just a quick scout of some of the top tables out there. It looks like we got some lands. I know Twitch chat's looking for some lands out there. We got lands running around, Reanimator. We saw a Psychotog cast out there. We see the Aetherling out there. So a lot of cool decks, a lot of different innovations out there as well. So hopefully we can get some of those on camera for you later today. But very interesting to kind of see how everything plays out. And if Delver and kind of the Miracles decks kind of continue their hold on the format, or if we'll see Lauren pop up. We've seen some of Lauren out there, Painter, things like that. So very diverse, very wide open field here today. Trying to bring it to you here. It looks like pairings are going to be going up here shortly. We'll be able to bring action back to you here, featuring actions.
I'm back. Look, the all-important placing of the lunch order. I care about you guys too, but I care about getting in on the lunch order. Sounds like barbecue for lunch. This should be good, right? I hear the barbecue place is really good.
Mic issues. It's being yelled at.
Have we finally fixed the mic
issues?
Yeah,
I believe so, yes.
Awesome.
So,
yeah, no, I know that's been an issue on and off.
So like I was saying earlier, I saw some Psychotogs being cast out there, Aetherling, so some pretty wild stuff. So hopefully we can get some of this on camera as well. Have you seen anything interesting out there?
I tweeted this. I saw someone who was the Monarch.
Really?
That is my highlight.
Oh my, the Monarch, yeah.
Table 5. I'm like, what is that token in play? And it's a crown. It says the Monarch. I lean in a little more. I'm like, that's a palace jailer. Oh yeah, that's why the Tarmogoyf is underneath the palace jailer. It's like I'm starting to pitch the story together. Not only is he the Monarch, he's also imprisoning a Tarmogoyf. A bunch of white creatures turned sideways, attacking for the win. Wow. His opponent's just like, let's go to the next game.
It's pretty good, yeah. I saw Aetherling doing work.
Aetherling?
So it was a Miracle's Mirror.
Okay.
And I saw he slammed down Aetherling.
Nice.
And his opponent just looks at his hand, resolves, and then says, I don't know how I'm going to be able to deal with this. So Aetherling, maybe the tech for the Miracle's Mirror, maybe.
6 mana main phase? Maybe.
Yeah. Well, the game's, Miracle's Mirror probably goes pretty long. You're probably
no, it's a 6 mana main phase is the problem.
Yeah.
But
so,
sure.
Be interesting to see if we can get some of those sweet cards on camera here for you. So.
Definitely excited to see what else we have in store. A lot of Reanimator out there too.
I saw some of that when I was walking around.
Some Painter decks and some land decks kind of lurking near the top tables as well. So we'll see what we get in there. Some Loam too. So
makes sense.
Yeah, we'll kind of see what we can bring you. Punishing Fire Jund out there, so.
We should. I hope the Monarch deck guy keeps winning.
Oh yeah, I really want to see someone beat Monarch on camera. That would be achievement unlocked, right? Because I don't even feel that with any of the GPs and things like that that's happened yet. So
no, it's the first time I've seen it in play. In a sanctioned tournament.
Yep. So if you got that on your bingo board and we get it, you're gonna hit big. So.
All right. I was table. I didn't write the guy's name down. I should.
Yeah. I know. I didn't write down the guy's name on the Psychotog.
Yeah,
so.
my guy was definitely table 5, round 2. So we can narrow it down to 2 names with that much information.
Yeah. Yeah, no, Psychotog was being cast in the 1-1 bracket, so.
Okay.
We'll see if he keeps winning with it. You never know. So.
Kind of going back in time, 2003, 2002.
Sure.
So.
But was looking for vehicles. Did not see any vehicles out there yet. But, it's early yet.
No, me neither.
Yeah.
Good point.
So I did see a Storm Outcome deck, though.
Okay.
Kind of, with
was it winning?
No, it was 1-1. So
okay.
We'll see, though. It could potentially, sneak in there. But it looks like it took an early loss. I asked him. He lost round 1, so, and then won round 2. So that is a long day for you.
Could you tell how he built it?
He had the Lion's Eye Diamonds, the Lotus Petal,
sure.
And he had the pass.
Oh, okay.
Bring back, tendrils, things like that. So.
Definitely a unique take on the Storm build. So.
Okay.
See if anyone else chose to utilize that today.
Hey.
Interesting. Yeah, I guess Past and Flame Storm has already got the petals and the Lion's Eyes.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe it's just added value. Is that card 4 mana though?
Yeah, that seems.
It feels to me like you need to also have Chromoxes and Opals before you're going to have enough zeros to pick up to really turn a profit.
He did have the Chromoxes. I did not see.
It didn't look like he had the Opals. So.
He must have Opals. If he's got Petal, Lion's Eye, Chromox, he's got to have Opals. He probably just didn't have them draw in that game. Interesting. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, something to keep an eye on for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
The card is super powerful. It just looked so busted, especially in Reed's hands yesterday.
Well, it'll be interesting to see kind of moving forward, especially from this vintage top 8,
Yeah.
So Outcome didn't quite make top 8, but
right.
it did place quite a few players in that top 16 range.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see moving forward now, kind of how people refine that shell and maybe move forward building the deck. So that'll be something to keep a lookout for.
You saw what Reed Duke's running this week.
Yes. Yeah. So Reed Duke going with 19 basic mountains in his deck and just burning people.
Mono red burn.
Yeah, there's a lot of burn out there actually. A lot of death and taxes and burn near the top tables.
Okay.
I was surprised actually how much burns here, but again, also a budget way to get into the format as well, along with the Eldrazi decks.
I don't think Reed's playing it because it's budget. I think Reed's playing because he thinks Price of Progress is just going to kill people.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's definitely a good deck. It's posted up results, within the Star City games, Legacy Opens, and Classics. So definitely a deck to be on the lookout for. So has decent matchups across the board. Burn, you're never really that much of a dog, So. I haven't seen Dredge though, unfortunately.
Can they still not hear you? It looks like from chat they still can't hear you. I don't seem to have this problem. Okay. I'm loud enough to make the mic work, apparently. Mic still seems to be not working, Jeff.
Yeah, the mic is giving me some issues.
Yeah, Reed Duke fighting the good fight. All right, barely picking up his voice. 1 match left. Sounds like there's 1 match left in round 3. So, yeah, we are almost done with round 3 here at Legacy Champs. We will have 10 rounds of Swiss before we cut to the top 8. Top 8 will be played out tomorrow, right after the Vintage top 8. Welcome back.
I am back.
Hopefully.
Back in the booth, hopefully.
Hopefully.
Hopefully a little better on this one. So.
It's funny. I was talking with Bob Wang, defending champ. It turned into him interviewing me about Vintage, which is kind of fun. It's like,
Well, I mean, you got the VSL, so you're the go-to.
No, I guess he was legit interested in like what he should play next year, which seems super cool.
So
he felt bad for not playing the Vintage yesterday.
Oh, he didn't play yesterday.
Did not. He played Legacy Trials and earned himself a bye.
Yeah.
Like what he described as the responsible thing. Get the bye, got the bye, so he's sitting 3-0 now. But yeah, you could tell that he was like, you don't get that many chances to play Vintage. I don't think he wants to let another Eternal Weekend go by without getting into all the action.
Well, and that's the thing, too. So with Vintage Champs, the East Coast is such a hotbed for so many different Vintage tournaments, especially paper-wise. But for, the rest of the country and things like that, you don't get to play Vintage as often. So this is, kind of a marquee event for a lot of those guys.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So
no, you see a lot of familiar faces flying in, right? Steve Menendian is flying in from California every year. Hiromichi Ito is flying in from Japan every year. Gene Brumby flies in from New Zealand. It's definitely a date that gets circled on a lot of calendars. And the whole year for Vintage kind of revolves around it.
Yeah, and one of the other things I think that's interesting about this weekend, though, talking to some of the players out there, they chose to kind of turn it just into more of a weekend trip with Legacy on Saturday, so you have a lot more of just maybe the Legacy grinders not necessarily needing to take off work or extra time coming in, maybe Friday night and just playing for Legacy Saturday and Sunday too.
I love the new 3-day format.
Oh, yeah, I'm a huge fan of it.
I think it's great. I think that you want to have Vintage one day. I mean, the Vintage Swiss and the Legacy Swiss still barely fit into one day. Like, you can't put top 8s at the end of those days. It's just
we're getting to the
crazy.
size. We're getting to the size of tournament now where it's like kind of some of the older GPs. When you're getting the 600, 700.
I played GPs that were smaller than yesterday.
Oh yeah, especially out in Europe, you will have GPs where it's only like 400 or 500. Sometimes South America they get a little smaller as well. So we're getting to like GP level size now with this event, and it'll be interesting to see. Maybe next year we might be doing 11 rounds of Swiss.
We might. Yeah, no, I think 710 is the cutoff, and we were at like 650, 640 something, I think was the final number. Yeah, 643 was the final number.
Yeah, Columbus is definitely just, the perfect spot for it, too, given kind of the rich history that we've had here with a lot of the Legacy tournaments prior and just the community really rallying around, out here, and then kind of a good central location.
Yeah, we are waiting for round 4. Last I heard, there was one match slip still out, one table still going at the end of round 3. But as soon as we have pairings, soon we'll get people into the feature match area. As soon as we have people in the feature match area,
get ready to rock and roll.
Start talking Magic. Happy to field questions from the chat, by the way. I am glancing down periodically. If anything you guys want us to talk about, that is an option.
So
what does a Psychotog eat? That's the first question I got from chat. I'll give you that one.
What was it?
What does Psychotog eat?
So Psychotog, that's a great question. I don't know. I'm interested to see kind of how it's a combo, maybe a combo deck or what, but
think whatever card type.
Psychotog is my favorite card though of all time.
Really?
Yes. So I own 4 Psychotogs. One is foil. I got it signed by who did I get that signed by? Don't remember. Oh, no, by the artist.
By the artist.
Yeah.
That was my guess.
I was trying to think of his name. It escapes me. Edward Beard, I believe, is the artist on that card. I got it signed by him. And then I have 2 of the promo one, and then 1 regular one that I played in my deck when I first started Magic. So definitely one of my favorite cards. What's your? If I had to put a question, so what's your all-time favorite Magic card? If you had to pick one.
I have to pick Necropotence.
Necro?
I mean, the card won me the Pro Tour.
Yeah.
Like $25,000, changed my life, got me a job at Wizards for 9 years. It's hard to pick anything else.
It's funny. I still get asked to sign Chain of Vapor sometimes. Kind of reminisce from when I won Vintage Champs.
Sure.
Kind of the big draw off the top was that Chain of Vapor I needed. So I still get asked to sign those sometimes, and sometimes some Dread returns here and there. But
yeah, I get Necro and I get Lightning Helix.
Oh my God,
definitely
that's such a great call. That's such a great call.
Okay, thank you. I see questions about Vintage Super League. So Vintage Super League, the next season is going to start January 3rd. So I'm still figuring out exactly how many players are going to get invited into the play-in tournament and how precisely we're going to figure out how many players get into the league. But Tuesday, January 3rd, we will start Season 6. So that's the plan. We're funded. We've got, people interested. I'm just putting all the final details together. So, follow me on Twitter. I'm just Art Bueller on Twitter if you want, the detailed updates about exactly who's in and who's trying to get the seats back. But been talking to a bunch of people around here, Steve Menendi's like, when's the play-in? I got to get back in again. Bob will be in the play-in.
Nice. Maybe me.
I'll think about it.
All right.
We can talk. So, yeah, that's...
So right now, based off of what we saw yesterday, what deck do you think you would play in the VSL maybe?
I would definitely test Paradoxical Outcome. Like, I want to see if that Storm deck is as good as it looked in Reed's hands. Like, that would be my first reaction. I mean, there's a little bit of metagame thing too that like people know I like a turn 1 kill deck, and so you get a little bit of metagaming in VSL, maybe a little more metagaming than you would get at a normal tournament. Where if I'm one of 3 opponents that somebody has, that might be enough to get them to lean over toward the Thord of Amethyst side, and then it's like, how resilient is that deck to hate? So there's some of that, but Paradoxical Outcome would be where I would start.
Yeah, I suspect once you kick off the next season, you're going to see quite a few of those decks in
totally
VSL next season, so that's going to be exciting.
Ice Age art, come on. What are you guys asking about Necro art? Obviously the skull from Ice Age. Jeez.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
And I see people asking, in theory, I'm not doing commentary anymore. This is my one event a year. That's what me retiring from the premier event coverage booth is going to look like. It's going to be me coming out for Eternal Weekend, and then.
Well, I was going to say, you never really retire when it comes to Magic,
right?
Right?
Does anybody retire? That doesn't happen.
At the end of the day, you're like, I'm retiring from Magic, blah blah blah. I'm going to sell my cards. If you ever think of that, don't sell your cards because you're coming back.
You are coming back.
You're just always coming back.
True story.
So never sell your cards. If you're ever thinking about retiring or quitting, just don't play for a year, because then you're going to regret it later when you do sell your cards.
93-94 people are asking about. So Thursday there was an old school tournament. It's not a part of the official Eternal Weekend, but Jaco, the guy who runs Eternal Central, he's been setting it up. He basically just runs it on his own. Doesn't even have an entry fee. He just loves the old school format so well. So old school, sometimes people call it 93-94. It's basically you can only play cards that were printed by the end of 1994. So that's Alpha. That's Arabian Nights, Antiquities, Legends, The Dark, Fallen Empires. Period. The end. And then aesthetically, there's also a rule that it has to be original border, original art. So, like, you can play your Chronicle City of Brass. You can play your 5th edition Counterspell if that's what you have. But it's got to be. You can't play. You can't play foils. You got to play. It's got to look like an old school deck. It's got to be original borders and original art for all your cards. So that tournament, I believe Thursday was the largest old school tournament anywhere in the world ever. It was 86 people.
Yeah, I was going to say, they were close to 100 from what I heard, too. And
I think pre-reg has hit 100, but not everybody actually showed up.
Yeah.
I believe 86 people competed in the event. We basically took over, it was like a Gordon Biersch. Jaco made a deal with the restaurant where we could just take it over. So, there's a bar, people are drinking, people are having a good time, people could go get food when they wanted it. We played, there was no cut, there was no top 8, because, last year it went super late. So we played Swiss +1. It was basically 8 rounds of Swiss, and then, all right, let's look at the standings. At the end of the 8 rounds, there were 3 people on 7-1. White Weenie actually won the deck.
Wow.
I forget the guy's name, but it was definitely a mono White Weenie, like fully powered, but mono White Weenie deck that got first place. Steve Menendian got second place.
Nice.
He had finished 3rd the previous year, so he kind of
he's working his way up. Working his way up now.
And then there was a 3rd player on 7-1, and then the 6 and 2s went from 4th place down to 12th place. So my story is I was tied for 4th. I was 6 and 2. I lost to Menendian. It's funny. Steve and I both got super unlucky in the first round. My unluckiness took the form of sinkhole, strip mine, nether void.
Wow.
That's hard to beat.
Yeah.
I did not cast a spell that game.
That's quite the opening.
Second game was strip mine, 1 sinkhole. No nether void though. I cast a few spells, but could not deal with the pro-white Pump Knights with holding my Swords to Plowshares. Missed a Chaos Orb flip. That was my real problem. I'm holding Swords to Plowshares against protection from White Order of Thief on hand. And missed the Chaos Orb flip, die to the Pro White Pump Knight holding his plow. So
that would be the big draw for me, playing with Chaos Orb. Like, that seems so sweet.
Do you know the rest of this story?
Mm-mm.
So I'm 0-1. I get paired against Menendian, who also was 0-1. And like we played in the semifinals last year. I was the only guy to beat him last year. I won the tournament last year. Menendian got third.
I saw that jab on Twitter.
Oh, yeah. He's like, but I only lost once. Why does everybody... I'm like, I won the tournament, Steve. Who was your loss to? Come on, buddy. Anyway, I get paired against Menendian. We split 2 games, and there are no draws in this tournament. Jaco has set the rules up where no intentional draws, and no unintentional draws either. If you run out of time, the match is decided by a sudden death Chaos Orb flipping contest. This is the rule. Sudden death Chaos Orb. It's like penalty kicks in soccer. You both flip a Chaos Orb. If you both hit, run it back. If only one guy hits, he wins.
Wow, that's crazy.
I lost in round 3.
to the sudden death Chaos Orb?
I lost to an Indian in 3 rounds of sudden death Chaos Orb flipping.
Man, that seems so awesome.
This was the biggest flaw in my game. If I could change one thing, I love my deck. I should have practiced flipping Chaos Orb.
So when you're testing, you have to start testing your Chaos Orb flipping, right? That's like part of your testing now.
I should have been. Oh, sweet.
All right.
We got some action coming up. Burned versus Dredge.
Oh, goody. We got Dredge back on camera.
Eric Pentecoff, who made a run yesterday in Vintage against another guy who made a run in Vintage yesterday, Reed Duke.
Reed Duke on Burn.
Reed Duke on Burn and Eric Pentecoff on Dredge. This should be a fun one.
Indeed.
Awesome. So yeah, I think I finished the old school story. Yeah, I was playing the deck, which I think just is the best deck in old school. Yeah, neither Steve or I lost after our Chaos Orb flipping contest in round 2, so he winds up second. I could have been second. If I knew how to flip Chaos Orbs better, I could have been the guy in second. But yeah, super fun. Definitely seems to be evolving into a fixture of Eternal Weekend and a thing I think is going to.
And correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't first place get a bye for Vintage? I heard that.
I don't think so.
No, okay. I thought I heard that. Yeah, first place got a bye for Vintage Champs, the winner of 93, 94. I'm not.
I don't think so.
Could have been heard hearsay, but yeah, I thought I heard that.
Probably missed more questions. Did Reed say why he's on Burn? I mean, I talked to Reed. He said he was on something he hadn't played before, but that he thought was good. I don't know. I haven't got more than that. Maybe we'll get him in the booth at some point today and be able to ask him.
I'll try to run into him, maybe ask him why. So the Dredge deck that we're going to be watching is very interesting. He is automatically going to be keeping his 7.
Right, this is manaless, huh?
This is manaless.
No mana. Now, once Reed knows that, Reed will choose draw, right? Because the trick with the Dredge deck is you have to discard to hand size to get your engine started. You can never mulligan.
You can never mulligan.
And you must discard to hand size in order to get your engine going.
And you want to win the die roll and choose draw.
Yes. So, when you're playing Legacy, if someone chooses draw, that's what's going on.
Yes.
Almost certainly. Yeah, Phantasmagorian is usually huge in these decks. He's got a full set of prized amalgams.
Another Shadow. And so that's one of the
a
other...
Chancellor of the Annex.
Yeah, so he's playing... doesn't have the full 4 that you sometimes see, but Chancellor kind of gives him that free force spike a lot of times if it's in the opening hand. You will see a lot of the pitch versions, they'll max out on them and typically play 4 of them. He does have Force of Will main to kind of go with a Git Probe. I wonder if he Amalgam. So Amalgam is the new addition to the deck now.
Right.
Gives it yet another free creature as well.
And a random blue card, you're right.
Yep.
Force of Will was not typical.
Yeah, Force of Will is not typical. Force of Will is kind of a new addition to this deck, and I think you got the extra blue cards because of Prized Amalgam. Mm-hmm. So that kind of adds to the blue count, makes it a little easier to play Force of Will. So
gives you something to do when you with your Narcomoeba when you draw it. Interesting. Yeah, I believe these guys are 2-1.
Yep.
I know Reed was 1-1. Yeah, Reed is 19 mountains. Goblin, it's a lot of 4s. Reed's deck list is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 4s, a 3, a 2, and a 19.
So yeah, Reed has all
pretty
Burn.
Compact.
He's going to be looking just to go fast and looking at Reed Duke's sideboard.
12 lines on his entire deck list. That's awesome.
Reed Duke does not look like he has a way to interact with graveyards.
Okay.
So
he can ensnaring bridge.
Yeah, so Reed's going to be looking to utilize ensnaring bridge once we kind of look at game 2, potentially game 3.
How fast is this dredge deck, though? Can he just race?
So Reed is going to be able to race. One of the things that Reed does have dead cards game 1 because of the price of progresses.
Okay.
So
sure.
They will not be very dealing a lot of damage to either person.
Fair.
So it'll be interesting.
He really does have a card. One in our instant blank text box.
Yes.
Does actual
price of
nothing.
Price of progress in this matchup does actual nothing. Yeah, it's only going to be able to potentially pump the Swift Spear.
That's all it does.
Yep.
That's awesome. But I still think he can race, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what's the goldfish speed on a manaless dredge deck?
So you're grinding out. You're going to be around 3, 4. Depending on how good your dredges are. Does he have? Yeah. So the dredge return, depending on the dredges, I mean, we can definitely see maybe turn 3, kind of getting in there. So it's going to be tough for Reed the race. He also has Searing Blaze, which is, depending how things line up, it's not necessarily the best spell you want against dredge here as well. So we'll kind of see how it all plays out. He might be shooting his own guy to even pop bridges. So that's a line that Reed may take as well. I believe. So they already played game 1.
Apparently they did not hear their names called for the feature match. So we don't get to watch game 1. But we will bring you game 2. So we will get them to you. I don't know who won.
I was going to say, do we know who won game 1?
Reed won.
Reed won?
That was fast.
That was fast. So like I said, Eric's going to be looking for kind of a fast draw if he's able to pitch and then, chain some Street Wraiths or get Taxiing Probes together to really kind of start powering through the deck quick. Because that's the thing too, like you can get some really slow draws with that deck, so. And Reed Duke already taking down game 1.
Yeah,
being able to instantly get rid of those price of progresses out of his main deck.
Yeah, it's not that we talked through while they were playing in the feature match area. It's that we were talking while our spotters were going to find them because for some reason they didn't show up in the feature match area. And by the time they were found at their actual table, they had just finished game 1. Maybe Reed's got stuff he's doing between rounds. He's got, stuff he's got to get done.
Yeah.
It's like play testing for some other tournament.
Yeah, he's getting ready for the next tournament.
All right, but they're on their way. Chat does not seem to be a fan of 10 rounds with Manaless Dredge.
Yeah.
All right, there we go. They've been
They're
found.
Shuffling
they have been moved into the feature match area. They're confirmed 2-1. And yeah, Reed Duke up a game here. It's funny, we had Reed as the backup match in a previous round. I'm like, if we're actually going to get Reed some camera time, it has to be the lead match.
Yeah,
like his matches aren't going to last very long. You have to start there. Like we tried to start with Reed. Still can't get too fast with this burn deck. Now, does sideboarding change this appreciably? Reed presumably gets to take his price of progress out. Doesn't have a ton that's relevant to bring in except the ensnaring bridges, I guess.
Yeah, he's probably bringing in the ensnaring bridges and maybe just the exquisite firecraft just to kind of have extra burn, just to try to go as fast as possible.
And then, does Eric and Dredge get to do much of anything?
I'll be interested to see what Eric boards. I could see maybe the Vengeful Pharaohs coming in. Just kind of maybe pick off a creature here.
I was going to say let's see if they mulligan, but it's really only Reed who has the decision to make here.
So it looks like Eric has the Chancellor of the Annex.
Interesting. So Chancellor of the Annex, if you reveal it as part of your opening hand, it is a force spike on the first spell Reed casts this game. It's actually a reasonable effect.
I mean, that's at least going to gain Eric 2 life, if not just slow Reed down, and maybe Reed kind of just plays around it, but...
Right, I mean, Reed either throws a spell at it on his first turn or skips turn 1.
And in typical red player fashion, he has the red sleeves to go with it.
It feels
so
like you just
Reed is just going to throw the spell now, get it out of the way.
Chain Lightning apparently is the worst spell in his hand. Eric draws up to 8 and then discards Grave Troll to hand size. Eidolon.
Paying 2 life here. So that's the other thing Eric has to worry about, because his draw spells essentially cost him life.
Sure. Yeah, paying the 2 life to cycle a Street Wraith, which he gets to dredge instead of. Hits Cabal Therapy. What's the other card he's pushed forward? Oh, the Phantasmagorian.
Ichorid, and a Flare of the Hatebound, which is a potential payoff card with Dread Return.
That one's at least in English. You can let Reed read it. Wonder if Reed knows Phantasmagorian off the top of his head. There we go.
So Phantasmagorian, because you don't have necessarily a way to discard when you're slow dredging, gives you an extra out to get some of those dredgers into your graveyard.
Now that was Eric dredging Street Wraith at the end of Reed's turn. Presumably he's now going to go to his draw step, but he might, with no Grave Trolls in the yard, he may want to pick up the Phantasmagorian and get that Grave Troll back.
So Phantasmagorian's going to be looking, he wants to get the Amalgams in because the Ichorid's going to be triggering, so he's going to get those Amalgams for free as well.
So discard, discard, discard. Discard, discard, discard. He's actually going to...
respond to his own trigger.
Respond to his Phantasmagorian activation with a second one. Because really, these cards all want to be in the graveyard. I don't want them in my hand. There is an Ichorid in there to trigger.
And that's going to eat the Street Wraith here.
And both prize Amalgams will now come back at the end of Eric's turn. God, this deck's so insane. This is... I guess this is turn 3, to be fair.
Mm-hmm.
Or, yeah, turn... Or is this
yeah,
turn 2?
it doesn't
turn
really
3.
get going till about, turn 2 or 3. Because granted, you have to take the first turn off the discard.
Nether Shadow. Speaking of old school.
So, and one of the big things with playing a card like that is you do have to kind of keep your graveyard in order.
Yeah.
Because that does matter.
So, Ichorid, 8 Street Wraith, that has come back.
So Eric, one bridge in there.
He just used his Grave Troll on draw step, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's Nether Shadow. With the wrong art, but we'll allow it. Probably means we get the right template. Oh, it triggers at the end of your upkeep.
Yep.
If it has 3 creatures above it, you get it for free. So free 1/1, hasty 1/1. I guess there's not 3 creatures above it though.
Well, no. So
it came in draw step.
Yeah,
he got it.
Yeah,
he got it
so,
off the draw step dredge.
Yeah, we got it on the draw step. So he's going to be sending in versus Reed, and then he's going to be getting 1 bridge from below trigger when the Ichorid dies at the end step here. Reed's just going to take that damage. Doesn't look like he has any other action yet until the Amalgams come in.
2 prized Amalgams and a bridge from below trigger. It's not nothing. I mean, it feels like it's going to be really hard for Reed to attack for much more damage. The Icarid gets to come back again next turn.
So
Eric, more bridges by then.
Yeah, Eric choosing not to use the Cabal Therapy. Probably just going to wait until the Eidolon gets off the board before kind of really starting to try to build up the zombie army here. Reed looks like he has a Lava Spike. Is that a Fire Blast in there as well?
Yeah. Clears a path for his Eidolon. Not interested in letting Eric block, even if the block would kill a bridge.
It's interesting here. I think Reed is going to end up taking more damage from his Eidolon than it would a deal to Eric.
Three cards discarded to Phantasmagorian.
So he's going to satisfy the requirement for the Nether Shadow.
Also, I don't think he had a Grave Troll to dredge with his draw step. First Icarid is going to trigger at the beginning of his upkeep. Nether Shadow is going to trigger at the end of his upkeep.
So yeah, one of the important things with dredge is remembering your triggers. So I famously on camera missed a Narcomoeba trigger.
Yeah?
Yep. Not my proudest moment, but...
This dredge hit Narcomoeba. And another Nether Shadow, but not much else. Cabal Therapy. Still only the one bridge.
Reed is going to take a look at the...
Whirlpool Rider.
Yeah.
What is this card? It's like he's not... I'm not even sure he's old enough to see it as the terrible draft card that I see it as.
Let's say limited all-star Whirlpool Rider.
There you go. All right. Amalgam, and then 4 power worth of hasty creatures that just came out of the graveyard. That's 10 power attacking. Everybody wants a 2-mana 1/1, right?
So Whirlpool Rider, kind of a payoff card with Dread Return in this build.
You see Eric exiling the bridge because one of Reed's creatures died.
Yep.
From Lavamancer. Now Eric using Dread Return.
And he's just going to kill him with the Flare.
Aha! Walk us through the Flare kill.
So he's able to trigger it to deal damage equal to its power, and then unearth, do it again, and deal the necessary damage just straight to the face, given its power.
There you go. Flayer of the Hatebound finishes off Reed Duke. I mean, I feel like the Prize Amalgams could have finished him off next turn.
Oh, yeah.
That game was not going well for Reed.
No. So it'll be interesting to see if Reed can maybe race like he did Game 1.
Right, yeah, we didn't get to see Game 1. We just know that Reed won it, and apparently pretty quickly.
Yeah, had to be very quickly.
It didn't feel like Eric's dredges were all that good that game. And yet, it was a complete blowout.
Well, so he had the Grave Troll, which is the one he wants.
One card with
and he had the
on
Street Wraith, which is huge.
Street Wraith is huge,
yes.
Sure. He got
so having that extra kind of spell there speeds you up a turn.
Sure.
So that definitely helps. One of the things, though, with this deck, Eric, he's at the mercy of basically his opening 7. You know, you can't really let me try to find a better, you know. So you're at the mercy of kind of what you open up in your 7 here. So, you know, maybe Game 1 he had just a Thug maybe that he was dredging and not necessarily any of the cards to help power through it. So.
Fair enough. Yeah, Game 3 should certainly be interesting.
So Reed lost that game, and we'll be going on the play even.
I mean, should he choose draw?
That's definitely an interesting thing. I do believe he should choose draw
here. You just choose draw, right?
Just choose draw. You get a free card.
You're
get an actual free
effectively choosing play and draw if you choose draw.
Yeah. So yeah, you get the free extra draw spell, and I think it's very advantageous if Reed does have to mulligan, then he gets the scry with it as well, and he's not necessarily down a card there.
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense.
So, Reed's probably gonna choose draw here.
That's one of the reasons I don't know that I could bring myself to play Manaless Dredge. Like, all of your smart opponents are going to choose draw.
Yeah.
You're just giving away so much value by having a deck that must discard to hand size to do anything.
Well, and one of the things with a Manaless Dredge that always kind of scares me, even when I've played it a couple times, is, man, like, you really are at the mercy of that 7, you know? So if you got 7, you just got to be like, all right, I hope I hit a Dredger, you know, because sometimes you fan open that 7 and you don't have the Dredger yet. So players are shuffling up here. Yeah, it would have been interesting to see kind of how Reed won game 1, though.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry we missed that for sure. Yeah, the game Reed won. That was also a Chancellor of the Annex game. That's the other thing that was going on. I'm like, Eric's Dredge just didn't feel great. You're right about the Street Wraith, but Chancellor of the Annex did good work.
Yeah, so Chancellor of the Annex is at least going to gain him 2 life. That game he gained been 3. Slowing down Reed. Yeah.
He was countering he was feeding a spell to this thing on the first turn instead of playing a creature that could be a recurring source of damage.
So again, Eric does have the Grave Troll and a Street Wraith, so that's going to help him out tremendously here.
Reed did in fact choose draw. So yeah, here you see him draw a card.
Reed chose to take the draw.
Black Vice came in.
Eric just passed turn.
Probably only going to deal 3 damage. But yeah, that is Black Vice. At the beginning of Eric's turn, he takes damage for every card in his hand above 4. I mean, if Eric doesn't have a Phantasmagorian, this could deal significant damage. But worst case, it's a Lightning Bolt.
Yeah, so at this point, Eric, it does not look like he has the Phantasmagorian.
Does he have a way to dredge before his draw step?
Yeah, so he has a Street Wraith.
He has a Street Wraith.
Yep.
He basically needs to hit Phantasmagorian to turn off Black Vice. Meanwhile, oh, by the way, take 5. Lava Spike plus Swift Spear.
So much better opening for Reed. Didn't have to go against Chancellor.
Yeah. And, you know, he's dealt 8 damage. At this point in the last game, he had summoned an Eidolon.
Yeah. And Eric's going to have to pay 2 here for that Street Wraith, which is pretty significant at this point.
All right.
So Eric's going to be looking for at least Phantasmagorian.
Nether Shadow, a bunch of creatures. Is that it with the last card?
Nope. That looks like the Golgari Thug with the different art.
Oh, okay. It's an alternate art
Yep.
Thug. My apologies. Wow. Woo.
Reed remembers the black
Vice doing
Vice trigger.
work. Draw step.
There's a Phantasmagorian.
Yeah, the damage.
That is a big dredge there for him. Hits. He's going to get an Amalgam here. Hits the Phantasmagorian. And now he's setting up his discard. We're probably going to see a Cabal Therapy here. I gotta believe so.
How many bridges does he have at this point? Any?
Thought he had 1 in there, and it looks like he's looking to discard 1. No. So he's just going to be discarding
0.
1.
So he's not going to be able to go berserk with bridge tokens. He can get under the Vice. He can discard a bunch of cards. But then what?
Yeah, at this point, it looks like Eric's just going to be trying to play defense.
I mean, he can't even cast Dread Return yet, right?
Yeah, no, Eric's going to be playing a little defense here this turn.
I mean, once he gets the amalgams back, he's set up to play Dread Return next turn.
Yeah, I think Eric's kind of breaking down his lines right now and seeing what he wants to discard.
I mean, it feels like he's going to have to say go and cross his fingers that Reed can't deal 7 points of burn. I mean, he would also like to put as many blockers into play as possible, which isn't trivial.
Yeah, I was going to say, but he's going to have to hold back the Narco. He can't really go Cabal Therapy, even if he discards the bridge, which it looks like he is, because if Reed's able to clear that Narcomoeba, he's still going to get the trigger from the bridge, whereas if he Cabal Therapies now, if Reed is able to kill the zombie token, then that's going to effectively clear the way for Reed.
I might Therapy anyway. That's if Reed spends mana on a burn spell targeting a zombie, that's mana. That's a mana and a burn spell he didn't spend at my face.
So
yeah, if there were multiple bridges, then he could start turning a profit with these Cabal Therapies. But only getting the one zombie, I still think you do it, because if you hit, that could be very relevant.
So you got to get the Soul Read on. Cabal Therapy is one of my favorite cards as well, just because you got to have that Soul Read.
So he's going to get a zombie from sacking his Narcomoeba. What is he going to name? I think I named Fire Blast here, if I'm Eric. And he did name Fire Blast, and he hit. He just saved his own life.
Has the Soul Read, names Fire Blast, and gets it.
So you would have lost this game. You would have lost this game to Riftbolt Fire Blast for 7.
Yeah, I would have.
Me and Eric are still in it. I don't know if we're winning, but we're not dead yet.
Yes.
Interesting. So now he has the option to sack the zombie and therapy away the Riftbolt, which he's going to do. Because he'd rather take a hit from what's probably only a 1/2 Swift Spear than leave Reed with that Riftbolt in his hand. Yeah, I see people in chat asking, why not Fire Blast in response if you're Reed? The problem is, if you Fire Blast in response, your mountains are gone.
Yeah.
You have no lands anymore.
Well, he had one land in hand.
Yeah, okay. I guess, what, you're going to Fire Blast and then suspend Riftbolt?
Yeah.
The fact that he has one land, that's interesting. Like, you can't hardcast Riftbolt. You can't play Eidolon. But if you Fire Blast in response, then you can suspend Riftbolt. Should you get another turn, you win. I mean, if Reed Fire Blast in response, he cannot win on his next turn.
Yeah.
The way Reed played it, if Eric names anything other than Fire Blast, Reed's probably winning on his next turn.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. That's an interesting question. You can't respond to him naming Fire Blast, obviously. Reed would have to respond to the therapy itself before Eric names a card. That's when Reed's response window exists.
Well, and I feel most players, too, when, they're being Cabal Therapied, they're, well, what are the odds they're going to name this? You know?
Right. I think the odds of him naming Fire Blast there are pretty high.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I immediately said name Fire Blast. Eric did name Fire Blast. I think it's the obvious card, especially when you're at 7, right? You're at 3+4 life. Fire Blast is...
It's interesting because if Reed did Fire Blast, that cuts off... slamming down the Eidolon, that cuts off a lot of what Eric could have potentially played. He wouldn't have been able to flash back any of the therapies.
Yeah, Reed would not have been able to play the Eidolon had he Fire Blasted. And the Eidolon is relevant. Interesting. So Eric used Dread Return on Whirlpool Rider, which lets him draw some extra cards, which of course he's going to use to dredge. He's got 3 zombies so far off the creatures he sacrificed for the Dread Return.
So he is powering through his deck, looking to get the team ready to come in.
So you see him turning that Narcomoeba sideways, indicating that it has triggered, but he hasn't finished resolving the Whirlpool Rider yet, so the Narcos don't actually come into play yet.
And because of Nether Shadow, it's very important that he keeps his graveyard in order.
Right.
So I'm not sure if, let's see. So it looks like Eric has Flare of the Hatebound as a potential Dread return target.
Can we pull up Flare of the Hatebound just so people can see exactly how this works?
And he has a Whirler Rogue, so he Whirlpool Rider, I mean, and he can start going crazy again if he wanted.
Three creatures, that is the right number if you want to flash back a Dread return. Flare of the Hatebound. When it enters the battlefield, deal damage equal to its power to target creature or player.
So what he's going to be doing here is setting up the Flare of the Hatebound.
Okay. So that just deals 4, though, right?
Yes.
But that's 4 so far.
So he's counting out now for Dread return how much more he can deal, because the Phantasmagorian will deal damage equal to its power, and the same with Chancellor.
And then meanwhile, he's got so many zombies that it's really just a question of whether he can win without having to say go. He does not want to give Reed a turn where Reed can potentially 0.6 points of burn in his face. Dealing 20 with Flare of the Hatebound does not seem trivial.
Yes, yeah. So he fires off the 1, dealing damage again.
So Chancellor of the Annex is now in play.
He's got the Undying Trigger, is going to deal 3 more here.
The Undying Flare of the Hatebound comes back when you Dread return it. And now here's Phantasmagorian.
And there's the Handshake.
And that'll do it. Phantasmagorian triggers the lethal damage thanks to the Flare of the Hatebound, and Eric Pentecoff picks up win number 3, wins both sideboarded games against Reed Duke, who showed up with a mono-red burn deck for Legacy Champs, and it does not appear that the mono-red burn deck is going to get Reed through to Sunday.
No, it does not look like it. Flare of the Hatebound, a very critical card for that deck because it's one of the only ways it can really interact with creatures too. So
sure. Yeah, Reed at 2-2, I believe, is dead for top 8. I mean, their prizes go below top 8. I don't expect him to drop from the tournament or anything, but I do not think we will get to see him on Sunday.
No, given the 10 rounds of Swiss, yeah, I think 2-2 is not going to quite get you there. But
interesting stuff.
Yeah.
It's always interesting to see dredge decks in action. It's Magic from such a crazy angle.
Well, and the interesting thing with Legacy, that's a little different than Vintage, is you'll see a different range of dredge decks. There's multiple versions you can be playing, as we just saw on camera, the Manaless, and then you have the more, I guess, quote-unquote traditional for Legacy is the Maned version, where you got, the Lion's Eye Diamonds, going, looking to flash back, Faithless Looting, things like that. So
now, tell me why Flare is better than just having a Flamekin Zealot and overwhelming them.
So
you need to kill, like, through a moat?
Yeah, so Flare does give you a lot of flexibility versus, ensnaring bridge and things like that as well. So given the scope of the format,
there's a lot more moats and ensnaring bridges and things where you just won't get to attack with your horde of zombies.
Exactly, yeah.
And now Flamekin Zealot can be Dragon Lord Kolaghan so that actually have a flyer.
And a lot of times you will see lists play a Flamekin Zealot and Flare of the Hatebound too.
Okay.
So it all kind of depends how you configure your list and things like that. So again, he had Chancellor of Annex. Sometimes that's a 4 of. He has it as a 2 of. So it really kind of all depends how you're going to craft your list. And again, we're in some new territory with this deck now because we have the addition of Prized Amalgam and Force of Will now. So it's still, you're going to see where some of the numbers hash out. Still,
and Amalgam triggers Flair when it comes out, right?
Yes.
That is a triggered ability to put it into play from the graveyard. So if he just had a bunch of Amalgams in his graveyard, it'd be like, okay, 3 more, 3 more.
It'd just be at the end step, he'd just be...
It feels like it takes multiple Dread returns to get to 20, but he got there.
Yeah, oh yeah, no, you're definitely playing
if you have your whole deck in your graveyard, you probably can just get there.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure.
Phantasmagorian obviously helps too. Interesting. Yeah, I guess Moat and Ensnaring Bridge definitely come up enough that matters. I mean, Kolaghan can answer Moat, but Ensnaring Bridge would still be a problem.
Yes. Yep.
All right, so we're going to have, I think we're out of Matches of Magic, and we're going to talk to Eric. Is that where we're at? Okay, we're going to try to move a match onto the cameras, but meanwhile, we're going to talk to Eric? Cool. Sounds like a plan. All right, I guess
awesome.
I'll hand my headset to Eric.
All right, or I don't care.
Or you can.
Yeah, or we'll get Eric in here.
I haven't actually seen the barbecue show up yet. I was kind of eager to get out and have some lunch, but haven't seen the food show up yet.
Yeah.
So I'm happy to hang out. You can.
We'll get Eric to pop in.
Yeah, let's do it. And then, once we have another match moved over to the camera tables, we are not yet done with round 4. Hello. So put the headset on. How you doing?
Very good. Very good.
Nice to see you.
Yeah.
How Manaless Dredge, huh?
Yeah, it's kind of the pet deck. Like,
okay.
I've been Dredge on for years, so it's
Are you just Dredge in all formats?
Yesterday was the first time I played something other than Dredge.
Right, because you did pretty well yesterday, didn't you?
I did. I lost my winning in, and yeah, it was unfortunate, but it happens.
What did you? And I didn't think it was Dredge, which is why I was surprised.
Yeah, it was White Eldrazi.
Right.
Mono White Eldrazi.
So you were one of well, Eldrazi seemed like a pretty good call yesterday.
It did. It did. I've done well with Dredge in the past, so it kind of hurt a little bit, but it all worked out.
Fair enough. But Legacy, back to the dredging.
Yeah, back to the plan of Dredge. I had Blue-Red Delver kind of set, sleeve to go, and 2 days before coming down here, I'm going back to it.
Okay, coming down from, where are you from?
I'm from upstate New York, a couple miles off of Lake Ontario.
Nice. So you have a crew of people that came down with you?
Yeah, we had car full come down for the events.
But the other guys probably aren't doing as well as you are?
I'm not sure. I know one of my friends is actually, he's doing as well as I am, as far as I know.
They all played Vintage yesterday?
One played Vintage. The Unpowered, he ended up top 4. He did the third place for
the budget decks?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
So.
God, the budget deck competition was tough.
Yeah.
A guy made top 8 with a budget list. How are you going to win? They're going to beat that.
Yep.
No. Awesome. Now, talk to me about Dredge in Legacy. You say you play a lot of Dredge in a lot of different formats. Why Manaless? And, why... tell me anything else about your deck that you think was unusual.
Well, I have been too much caught up in the format in Legacy lately, so it was kind of more so this is what I kind of know.
Okay.
The difference between, I think, this and the LED Dredge, I sacrifice some of the speed, but I feel like this is a more resilient type of game.
Sure.
Just kind of grind it out a little bit more.
Prized Amalgam seems like a recent addition. Were you playing Force of Will before Prized Amalgam?
I wasn't, and having that being able to pitch to Force of Will has come up quite often this event. Just this event alone.
Are people just totally blindsided to see Force of Will come out of the Dredge deck?
Force of Will and Disrupting Shoal out of the board.
Oh, you're Disrupting Shoal with the board?
Disrupting Shoal.
4 of them. I missed that. That's awesome.
Which has been able, my round 2, having that with an Archamoeba on turn 1 for their rest in peace was really nice.
Wait, let's slow down. Let me make sure I got this story right. Your opponent says, haha, I put rest in peace in my sideboard. I'm going to get the Dredge guy. He's Manaless. What can he do? Turn 2, goes to play rest in peace, and you're like, wait, Disrupting Shoal, discarded Narcomoeba, counter your 2 CMC rest in peace.
Yeah.
I need to shake your hand again. That is spectacular. That is like Dredge players everywhere are bowing down to their TVs right now. That is spectacular. All right. 4-4 Will 4-door show on the sideboard. Look what Prized Amalgam has brought to us.
Yeah. Yep.
Awesome. Any other cool stories? I should just ask you about your other rounds. You're great at this.
I hit a blind ensnaring bridge off of a Cabal Therapy.
Didn't even know he had it in his list, and it was in his hand?
I didn't, and I was a little rusty. It was round one. Like I said, I haven't been playing Legacy, and completely forgot about some of the cards.
Sure.
And was just like, I seen it game 2, game 3, hit it on the blind.
Wow. Nice. And now you basically beat Reed by naming Fire Blast correctly too. Walk me through. Was Fire Blast just the obvious card there, or what were you thinking with that that blind therapy?
I was thinking, what can deal me the most damage, and with his Eidolon, if it's a bolt or something like that, and if I can combo and get him to a low enough number where he can't cast that anyway.
Yeah.
It's I guess the little things.
Yeah. Yeah. No. That was a good name. That seemed like that basically took that match from yikes, Reed maybe it's probably going to kill him on this last turn to, oh, okay.
Yep.
Where did Reed's hand go? Cabal Therapy will do that sometimes.
Yeah. Yep.
So awesome. Well, the deck looks sweet. It looks like you're playing it very well. I mean, 3-1, you got a long way to go, but
yeah,
maybe see you in another win at the end of the day, right?
Too, so.
Awesome. Thanks for chatting with us.
Thank you.
Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
Were you listening to that?
Yeah, oh my god, yeah. That was awesome.
Oh, that's striking a blow for Dredge players everywhere.
Yes, yes. As a Dredge player, that warms my heart, so I'm excited.
Wow. So, other things going on this round. Jarvis Yu seems to have won his match 2-1. He was paired up against James Hammis. That was one of our potential backup feature matches, but they're done. Meanwhile...
So do we have a match that we will be going to?
I think so. Arthur Fusco was victorious over Geo Tang. That was another potential match. And so I think Patrick Vincent and Eric Sorensen are still going to a game 3, and that we are hoping to get that match on camera. So that's the plan.
All right.
Do we have deck lists for that matchup? See if we can get those.
These guys are still currently in game
2. Okay, these guys are in game 2 on a table where we do not have our camera. Right. So, assuming they get to play a game 3, we will bring it to you. Wow, it's another Dredge.
So it's another Dredge deck.
But it's the other Dredge deck. It's,
yes.
LED Dredge is what we just heard it called. Lion's Eye Diamond gives you mana. It's Breakthrough as the way to get your hand in. So you're not relying on end step discard to hand size to get started. You're instead relying on cards like Putrid Imp, Careful Study, Breakthrough to get the engine started. And then it means you don't have quite the random motley assortment of creatures. You've got the same ones you'd see in Vintage, right? You see Icarid, Stinkweed, Narcomoeba, Golgari Grave Troll, Golgari Thug.
So kind of quite the opposite of Manaless Dredge. With the Lion's Eye Diamond versions of the deck, you typically mulligan a lot more aggressively. So
sure. So
it'll be interesting to see how that...
Right, and Lion's Eye Diamond, you just play it, crack it, discard my hand. I'm not casting spells with that mana.
Yeah, definitely.
0 mana, discard my hand. Sign me up.
Yeah,
sounds great.
You get to go right into Faithless Looting and flash it back with your Lion's Eye Diamond mana, and then you're off to the races.
Dragonlord Kolaghan is the kill here. We were talking about with Eric, or I was talking with you about, do you just have the hasty zombies? I've got once you have a couple bridges, 1 Dread Return on Dragonlord Kolaghan will make enough zombies to kill somebody. That's the way Patrick wants to finish his games. What's Eric Sorensen up to?
So Eric is on, and we haven't seen this deck yet on camera. He's on Shardless Bug.
Okay.
We got Charless Agent, obviously one of the key spells. Got Hymn to Turok, Tarmogoyf, Deathrite Shaman, Baleful Strix, Ancestral Visions, Liliana the Veil, Jason Mind Sculptor, a tempo deck in the format.
Is it a tempo? It's all 2-for-1s. I guess it counts as a tempo.
Yeah, I mean, they always lump them all together.
It's on the slower side of tempo decks,
yes.
right? It feels like it occupies the I'm just going to 2-for-1 you into oblivion.
Yeah, it definitely. And against the Delver decks, it definitely plays more of the control role.
Right.
So and mid range, versus a lot of the decks out there as well. So. And then
makes sense.
Does look like that Eric did come prepared. We got some Spell Bombs, Surgical, and Grafdigger's Cage in the sideboard for Dredge. So.
Firestorm is the best way to discard cards, according to the chat.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of the Firestorm card, not going to lie.
Looks like they are shuffled up, ready to go.
All right, great. So we do get a game 3. These guys are undefeated at this point, 3-0 versus 3-0.
Patrick's on the play.
So, careful study.
I saw a Spell Bomb in Eric's hand.
Aha. A Grave Troll and a Thug. And Patrick passes the turn.
Oh, wow. He has Surgical and Spell Bomb. So Eric can run out the Spell Bomb here.
He leads Deathrite. I guess with the Surgical, he's not that worried about just getting turn 2'd.
So Surgical targets the Grave Troll. So Patrick does have a window here before the Spell Bomb comes down with Breakthrough and still having one Dredger in his graveyard.
Right. I mean, you see Eric decided, okay, I want to develop my board a little bit, and I think Surgical's enough to make sure Patrick can't do too much here.
Yeah, Eric's gonna.
We'll see.
Eric's banking on that by taking the Grave Trolls out and having him just on the one Dredger, that he can potentially buy himself an extra turn, then get Spellbomb down.
Yeah, let's see if Patrick can thread this needle. So it's just draw step. Let's dredge Golgari Thug. 4 cards. What are they? A bridge?
It's a Stinkweed Imp, which is huge here with Breakthrough.
Agreed. His hand also has a second bridge.
And he's going to break through for 1.
Breakthrough for 1. Oh, Eric has a Force of Will?
He has Force of Will, but I don't believe he has the blue card.
Aha. So, breakthrough for 1.
Yeah, so Eric's hands Force of Will, and it looks like the Spell Bomb, but not much else.
Oh, Patrick dredged Stinkweed. He's going pretty fast here, but he dredged Stinkweed and then failed to hit any more dredgers, right? So he drew cards?
That's what it looks like. Yeah, so he drew the additional cards.
Yeah, he used the first of these draw for the Stinkweed Imp, and then had to actually draw, which is not really the plan. Did come up with a Lion's Eye Diamond and a Faithless Looting, however, so
he's still going to continue here.
Yeah, let's see how far we get. Uses the Lion's Eye Diamond mana to flash back Faithless Looting. There's the Stinkweed Imp. I mean, extracting those Grave Trolls definitely did some damage to Patrick Vincent's deck. He's
it's slowing down
bit.
his dredge So Thug's the other one.
Wow, yeah. He's down to Thug again. It's a Narcomoeba and not much else. Cabal Therapy.
Narcomoeba, he has 3 bridges in there.
3 bridges, but only 1 Narcomoeba.
He has a Cabal Therapy. I gotta believe that he's gonna fire this off here.
Is he gonna? Oh God! It comes down to whether he names Nihil Spellbomb, doesn't it? What's the name, Patrick? What are you gonna name with Cabal Therapy? Oh, he did have a blue card. He had Baleful Strix.
Oh, okay.
So Force of Will, removing Baleful Strix. Eric, let that breakthrough resolve. Let Patrick get started. I think Eric just didn't believe Patrick could kill him now, wanted him to fill up his graveyard so that he could destroy him with that Nihil Spellbomb. Now the problem is, Patrick has more Cabal Therapies. And like, why is Eric Force of Willing my first Cabal Therapy? Well, I think I'm going to sack one of these zombies and go back for more. Is it 1 therapy left or 2?
Only 1 therapy.
So he only gets the blind name. He does not get to see Eric's card. He has to figure out what it is.
Let's see if he has the Soul Read.
This is, yeah, Soul Read. You got to get some of these right if you're going to win with Dredge. It's not. It's got to. Did he say go?
Pass the turn back. This
he
is
said
huge.
Go.
Oh, he drew another spell. Did he draw another spell bomb?
Wow. I mean, I guess it's tough to know which. If he didn't see it in a previous game, like you could name Tormod's Crypt. How do you know which one it is, right? But yeah, that Nihil Spellbomb is...
Spellbomb hitting 3 bridges is huge.
Bad news for Patrick Vincent. He's lost all of his Grave Trolls, and now he's about to lose 3 bridges.
He's still not under a ton of pressure from Eric. He's still outclassing him on the board with 3 zombies versus the Deathrite Shaman.
I guess 3/2/2s can do some work. I guess.
And there goes the graveyard. So he does have another Spellbomb in hand. So Eric has a Spellbomb and a land. So this is now probably going to come down to, can Eric find a way to deal with the zombies?
Summon Narcomoeba. 2 mana, 1/1, flying. Look, I have won games with Dredge this way.
Yes.
Sometimes you got to attack them with your Narcomoeba.
Sometimes you start casting Narcomoebas, Golgari Thugs, Bloodghasts, and that's how you get there.
This could legitimately work, right? Eric's hand is land, Spellbomb.
Yeah, Patrick's way ahead on board with power, although... Yeah, and with no creatures in the graveyard, Deathrite Shaman can't gain him life right now.
Patrick Vincent didn't want to sack one of these zombies and try for the blind therapy. And it's actually working out. If he only had a pair of 2/2s, this would not be nearly as good. 7, knock you down to 3. Eric can deal 2 damage with his Deathrite. That is completely irrelevant to what's actually going on in this game. Did he just draw Toxic Deluge? Is that what that card is?
I think he just drew Toxic Deluge.
Oh my god. Fetch land down to 2. Wait, the fetch land drops
the fetch land, he had to use the Deathrite. Because
there's no land in the graveyard. 2. Deathrite didn't make mana. He can't deluge for 2 now. He's only got 2 life.
That'll kill him.
There was no land in the yard, was there? So he just cracked a fetch land, and now
I thought there was. I thought he fetched earlier.
I mean, he just fetched.
Yeah.
He was at 3. The fetch land should drop him to 2, right?
Shows the Deluge.
He can't Deluge to sweep the board. Patrick Vincent got him by Xaxes.
Wow.
Dredge wins.
Dredge wins.
What a round.
Oh my, yeah. 2 Dredge victories on camera.
Totally
very
different
good,
dredge
very
decks.
good round for dredge players everywhere. So
that was crazy.
Yeah,
I did not think that was going to be good enough. 3 zombies, that's it?
Yeah, well, like I said, we saw that Patrick didn't really have anything, or not Patrick, Eric didn't really have a follow-up after the spell bomb, so, and he was already ahead on board with the zombies, so.
Crazy. And yeah, I mean, I think Patrick's deck was obviously neutered after losing all the Grave Trolls, but he only hit 1 Narcomoeba. If he could have just gotten its second creature into play to sack a therapy in his graveyard and 3 bridges, but no, like you have to sack a real creature to get the bridge tokens. Declines the blind therapy, and wow, I can't believe that worked out.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
Yeah, no, like I said, I think I would have fired off that therapy.
I would have too. Like, the guy just force-willed to stop you from Cabal therapying him.
Yeah, that definitely, I feel, kind of maybe tips the hand that he's trying to protect something good.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now, I guess if you're in Patrick's seat, the dredge player, you don't necessarily know which way to kill your graveyard he's sitting on.
Yeah.
But
I mean, yeah, so.
I mean, if he doesn't know which one to name, then maybe, like, if he didn't see the card in game 2, I guess I would have named. I don't know if I would have come up with. I mean, it's easy to say name Nihil Spellbomb when we can see that he's holding a Nihil Spellbomb. But like, it could be that it's a Tormod's Crypt or it's. Something else.
Yeah, he wasn't sure maybe what to go with, and maybe wanted to wait until he had another therapy or build the graveyard a little more. He was going to have an Ichrid coming back, maybe just kind of use that.
All right, sounds like we're going to do a commentator swap.
All right.
We're going to bring Brassman back in for a little bit. Andy Probasco has been doing good work for us all weekend. I'm going to hand my headset off to him. Are we double swapping? Yeah,
all right. All right. It looks like we're going to get another Dredge player on camera to talk to us about Dredge. And then I'm going to get kicked out for the much dreamier Andy Probasco. Looks like we're getting that set up here. How's it going? Yeah. No, dude, you can do it. Yeah. So we're going to tag in Andy Dreamy Probasco.
Hey guys, how's it going? Patrick?
Yep.
All right, congratulations.
Thank you.
So I see you're playing Dredge.
I am playing Dredge today.
And I'm not anywhere near as familiar with Legacy Dredge as I am with Vintage Dredge. Talk to me about your deck. Is this a pretty standard list, or did you modify it?
It's been a little bit modified for they've been printing some better cards for the deck. So Dragon Lord Kolagon is like light years above Flamekin Zealot, so I've included him. And then we've got the Mana Confluence. That's a great new addition to it. And then I'm running some more breakthroughs than people normally play, because I found that
full 4.
Yeah, instead of like 3, which people like. They don't like that you have to. It's a blessing and a curse having to discard your hand. Sometimes you have that, the sideboard card that you need in your hand, and you can't discard it. And so Breakthrough is worse than a Careful Study or a Faithless Looting, something like that. But
how often do you get to cast it with an X value? Never, or
I like to cast it for 1 or 2, because sometimes you get the Lion's Eye Diamond off of it, and then you can just go so long, And that's the thing. Name of the game is just to dredge as much as you can, right? As quick as you can before all the hate cards come down. And you try to avoid the surgical extractions, So
what so surgical extraction, what of the variety of hate cards out there, in your opinion, what's the hardest for you to play around with your deck? And I understand you might be reluctant.
Yeah.
The tournament's not over yet.
Yeah. This is that's totally confidential information.
Okay, we won't. Yeah. All right. The reverse. Are there any hate cards that people think are effective against
Yeah,
Dredge
people think that Deathrite Shaman is just going to shut you down, and I don't know if you play the deck for a while, people adjust and they learn and they get really good at playing around Deathrite Shaman. 2 Deathrite Shamans, it's a little scarier.
A little bit tougher.
Yeah, so it definitely the fact that Deathrite Shaman has been printed it definitely weakens the deck quite a bit. So I think it scares a lot of people away from it because game 1 somebody might come down with a Deathrite Shaman. Yeah. Sideboard's kind of spicy. I'm playing Fragmatize, which my new printing there. Yeah. I like it more than Nature's Claim because against a lot of decks, you're actually racing.
So that 4 life makes a real
difference.
difference.
That Nature's Claim, that can throw it off really bad. So my friends talked me into playing 2 Nature's Claims today because I was going to go all in on Fragmatize. They reminded me it's a sorcery, so you can't, if you're getting ported relentlessly, that's bad because then you won't be able to cast your Fragmatize, right? So I went 2 in on the Nature's Claim instead of all 4 Fragmatizes. Abrupt Decay is such a good card. So any combo deck, which Dredge is really a combo deck at heart, you want to be playing the Abrupt Decay. Love that card.
So now that you've gotten in some games with it, Fragmatize versus Nature's Claim, would you go to 4 Fragmatize or keep the split?
So thus far in this tournament, I haven't even gotten a chance to play Fragmatize on the matchup where I was going to use it. The person ended up mulling to 4.
So you didn't need it anyway.
So I got really lucky and I didn't actually need it, but I felt it coming. They did not hit the hate cards they were trying to find. I assumed with the aggressive mulliganing that they were doing. So yeah.
So what's the matchup you most want to see in the next round?
The best matchup for me. I would love to see more Delver and Eldrazi seems to be pretty okay. As long as you're able to get, you have access to your sideboard because they're going to have some bad hate against you, which most decks do. But I'm thinking that the Delver and slower combo decks like Sneak and Show, that kind of thing. Like a lot of times you can get enough Cabal Therapies in the yard to just blow their combo out of the water. So that's the goal. Get Cabal Therapy everything out of their hand. Yeah.
It's a good goal. Effective card for sure. So I got a chance. I've walked around and seen some of the decks people are playing. How do you think Kaladesh and Conspiracy, how's that making its way into Legacy? How big an impact do you think these cards are going to do to the format?
I feel like Kaladesh, the new set, with Fragmatize is great for Dredge. As far as the other cards, I feel like they've been really good at printing like Death and Taxes cards lately, but those are in what is that? The set, the multiplayer set.
Conspiracy.
Conspiracy. Yeah.
Yep.
They're printing. They love Death and Taxes. Those cards that they printed are so good. Recruiter of the Guard.
Prelate.
And Sanctum Prelate. Oh my gosh, they are frightening cards for that deck to possess. Why do they need tutors? Why?
They don't need tutors.
Yeah, they don't need tutors. Why? You can flash those. The Sanctum Prelate, or you can flash the Recruiter of the Guard and get 2 cards off of it. Oh my gosh, they love Death and Taxes, or maybe they love like small creature mid-rangey strategies. They're fair.
Looks like they haven't given Dredge too much in recent time.
I don't think they'll ever purposely give Dredge a card.
Yeah, I can see that. But
unfortunately,
stuff still makes it in.
It's not called Dredge the Gathering, so yeah.
All right. What I know you didn't want to talk about hate cards.
Yes.
You talked about your best matchup. What do you not want to see? What's your archetype, not necessarily the specific cards?
I don't know. I know there's a lot of very good Death and Taxes players that can give me a lot of trouble. Storm can give me a lot of trouble just because it's very fast. And Reanimator, don't really want to see that very much because that is also really fast. And Belcher is really bad because they go off and win. So
faster than the
yeah,
Dredge
faster
usually.
than Dredge. So
why did you pick Dredge?
I would say it's a personal challenge. I'm normally on Reanimator.
Okay.
I really like that deck, and I've done pretty well with it historically for me. So personally well with that deck. So I definitely like that deck. With the cards that I brought, I felt like it was the most surprising thing for people. It's really low in the meta, so people are not expecting to play against it. So they're just, at this point in time, they're keeping starting hands that are not necessarily going to be that good against it.
They don't see it coming, so they can't. They're not prepared.
Yeah,
for
so they're less prepared for it. That's going to change the further I get up in the ranks, and the more people I recognize that I'm playing, that we're playing next to me, and all of that are people who are scouting though. So.
Have you found it compared to Reanimator so far?
Yes.
Do you like it more? Do you think it's where do you think it's better? Where do you think it's worse?
It's definitely, it feels a lot more hair of the teeth, if that makes sense. If you watch the last match at all, like that happens all the time, where like you're just hoping that they don't draw like their magical out card, and you have no graveyard anymore, and some zombies on the table, and like the rogue Narcomoeba that you top decked, and or the Stinkweed, and somehow you're just fighting to get there. So I appreciate that about that deck. So
good. All right, I don't know if we know what our next match is going to be.
Can I give a shout out to Pat's Games in Austin, Texas?
Awesome.
All right, go Pat's Games.
All right, well, thank you.
And the Eldrazi Lords.
And the Eldrazi Lords.
I click the Eldrazi Lords.
So, well, thanks for talking to us, and good luck in the rest of the tournament.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Nice meeting you.
All right. Hey, thank you so much.
Thank you. So I think we're going to figure out what the next feature match is very shortly. How's it going?
Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you.
A lot of different decks out there.
A lot of different decks. Talk to me about what you've been seeing today.
Actually, for whatever reason, I don't know if it's just the range of tables I was in, and I think I was just in the middle of the pack. All of a sudden, saw a bunch of fish decks. Leovold. I saw far less Delver or Miracles than I'd expected as I was walking through the tables.
Do you think that's a reaction to what people thought the metagame was going to be, or?
Oh, I'm not even sure I can draw a conclusion from it. I might have just been walking around the wrong tables. But,
fair enough.
I saw a lot of Chalice of the Void in play.
Okay.
And I actually saw a few Sneak and Show decks.
All right. I haven't heard much from them in a while, but they were all over the place for a long time. Mm-hmm. All right. Just wonder how they'll do. What's been winning in the feature matches?
So, what have we been? I mean, we saw Miracles just run away with it. We've seen the 4-color Delver Mirror match, which just seemed to reinforce the less expensive, impactful spells. Things like Kolaghan's Command look wonderful, but he costs 3 mana, and that's a lot in that matchup. Both players are running usually between 18 and 20 lands, including Wastelands. So they're wasting each other. I mean, just
you got to stay as low to the ground as possible.
3 mana is ambitious. I mean, we saw after boarding the other 4-color Delver player just die with a Kolaghan's Command in their hand.
Yeah, it seems like it's a very powerful effect when the game goes long. You can get a lot of value with it, but you got to cast it to get that value.
Like when one side is looking at Kolaghan Span and Snapcaster Mage and things that prevent a tremendous situation should you get there, and the other side is more Fork Bolt and Grim Lavamancer. The one side gets there first. And you only have 20 life. You only have so many turns to deal with it. So it was a lesson I wouldn't have necessarily intuitively known, but watching it play out once, I believe the
clear
lower
now,
to the ground answer is the right one.
So it sounds like they're calling out the matches right now.
Yeah, we've got... I'll let you take it, because I'm not good with names.
All right. Looks like we got Chris Hollisian versus Christopher Walton, Eric Sorensen versus Steve Rubin, James Hill versus Jacob Corey, Bob Huang versus Kenta Hiroki. And I think we'll
have deck lists incoming shortly. Is there a deck that pardon me, you're hoping to see?
Hoping to see. Now, most of the time I've played Legacy was with counterbalance decks like Miracles. However, I know it's kind of the format Boogeyman. I know it's not necessarily the most exciting for a lot of people to watch, but I'm fascinated by the getting that value out of the Divining Top over 40 turns with a bunch of fetch lands. I love that.
Yeah.
I love the skill that takes. But I'm pretty open. I want to see the things I can't see in Vintage.
Pardon me. Excuse me, sorry about that. I also really like the Miracles decks. There's so many decisions on the Miracles side, and also anyone walking into this tournament has to believe if they're going to be doing well, they're going to have to play against it a few times. So they have to have a plan for it. And it never really seems to matter what people's plan is for it. Miracles decks are still very, very successful. So it's a lot of fun to see who has the best plan, whose plan actually works against Miracles, and why.
All right, looks like we're
getting
still setting up at this point. And still don't know decks we're seeing. I wouldn't mind seeing one of those Sneak and Show decks. Those are kind of fun to watch.
Yeah, and they're almost a throwback at this point. It's been so quiet from Sneak and Show for, a couple of years now.
Yeah.
What do you think was the catalyst to move them out of what people would have considered Tier 1 decks?
No, people definitely adapted. You can't stay on top for that long without people kind of sorting out how to hate your deck out.
Right, I'm not even I don't know, due to I don't know the finer points of the format. I don't know what their matchup looks like necessarily against strictly Miracles and Delver. Delver's with Spell Snares, Dazes, Force of Wills, and a Quick Clock. It seems very hard for that deck to settle in.
I would imagine that. I would love to see that matchup, actually. It seems like it could be a fun one.
Well, because no one's going to come with Sneak and Show without having a plan for that matchup.
Oh, absolutely not.
I think the two decks you can guarantee you're going to play against in the Swiss, should you be lucky enough to be in contention for 10 rounds, is you're definitely going to play against Delvers and you're definitely going to play against Miracles.
And the Delver decks and Miracle decks, they have tons of answers, but you only need to resolve one threat. That's the way that deck works. And that's the way there's a lot of similar Legacy decks where that one threat is going to be so powerful that if you can just focus the game around setting up the turn where they're not going to have the answer that turn, or you can fight through it on that one turn, that's all you need.
Sure. Yeah, I think the format, I don't even know if it was necessarily people found their silver bullet answers to beat it. I think the format just kind of got hostile. Even as you turn into how it developed even later, Thought-Knot Seers and whatnot running around.
It's true. Thought-Knot Seers seems in particular not something you want to play against.
Yeah, it's a touch slow depending on how quick your start is, but I don't think that deck plans on show and tell turn 2 every game.
All right, looks like we're going to be looking at the two Chris's. We don't have the deck list yet, but we can try to get a glance at their hands. I can only make out City of Traders.
Leading with City of Traders.
Which is aggressive.
Yes.
I thought I made out. Painter Servant. That's a fun one too. Completely forgot about that deck.
Things are going to get a little spicy.
I love to see a Painter Servant play. All right, so it looks like Chris had a mulligan to this hand. Currently no cards he can play in it, but a mountain lets him cast basically everything. Do you know what the third card is from the top? I'm not familiar with that art. And the text box is pretty shiny.
Is it a Pyroblast?
It could be. It looks Pyroblasty. It's Pyroblast. Yeah. All right. Wasteland.
Only because someone else played that picture in a previous match. I'm not. I don't know the deck, but I don't know. I mean, is that a 6-card keepable hand? I guess you get the Scry and you only need 1 land.
Yeah, and I'm not sure how many lands the deck has, how consistent it is. I'd be a little scared.
I guess it also matters. I mean, they're both 4-0. If they've been playing next to each other and they know what the other one's playing, I mean, if the Blood Moon is a great card, then that makes that far more keepable.
That's definitely true. There are some decks out there that, especially game 1, are just not going to be able to handle a Blood Moon. And if Christopher knew that makes that hand a lot better. All right. 2 Cataxian Probes, Wasteland, and a Ponder. Keeps the cards, plays the Flooded Strand. Oh, that was his second land, so he does not play the Flooded Strand. Passes
we'll back up and not play 2 lands.
Got it quickly that time, though.
Yeah. and sometimes, to be fair, that does happen when you're just looking at having Wasteland in the last turn. You know it's your turn 2.
Exactly.
No red blasting my land.
Days to counter the red blast is pretty funny there. Doesn't matter how much mana Christopher Walton has. So we're pretty certain that Painter Servant named blue.
Yeah, it has to be at this point, and you know, both from his opponent pondering and taking the land right off the top of the deck and putting it into play, and dazing the red blast, that those are probably that player's only 2 lands.
All right, so we have the deck list right now.
Right. So it looks like it's 4-color Delver versus the Painter Servant.
Yeah, and the Deathrite Gem in play also confirms
so
that.
Counter that blue, green, and black card. Actually, or it may have just been destroy it.
All right, Christopher attacks with those 1Xs, passes the turn back. That Deathrite Shaman is going to be pretty useful if Blood Moon resolves.
Yeah, absolutely. That Deathrite Shaman's... Either way, it's going to be working overtime.
Yeah, even just a 1/2 is actually kind of gigantic right now.
Uh-oh.
Now, Christopher Walton plays the Grindstone. He does not have the mana to activate it now, but he only needs 1 more. All right, Vault on the Painter Servant.
Well, it's still incredibly dangerous. I mean, the next artifact that hits play is putting that Painter Servant back in the field.
Yeah, 2 Welders mean any artifact.
Because Painter Servant's when it comes into play, right? Not like when you play it from your hand.
Yeah, I think it's an as.
Okay. As it comes into play.
All right. Chris plays Cabal Therapy, naming that Blood Moon he saw a long time ago.
And here we are. Oh.
All right, Christopher, getting back to Painter. it's better to have a 1/3 than a Grindstone with no abilities right now.
Oh, wow.
He draws not only a land, he draws an artifact land. Literally the perfect draw.
The perfect draw.
He can tap it for mana, well in that Grindstone.
That's incredible. Look at him hold his head. Like, what just happened? Why don't we check and see if your top 2 cards are blue? I think they probably are.
So the Painter Servant in play, Grindstone will get rid of every card in Chris's library.
And that'll do it. Wow.
Christopher Walton draws his one of Great Furnace.
Are you serious?
One of. Now, lots of draws would have been good there.
Yes, absolutely.
Right? Lots of draws would have been great there, but none were as good as the Great Furnace.
I mean, wow, he has far more snow-covered mountains than he does Great Furnace. But with all of the welders, I would think you'd stray that direction. Wow, well, that was fun.
So going to game 2, looks like the 4-color deck has a Pithing Needle, which is almost definitely coming in.
Yeah.
Forked Ball seemed reasonable that game. He had a lot of X1s, so it doesn't kill the one he really wants to kill, which is the Painter Servant. Pyroblast is an interesting card, which you can bring in against a mono red deck in this situation.
If they do get the opportunity to make everything blue, it serves a purpose again.
Ancient Grudge is very good.
Ancient Grudge is fantastic. Surgical Extraction is fantastic, especially against welders.
Exactly. Surgical Extraction in that game would have been fantastic.
Wouldn't have been a game. I mean, it's not very often when the opponent just has a few creatures in play and no hand and 2 lands out. You know they need 3 to activate the Grindstone, and you don't get another turn. And at least not one that matters.
The looks like the Painter player has a couple options here. Yeah, he's got some Sudden Shocks, 3 of them, probably pretty solid here. He didn't see a lot of the opponent's deck, but just from the mana base and the Deathrite Shaman, I'm sure you can infer most of what's going on there.
I would think he'll probably bring in an Engineered Explosives. I mean, he might not want to pop it for 1 all that often, but just the fact that you can, you could do so much with it. With the welders and
very flexible card.
Even if you're just trying to get it down cheap and just weld it into something else, I think it's versatile.
And he's got the 1 extra red Elemental Blast. Probably comes in.
I think, do you only go up to 8 once they're actually playing blue cards? Otherwise 7 is plenty.
I'd imagine. But it doesn't have anything particularly fantastic to board out.
Oh no, he only has 6 in the main deck. So 7 is the right number.
Go up to 7.
Okay.
He didn't have to dip into the burnouts or any of the other blue hosers.
Oh, his deck also has 3 ensnaring bridges.
Yeah.
So the other side has to
Ensnaring
definitely
Bridge
be ready for that.
Definitely buy him a lot of time. I'm not sure actually if Chris has an answer.
Well, he's the Ancient Grudge in the sideboard.
Oh, the Ancient Grudge will do it.
But he doesn't have many. And Ancient Grudge, depending on the board, might not really be an answer if there's welders involved.
That is true.
You have to slog through all of the artifacts at that point.
All right. Chris plays Flooded Strand. Looking for that dual land. Gets an Underground Sea.
So do we know yet if there were any mulligans? I mean, it looks like they both have a full hand. Yeah, they're both starting on 7 this time. So I think I stand thoroughly corrected when whether the Painter's hand was keepable last game.
Yeah, it worked out very well.
Yeah.
It's got a turn 1 Deathrite matched by a turn 1 Grindstone.
Oh, that's bold. I mean, it's underground casting the Deathrite, and it's such an important card. I'd be really worried about Daze.
It's hard to see. Depending on his hand, the grindstone might not be important.
It could certainly be bait. Or it could be just not that important because of welders and whatnot. Maybe there's multiple grindstones.
All right, Delver Deathrite. It's a second Deathrite.
Wow.
Combined with that Wasteland, that is not a bad start.
That's a great start. Also a good sign with that start when your opponent plays City of Traders. Then turns it into a mountain. Oh.
All right. Blood Moon met by Force of Will.
Huh. I mean,
flips the Delver in the first try.
When your opponent has City of Traders, if the Blood Moon hits, it puts him down to 1 mana.
And Blood Moon isn't that devastating for Chris's board right now.
Right,
but
he has 2 Deathrites.
All right.
I guess you just don't want him. Then he would have 2 Deathrites and still have a Force of Will in hand.
It's true. In a long game, it'll completely shut out the Delver deck. But right now, the Blood Moon wouldn't really hurt him that much. And hopefully the game doesn't go that long for him.
Right, and I was just thinking it might actually help him.
It could have. All right, Christopher has 2 floating, taps that. Imperial Recruiter. So I suspect he gets a Painter Servant here, but I don't know if he's got the mana. There might be a smaller card.
Yeah, I have to expect Imperial Recruiter. I mean, he has other options with Spellkite.
I mean, Goblin Welder.
Yep.
All right. Chris casts Brainstorm in response to that Recruiter, but lets it resolve.
It is indeed Painter Servant. I mean, it's going to be a little awkward if a blue creature goes the distance against a deck with 7 Red Blasts, but...
well, Christopher does have a Red Blast in hand.
Okay.
He's deciding to play the Recruiter instead, so I think he feels like he has time right now.
I think it's much better to try and use the Red Blast to win the game, but you may have to change gears at some point. Delver represents a very respectable clock.
All right, holding back those Deathrite Shamans. Phasing Needle, not a bad card to play right here.
Grindstone. Well, I mean, you can always come back for it and Red Blast it later.
Yeah, and that's he's got to play the Painter anyway, so having to use the Red Blast doesn't slow him down too much. But I suspect he does not have another mana, which
right. He did draw Sensei's Divining Top that turn, which
it would definitely be good to have Divining Top in play. He's obviously feeling the life total pressure right now.
Yeah, I guess 12 with 2 Deathrites on the board is as low as he really cares to go.
And a turn, one of those Deathrites gets to deal another 2 to him.
I mean, and he does have an Ensnaring Bridge in hand, and he has to... I think you can just plan on there being lands on top of your deck, because if there's not, it doesn't matter. You're not going to win.
It's true. Painter's going to come down, almost certainly named blue.
And looks like get a Abrupt Decade? Oh no.
Ancient Grudge.
Grudge.
That's going to be really hard to beat.
Yes.
The
2 to you.
The 2 Deathrites is plenty of a clock on its own, even without the Delver. Plays it blue to Delta.
I just can't wait to see what can come flying off the top of his deck this time. I mean, that Great Furnace, it's especially entertaining when knowing there's just one.
All right. Christopher plays the top.
And he has an Ancient Tomb in his hand.
Ancient Tomb, not a bad card in this situation.
I mean,
deck has
not great.
He obviously needs more mana.
Best case scenario, you get to tap that once, because he has 2 Deathrites and 2 spells in his graveyard.
Agree. Absolutely, but
he'll hold off on removing the Ancient Grudge unless it's lethal, but you still have to just give yourself that last 2 points of buffer.
Yeah. Yeah. But Christopher's definitely hoping for a quick one-turn window.
Yes.
I don't think he's going to get it, but...
No, I think the 4-color Delver player is in a great position here.
Removing the painter.
Remove the painter, no welder shenanigans later.
Doesn't need the life, but he does not want... doesn't want that painter around later.
And if I'm not mistaken, Christopher's at 6?
No, so he removed the painter, which is life as creature.
Yeah, but so I think he used the other one and took a brainstorm out? Because he was down to just the Ancient Grudge in his sideboard for spell, or in his graveyard for spells.
It's possible.
Yes, and now we have listed at 4. Still think he's at 6?
Yeah. They just mistyped
low.
there.
We'll just go with low. Nearing
Just
death. Has to be
fairly
very
low.
Careful.
Wow. The bond.
You have to take the sack land here.
Yeah, and now he can't use the Ancient Tomb at all.
Right. Yeah, now that there's 2 spells in the graveyard, 2 black up with the shamans, it's just out of the question. Well, here we go. Spin the top again. And I think that...
It's not going to be good enough.
Yeah, that's just... He's effectively just hoping his Delver opponent doesn't draw one of his, let's say, 25-ish spells.
Any instant or sorcery. So he's really at 3 now.
Yeah, and I agree with leaving the Ancient Tomb there, even though he had black mana up and an unused Shaman. Oh. Shaman doing its best Abyss impression. So I guess at the end of turn, that is, he could have
brought him to 1
and just attacked both Shamans.
It does.
It depends on the cards in your hand and how comfortable you are with
yeah, it does require him to tap out. We don't know what Christopher has. Removal spell stops it.
And he has the Needle and Grindstone. I think a lot has to go wrong there.
Yeah, and that's I think one of the reasons why he didn't deal that extra 2 damage in a turn. No reason to tap out and leave yourself open to whatever mystery card Christopher might have. I think he's playing a Pyroblast on a non-blue engineered explosive, and Chris is dazing it.
I'm at a loss. The play is absolutely legal.
It's
clever even. I mean, his opponent dazed it.
But his opponent wanted a sorcery and instant in the graveyard.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, that just made him dead.
I think it's possible that Chris's daze on the play was absolutely correct.
Yeah.
Though the Pyroblast would have been there anyway, so he was going to be fine either way. But that was funny end of game sequence. All right, they're looking at their sideboards again. Not sure, they might have a different strategy on the play or the draw, or maybe they just have more information. And they're going to
I would imagine that there is a different play and draw for a lot of Legacy decks.
The Painter deck in particular feels like it would have some nuances there as far as how many Blood Moons you want, how many.
Well, and drawing the one Ancient Grudge there, I mean, it only destroyed one artifact, but it really changed the dynamic of the game.
It represented destroying the next, whatever the next threat was. And also was a instant, which ended up being pretty relevant at the end there.
So how do you think Game 3 goes? Who's favored going into this with Servant on the play?
I think I like the 4-color deck here.
I think inherently, I think that's the way I lean, but I don't know if it's just an unfair bias leaning with the deck you see as just more tournament viable. I mean, Painter Servant is a lot of fun, but I don't see it win a lot of events.
Yeah, I think there's a consistency issue. That's what I would guess. But honestly,
I mean, on the play with 2-mana lands and Simian Spirit Guides, he has a lot of Blood Moons that could hit the table, whether it's Blood Moon or Magus of the Moon. Magus doesn't really cut it, though, because it can just get bolted.
True. But, yeah, an early Blood Moon, especially a turn 1 Blood Moon, would be pretty devastating.
Yeah.
But even with a few things on the board, that Blood Moon gets a lot less scary.
Yeah, I think the Blood Moon only really counts turn 1, maybe 2, if he leads off with like a Delver or nothing.
Yeah, if he gets, I mean, the Blood Moon can wait a few turns if
there's nothing going on.
Yeah, if Chris's start is quite slow, but otherwise, it needs to be early. I mean, we saw 2 or 3 times in that match where there was a Blood Moon on the stack or drawn, and even though it got countered, it wasn't
wildly.
It might not have even had to have been countered. It wasn't going to blow the game out. But on the other hand, if that Blood Moon had come down,
there's a 2-mana land and a Blood Moon and another Blood Moon and a Lotus Petal.
So exactly the scenario we're talking about right now. If that happens,
right, so I think he can try it turn 1, and even if this gets Force of Willed, I think he can try it again on turn 2 if he has a red. He does.
I think he's got that sack land. Yeah. Even if Chris does have another Force of Will, that puts him so far behind.
Well, I don't know about behind. Even if he Force of Wills the second one, he's just staring at an opponent with a mountain in play. Like 2-mana lands certainly have a cost. Even that Blood Moon, it was a Petal and a Blood Moon for a Force of Will and a blue card. And that certainly helps.
That makes such a difference. Now it's only going to give him 1 mana. Well, 2. Oh, 3. Yeah. It's a fetch. That's
at that
plenty,
point, it's
actually.
really unfortunate that it was a fetch land instead of just a basic.
Yeah, the basic would have been much better there.
Like just giving your opponent 1 mana of any color.
That 1 turn window, for the 1 force, made a pretty big difference, I think.
Blood Moon indeed.
Now, the list has very few answers, if any, to actually destroy the Blood Moon.
Red, Pyromancer.
It's not bad.
Wow. And even if he only gets to cast 3 spells with his Shaman, they're all going to make tokens. Yeah, he's on quite a clock here. Basically, this comes down to, I don't know if he's playing much in the way of board sweepers, but like if he can clear the board, I think he's got a great shot. If he can't, this will be over soon.
Chris has an interesting problem to think about here, kind of rationing off these lands. There's a good chance he has access to 3, now 2 non-red mana for the entire rest of the game.
Right.
So every spell he casts, it's not just a matter of, oh, is Ponder a good spell right now? Is this good enough to be one of my 3 spells?
Yeah.
Now, I think right now after Young Pyromancer, I think it is. I think he wants to put on this clock quickly. I think it's absolutely right. But he's got to think real hard. Every spell he casts.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't think it's in his deck or sideboard anywhere, but this is one of those times where a Pyroclasm would just be Incredible.
Interestingly, just a Painter Servant. Obviously, the Grindstone's in play now, but even just a 1/3 creature would be very strong right now.
Yeah, it would really come off the board.
Obviously, with Grindstone in play, a Painter Servant would be even better.
Right. I mean, that Deathrite Shaman's obviously going to be playing a much different role in this game. Gets to generate a couple of mana, but there will be no 2-point swings.
So Chris gets in there for that 3 damage, leaves the Deathrite up, so he's definitely planning on using that to cast something.
More mountains.
Chris running a lot of mountains.
Yeah.
For a 4-color deck.
More mountains on both sides. Oh, just a 2/2. Let's do this.
Not terrible.
Well, I guess he has lightning bolts also. You get 2 non-red spells.
Yeah, Chris has 4 lightning bolts and a dismember.
Oh.
Days, not bad. And he has no islands, but he can hardcast it.
Yeah. Tap for a red, bolt you. Get another token.
What are you at?
Putting you to 13.
16? Bolt you.
Gets to attack for 5 or 6. But he only has 1 more non-red spell left to him.
I think it's definitely a good use of that 2 blue mana.
Yes.
Still, there are a lot of draws that Christopher could have here that make that board of 1/1s not that exciting.
And it's an interesting decision you have to make there, whether or not to bolt, because it gives you the extra token, but you also have to think about Painter Servant.
Yeah, if a Painter Servant comes off the top, or if it's that last card in the hand, that bolt would be a lot better somewhere else.
So he's decided Ponder will be his last non-red spell. Unless he has a way of getting more lands in his graveyard.
And he keeps the 3 guards. Irix draws another Blood Moon.
More Blood Moons is not the way. I would absolutely Grindstone him here. No, that'll do it.
Grindstoning, Lightning Bolt will do it. Grindstone might put lands in the graveyard, I think, which is...
Oh, I was just going off of the fact that he kept 3. But yes, it could absolutely put lands in the graveyard, which would be terrible. Not worth the risk.
All right, so Delver wins. And there's another game where it's probably Blood Moon at its best, and it didn't get there. Now, if he didn't have the Force...
Right. Barring the Force of Will,
the Blood Moon would have easily won.
Just ends the game.
Those Deathrites really doing a lot of work in that matchup.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, if that Blood Moon just doesn't get hit by Force of Will, he has 3 Young Pyromancers and 4 Lightning Bolts. And an Ancient Grudge. So, I mean, I can see why the deck is winning. I mean, he was 4-0 going into that round.
For sure, and I imagine there's quite a few decks in the room that not only have no basics, also have no Deathrite Shamans and no easy ways around that, and no red spells. I'm sure there's plenty of decks that
Blood Moon
at turn
is
2 or 3
answer.
Blood Moon easily wins. But you gotta love the consistency of the Delver deck.
I mean, even operating under the Blood Moon presented a steady clock. I mean, they didn't just have to come up with answers. You had to come up with answers now. So I think we're going to see if there are any other matches to move to. I will say I was impressed to see Painter Servant at 4-0.
Yeah, I mean that is a. I love that deck. I forgot that was a deck as soon as I saw that Painter Servant hit the table. I was like, oh, that's what I should have said. It's a fun deck. I love Painter and all its variations. It's like we might be able to switch over.
Bob Huang won his feature match.
Hopefully we can get another match, but yeah. What were the? Do we know what the records were at the start of this round? Sure, these are.
I mean, those two were 4-0.
4-0. Okay, so Painter deck is still in it for sure.
Yeah, so absolutely. If they could put together another 5 rounds, just like those 5, right on the edge of top 8.
Okay, so it sounds like the feature matches are all done. Okay. We're gonna talk to the winner, or
I think it's the Painter.
Talk to the Painter player.
Here, I will let you. Do you want to do?
It's up to you.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think you have more familiarity with intelligent questions.
Hey. How's it going?
Hey, doing great. How are you?
Doing good.
Hello, Internet.
That's a pretty fun match. I love the deck.
Yeah.
I love Painter. How long have you been playing it?
So I picked up White Red Painter a number of months ago. I finished the Imperial Recruiter set just as soon as they came out, and I picked it up again after the top 4 of Columbus.
Mm-hmm.
Because I top 4 that, and I just wanted to do something different. I was having a lot of success with Painter, and I was enjoying the deck a lot. It's immensely fun. So, and then the other thing is I expected a lot of Delver decks, which I just played and lost to, but I feel like this deck has a great Delver matchup. Like,
okay.
If you didn't have the answer to the turn 1 Blood Moon, that game was done.
Yes.
So, but yeah, I won 2 buys to this tournament with it, and I've been just playing it all around and having a great time with it.
Awesome. There was a lot of conversation about Blood Moon back here. It was obviously a big part of that game. Do you find, in general, are there a lot of decks you play that just play against that just immediately fold?
So that I'm playing against?
Yes, yes.
So today I've played, off my 2 buys, I played against Eldrazi, White Eldrazi, and Lanes. So if those aren't 2 decks that are bad against Blood Moon. And that's the thing, I thought there'd be a lot of Eldrazi in this tournament too,
mm-hmm.
So I wanted a deck that's naturally good against Eldrazi. I figured a lot of people might come out, play Powerless Eldrazi in Vintage, play Legacy Eldrazi, and it just seemed like a natural transition. So I wanted to play the Blood Moon deck, I wanted to have Painter Servant, which has natural synergy against Eldrazi, and I wanted to play a deck that people didn't know how to interact with.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. So it sounds like you made some of your decisions for this deck based specifically on Eldrazi. How else did you tune the list just for this specific
metagame? I see you looking at Vexing Shusher, I think. So the thing that's great about this deck is it has so much ability to fight miracles. But if you get behind, you can get miracles locked out. So I decided to play Vexing Shusher in my sideboard so that I could jam something through that would make my Pyroblast uncounterable, so that I would be able to break that lockup and keep going, or potentially just
win,
just force through
yeah.
it. Yeah. If you other things like this is a pretty standard list. I was working with the Prague list.
Okay.
I'm not much of an innovator myself, but I love tweaking other people's lists. So this is the list that came 9th through 16th at Prague, for the most part. I cut a Red Blast. I'm not super hot on that card for Magus of the Moon in the main,
mm-hmm.
which isn't amazing, but it's another Blood Moon.
Sure.
And then, like, I cut a Manic Vandal, or I cut a Fiery Confluence from my sideboard, and that card's nuts, by the way, for a Manic Vandal, because against the Eldrazi decks, it seems weird, but sometimes it can be hard to hit the 4 mana you need, but you can Recruiter for Manic Vandal to kill Chalice. So, but nothing, like, too crazy about this list. Lots of Goblin Welders, because people don't understand that if you don't counter Goblin Welder or kill it on the spot, you can't do anything for the rest of the game. So the decks
yeah, we saw Goblin Welder do some real work in game 1.
Yeah, like I think that's a great example. My opponent was able to fetch and didn't get a green source, and then I was able to bring back my Painter uncontested, and just things worked out with it. I actually made a huge mistake bringing that Painter back, because it cut me off of drawing a mountain and winning the game immediately without jumping through some hoops. But it didn't matter because he didn't have the green source available that I think. I think he may have been able to double Death Rate. Death Rate for green mana, Death Rate to exile.
Yep.
But I think he was out of lands that game. But I could be wrong.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly the state, but it got you there anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So How about are there any cards? I don't see any new cards in here. Are you looking at any cards from Conspiracy or Kaladesh?
So I think I'm so happy about Conspiracy and Kaladesh. It makes a lot of decks a lot better. Recruiter of the Guard's obviously very exciting, but little known things like Palace Guard, I think that's the name of the card. You become the Monarch, exile a creature until you're not the Monarch.
Okay.
And Fairgrounds Warden are both huge cards for some rogue decks, like Soldier Stompy, which just needed removal really, really badly. And those cards are both soldiers. All three of those cards are soldiers, actually. So on Caverns, that's exciting. A couple of my friends are playing Soldier Stompy. But Recruiter of the Guard can't get Painter Servant. So you have to still play
Imperial
Recruiter to make this deck work. And then, like, the other huge creature that sometimes I go grab is Spellskite. I've played against in some trials for Eternal Weekend, and I played against Infect every single time. And Spellskite, because Legacy Infect isn't quite as fast normally as Modern Infect. You don't just go for their throat and hope they don't have it. You play a little bit like a Delver deck, so I have time to go set up Spellskite, and it still wrecks them fairly regularly. I wish I'd played one less Ensnaring Bridge. I don't know what I want, but maybe another mana source. This
just
deck's really
the third Ensnaring Bridge just wasn't pulling its weight.
Like in my matches so far, but it was just something I wanted to test. I didn't test a ton for this tournament, but I do have the luxury of being able to play Legacy weekly, and then we do some monthly tournaments too. So I didn't do like specific testing for this, but
yeah.
I knew what the list I wanted to play was going to be.
All right. What about, are there any other cards after today? It sounds like you've been playing the deck for a while, so you probably have a good handle on it, but from today, anything you want to change?
So I keep swapping in and out if I want Chandra Torch of Defiance in the deck, in the sideboard or not. Now, there's a surprising number of Imperial Painter decks here in the tournament, and some of them have it in the main, which I don't like. I don't like having anything expensive in the main deck, because, like I said, it can be hard to get to 4 mana.
Yep.
And sometimes you'll die to Young Pyromancer tokens or whatever with Chandra stuck in your hand. So traditionally this list, or something like it, plays like a Koth in the sideboard, or Chandra Pyromaster, and I think Chandra Torch of Defiance is a little better than both of those, which I'm excited that that card's starting to get unhyped, because I want to get something for myself, and experiment with that card more in Legacy. I think it's very exciting. So that's the card that I swap in and out. I played Vexing Shusher or Engineered Explosives over that in my list today.
All right. What have you been paired up against today?
Well, like I said, I played against Lands.
Yeah.
And he had a Blue Splash. His list was pretty interesting. And game 1, I didn't Blood Moon him. I just comboed him on 3. And then game 2, he misplayed a little bit. He had Engineered Explosives with 2 counters. I had Painter Grindstone Welder. And he had the ability to either return Grove of the Burn Willows and die, or untap. He decided to, return Punishing Fire with Grove.
Sure.
And die, or untap, and he decided to try to return the Punishing Fire, so I killed him in response. So, like, that's the thing, like, people don't actually understand the moments at which they can die a lot of the time.
They're not familiar with the deck. Yeah. They don't get a lot of practice against it.
And then my other matchup was against White Eldrazi, and I Blood Mooned him, and I thought he was Death in Texas because he had Thalia, Cavern of Souls, Wasteland. Cavern of Souls was unhuman because this guy was really intelligent. He wanted me to think. He knew that the Blood Moon was going to win me the game, but he wanted to make sure that I thought he was on Death in Taxes. And then Caracas, and he only cast Eldrazi Displacer, which sometimes Death in Taxes plays, and Thalia. And I'm sideboarding. I'm about to take out all of my Blood Moons because I'm against Death in Taxes. I'm not thrilled with it there. And I think to myself, I'm like, man, this guy did not play very many spells for Death in Taxes. No Aether Vials, no Mother of Runes. I'm going to bring back all of my Blood Moons. And then game 2, I Blood Mooned him on 2 after he chaliced on 1, and that won the game. So I'm very happy with the deck choice. I'm happy with the matchup I just played. It's losable. I'm not upset about it. Like, he had Death Rights, and obviously that Force of Will gets him a long way. So I made a little bit of a mistake. I sideboarded out all of my Ensnaring Bridges for game 3. I wasn't sure if he'd kept in Young Pyromancer, which is kind of silly, but sometimes you get weird reads on people.
Sure.
Mine wasn't right.
Yeah, unfortunately. All right. What are you hoping to get paired against in the next round?
Well, Lands is a great matchup because I have 5 Blood Moon effects.
Sure, yeah.
Eldrazi is a great matchup because not only do I have the Blood Moon effects, and Painter Servant will turn off the abilities from Eldrazi Temple and Eye of Ugin, and then I have Ensnaring Bridge, which is very difficult for them to deal with, and then I have a combo win on top of all of that. So that's a interesting match. It's not just a blowout. There's play to it. And then I wanted to play against Shardless Bug. Shardless Bug either has 2 or 0 basics in their list. And I thought that with Leovold coming out, Emissary of Trust, that people would be on Bug this weekend. I haven't seen much of it at the tables.
Mm-hmm.
I think that card's really exciting. It gives a little bit different play to the deck. I think it lets them combat Delver decks a little bit better, and obviously gives them a game 1 against combo. It also makes their Death and Taxes mirror match a little better because Death and Taxes wants to target your guys but not kill them all the time. So I would love to play against that. It's very hard for them to beat Ensnaring Bridge and Blood Moon and the combo. Like, a lot of times you just get to overwhelm them.
Mm-hmm.
But really, I just came out to play some Legacy. Like, that's what I really want to. I just want to be paired against great guys.
Well,
or girls.
I hope that's been happening so far. I hope it happens in the future. Good luck at the rest of the tournament. Thanks for talking to us.
Yeah, I appreciate you inviting me over.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you. Both coming in. All right. Hand it back over to Randy and Bob.
Thanks. Hello again. Lunch at the spot.
Yeah.
That was that worked out well. Pretty good barbecue place, actually. Seems like Chris Walton was really good on stream there. That was a nice little interview. Awesome. Brassman.
Absolutely.
Was nice to have. Appreciate the break.
In.
Now then, where were we?
Now we're halfway.
Pretty much. Wow, it is 10 rounds.
Yeah.
10 halfway.
To see how the event is shaking out. Metagame is starting, or the top of the metagame is starting to form.
Sorry.
It's interesting. A couple of rogue decks here and there, but a lot of what we've already talked about. A lot of Delver, a lot of Miracles.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think we're gonna send Mark down the top tables this round. Try to get a sense of what actually is the metagame at the top. I think we'll have 20 undefeateds left. I looked at the standings going into round 5, and they went down to 40. So in theory, there should be 20 undefeateds. Maybe there was an unintentional draw in there. But at this point, yeah, you're just like, we'll just start following the top of the tournament. I know Jarvis Hugh is still doing well. I know there's definitely some names still in contention. But at the same time, it's just like, all right, who made the metagame call? Who broke the format? Who showed up with the right deck?
And in some cases, it might not even be a metagame call. Like Bob Huang, I think, is still doing very well, just playing his deck. No, his deck is also one of the favorites, but he certainly plays it very well. Well, as we march towards the beginning of the end for this event, for tomorrow, have you looked at the matchups for the Vintage Top 8 at all?
I've looked a lot at the decks. I have not looked a lot at the bracket.
Okay.
So I haven't really gotten a sense of who's paired against whom. It definitely feels like it's Thorn of Amethyst against Force of Will. I mean, that's a lot of what's going on.
Yeah.
And, initially I was thinking, okay, it's 5 colorless decks. Oh, Thought-Knot Seer really had the breakout weekend. Thought-Knot Seer's not actually in all 5 of the colorless decks. I'm calling White Eldrazi a colorless deck in this context. But
agreed.
Thought-Knot Seer, Hiromichi Ito does not have Thought-Knot Seer in his Car Shops deck.
Wow.
He's got Fleetwheel Cruiser. Why would you play Thought-Knot Seer when you could play Fleetwheel Cruiser?
Yeah, one of them comes out off of Workshop.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And we talked to Hiromichi, and that's exactly what he said. He was like, yeah, I know a lot of people put Thought-Knot Seer in their Workshop decks now, but you can't cast it with Workshop mana.
Right.
It's like it costs 6.
Yeah.
It's like you're paying Triskelion costs for that deck. I mean, maybe it's worth it.
Yeah.
I mean, most people do have Thought-Knot Seer in their Workshop deck, and they're just like, yeah, well, that's what the Ancient Tombs are for. Brassman actually made the claim yesterday, which I was thinking about this. He might actually be right that the most powerful unrestricted card in Vintage right now is Ancient Tomb.
Oh, just 'cause it's so prevalent in so many different places?
It's so good.
It's incredible.
It's so good.
I have a hard time believing it has overtaken Mishra's Workshop, but
there are more Ancient Tombs.
I will entertain it.
We have a White Eldrazi. We have a Jayco Eldrazi. There's 5 Ancient Tomb decks in the top 8. There are only 3 Workshop decks.
Fair.
I mean, there's 6 Wasteland decks if we want to get technical, because the Landstill deck's playing Wastelands. But
so I think tomorrow on one side of the bracket, the 2 seed versus the 7 seed is
we have a bracket. God, this stream's going so well. Hats off to you, Jeff. So it's White Eldrazi against Stax on this side of the bracket, and then Car Shops versus Jayco Eldrazi.
So we just have a colorless side of the bracket.
Hilarious. 4 of the colorless decks are on this side of the bracket, and I know calling the White Eldrazi deck colorless is sketchy, but I still think it's fair to lump it in with
it plays out so similarly.
It's Thorn of Amethyst, Thought Not Seer, Disruption, that style of Magic. I mean, it's 8 different decks in the top 8, but interesting. Yeah, we do have a whole colorless side of the bracket. So White Eldrazi versus Stax. Now, when we say Stax, I know a lot of people refer to all Workshop decks as Stax. That became the vein. No. When you hear me say Stax, when you see any kind of broadcast I'm associated with saying Stax, there are smokestacks in the deck. Yes. You don't get to use that name unless you've got actual, honest-to-God smokestack in there locking people up.
Yeah.
And that's what Jacob Corey brought to the table. Wow, how does that matchup play out? It's just, can the Stax deck survive the initial onslaught? It doesn't feel like the smokestack deck is well set up to deal with Reality Smasher.
It does not feel like it's that great. It's set up that well. I mean, a lot of the setup time a smokestack deck needs is usually interfering with the other side's spells.
Right. I mean, on the one hand,
that's not what the Eldrazi deck is.
Yeah, it's funny.
About.
All 4 players on this side of the bracket are going to have Thorn of Amethyst that they want to sideboard out for better cards.
Yeah.
You're like, okay, thank you for getting me here, Thorn of Amethyst. Right. Now I'm apparently...
Well, maybe like the White Eldrazi deck. I mean, I don't know how many creatures the Stax deck is running.
Funny.
Thorn might actually play well for
That's a good point. Yeah, I think in a Stax deck is actually the one of the colorless decks that only has 3 Thorns, now that you mention it.
Yeah.
And no Spheres, because it's... Or is that right? I don't remember that. I think it's only 3 Thorns, though, because you're right. It's not particularly creature-heavy. Maybe Thalia and Thorn are actually decent.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what your options are on the sideboard, I think.
When they have the Workshop, they have so much mana that they can just power through that stuff is the problem.
It's not shutting anybody down, but it might make your opponents draw a little clunky, and because you decide when it comes into play and why. There's certainly scenarios where I can see it staying in, depending on what you've got in your board.
That's fair.
Matchup.
I still think I like the White Eldrazi side of this matchup.
I think I
like
do
even
too.
if they were flipping a coin to see who got to play first, I think I would like a White Eldrazi. And Michael's the 1 seed, so he's guaranteed to be on the play game 1 and, if necessary, game 3.
Yeah.
Hiromichi Ito versus Derek Gallagher. Now we've got Car Shops against Jayco Eldrazi. And so the Jayco Eldrazi deck is the variation of the Eldrazi deck, which is budget. No Moxes, no Workshops. It does have 4 Null Rods, which, I mean, it used to be that Workshop decks would think about playing Null Rods, but Car Shops is like the most fragile and vulnerable to Null Rod version of the Workshop deck that has ever existed.
Yeah.
You can't crew a vehicle when Null Rod is in play. You can't do anything with your Ravager. You just, so many of the cards in Ito's deck are shut down by Null Rod that, I don't know. I mean, I want to think the fully powered Workshop deck is better than the Jayco Eldrazi deck.
It's hard to come down on the side of the unpowered deck in Vintage.
It really is. Because the thing is, even those Null Rods, if you don't have Ancient Tomb, they're probably not coming out till turn 2.
And I think getting to play first there matters.
Yep. Yeah, no, that's probably a good tiebreaker.
So I'm still giving the nod to Car Shops.
Yeah, this one feels closer to me than the first one.
Yeah.
Just because of how vulnerable Ito is to Null Rods.
And I think automatically I would give a nod to the powered deck period, but if that was switched, if Jayco Eldrazi was on the play, I would be less comfortable with that declaration.
Interesting. I will also point out Hiromichi Ito is a former Vintage champion. No one has ever gone back-to-back. No one has ever won 2.
Twice.
No one has ever won 2. It's funny. I had dinner last night. I had dinner. Steve Menendian invited me out. I was having, Paul Mastriano was there. 2 former champs. all of them are friends with Hiromichi Ito and are secretly rooting against him.
I don't know if it's that much of a secret.
Everybody wants to be the first one to win twice.
Absolutely. Of course they do.
I remember rooting against Hovey in Rome.
Yeah.
I absolutely was rooting against. He had the better deck. Like, even the finals, it's like, Tomi Hovey, Pro Tour Rome. Tomi Hovey's got the Academy deck. I played Academy. I knew it was the best deck. Like, Nicholas Labar has got this janky Merfolk deck that had knocked me out. Beat me in my winning in because I fizzled. Anyway, so I wanted to root against Nicholas Labar. I'm like, I don't want Hovey to be the first 2-time Pro Tour champ. I want that to be me.
Yeah, everybody wants to have that. Even if it's not going to end up being you, even if you can rationalize the fact that of all the people, the odds of it being me are always small.
Of course.
I want that shot.
Right. I still want to have it to play for. Anyway, Hiromichi Ito is playing for that tomorrow, so that'll be cool. Here's the other side of the bracket. Apparently, this is where all the blue decks live. Ravager TKS is not Jacob Corey. That should be Andrew. It's Montolio. It's the Ravager TKS player, so that name just didn't get cut and pasted correctly. Andrew Marketon is Montolio's real name. So he's the one colorless player who's snuck onto the red half of the bracket.
Yeah.
Joseph Bogart.
I got a chance to talk to him a little bit.
Montolio?
Yeah, he drew into top 8.
Yeah.
And ultimately, it was just important for him to lock up top 8.
Okay.
But I think a lot of the Shops players really wanted to be on the play.
Yeah.
Like, I think he was
He should have played.
7-0.
He should have played.
And then picked up his loss in the 8th round. And just
he drew in the 8th round.
Or, sorry.
He double drew.
Oh, he double drew.
He double drew.
Okay.
But that double draw, because everybody had to play to get to 8-1, 7-0-2 is behind all the 8-1s.
Sure.
So I actually thought he should have played the last round. Because if he loses, he's in a tiebreaker scrum at 7-1-1.
After starting off 7-0.
But he was the last undefeated. He was one of the last 3 undefeateds.
Yeah.
So I think he would have won that tiebreaker scrum. I think he could have risked winding up 8th in order to try to get first. Anyway, I mean, it's a tough call. Like, you want to mathematically lock top 8. I mean, that's a big deal. But I feel like the odds of him missing top 8 if he played and lost were small enough that I think I would have played for the 1 seed in his seat.
How much does it impact your thinking if the top 8 is structured the way the PT is now structured?
Oh, at the PT, you definitely play for it.
I think in that situation,
the new Pro Tour bracket has made 1 and 2 matter even more, and it's made 3 and 4 matter even more. I think the new Pro Tour bracket, like where it is right now, if all that's on the line is play draw, you'll see a lot of people will do the same thing that Montolio did, where they'll, you know what, I'm just going to draw, I'll lock it up, fine. Maybe I lose a play draw for this, but it doesn't feel like that big a deal. When it's a match
when
win,
you're playing Shops.
When it's a buy, and look, I agree with you. I think play draw is a big enough deal when you're on a workshop deck that he should have played for it. But when it's a buy, when it might be 2 buys, like the new Pro Tour bracket is awesome that way.
Yeah, there's a lot riding on those last rounds. But I mean, yeah, when you're playing Shops, actually just going into a vintage top 8 because you might be playing against Shops.
Yeah.
The play draw matters a lot.
All true. So Montolio is paired against Joseph Bogard, who is the Landstill player that we saw have pretty good success, won his winning in to get in. Meanwhile, Brian P. is Mentor Remora. I've also heard it called Thoughtcast Mentor.
Sure.
It is not a Gush Mentor deck. Hilarious. Our 2 Mentor decks are paired against each other. Joe Brennan's Narset and Friends is basically it's a Gush Mentor deck. It's a teched out Gush Mentor deck. It's a guy who plays. He claimed he plays 3 1K vintage tournaments a week. He drives up and down the East Coast. He'll go to Connecticut. He'll go to Virginia. He's just like, where are the vintage tournaments at? And he is there. That is just what he does. Is he goes and he plays vintage at every random shop that has a vintage tournament worth driving to. So he won the Eternal Extravaganza a couple of weeks ago. I mean, this guy is on a roll, and yeah, he's playing superficially a Gush Mentor deck, but with like 7 Planeswalkers in it.
But also, I believe his first vintage tournament in 15 years was this event last year.
Really?
Like he played, I think when I was talking to him,
wow.
He played from, 93, 94, whatever it was, to 2000.
Okay.
And then just took a long break.
I did not hear that part of the story. That's awesome.
And I was talking to him a little earlier between rounds. And
cool.
Yeah, now he plays as much as he can. He's been having a great year with it. He actually said when he showed up at this event, he finally, just through trading, got a hold of an Alpha Lotus.
Wow.
And he said he's just been on cloud 9, like even going into the event. He was already
I've already won.
Yes, he was
found my
thrilled.
Alpha Black
Like,
Lotus.
I have it.
Oh, that's
it's in
awesome.
my deck. And then to also top 8 the event.
Spectacular.
Yeah, very nice guy. We talked about a lot of his matchup.
Yeah, I talked to him a little bit. He did seem like a nice guy. So that's mentor on the bottom of the bracket. I don't know. I like Joe's list a little better, and I have a lot of respect for the way Joe's been obviously playing at just a ton of vintage. I think I might pick Joe in that matchup, even though he's going to be on the draw in the first game.
It's one of those things. I might lean on the other side, just because I think with it being 2 mentor decks, and Joe having a bunch of planeswalkers but being on the draw.
Yep.
I think both decks tend to snowball.
Okay.
Like once you start getting ahead with a mentor deck, you start to get way ahead.
Sure.
And when the Thoughtcast version is getting way ahead,
yep.
I think it accelerates faster.
Yeah, Mystic Remora is pretty good in that matchup too.
Yes.
Mystic Remora is very good in that matchup.
It's very hard to deal with. And the combination of that, and I mean, the Thoughtcast is just a blue draw too.
Yeah, and
sometimes.
I also know a lot of the buzz coming into this tournament is, oh my God, Gush. They're going to have to restrict Gush.
Yeah.
No, they're not going to have to restrict Gush.
So much.
There are 3 total Gushes in this top 8. They're in Joe Brennan's deck. There's 2 mentor decks. Only one of them runs Gush.
Mm-hmm.
Brian's deck is two Remoras, and he's got Thoughtcasts as his extra card drawing instead of Gush. Pretty interesting stuff. Meanwhile, Landstill is the 3rd blue deck. Of course, not going to run Gush in a Landstill deck. It's what your standstills are for.
Yep. And it'll be interesting to see if Landstill can.
So you're picking Remora?
I think I am.
Yeah, I'm picking Joe. And what's your pick in the Landstill versus Ravager shops?
I want to pick Ravager. The play draw matters a lot, though. On this one, I'm actually falling back on experience.
You're going to pick Montolio.
And he plays all the time.
That's what I'm doing.
He's incredibly
I'm picking the player.
Successful online.
He is, I believe, the best Workshop player on Earth. I think you look at the Magic Online results, he is constantly putting up top 8s. Not always with Workshop, but usually with Workshop.
He won a power event with Oath.
He did.
He top-8'd another power event with Oath.
Yeah. I mean, he's got range. It's not like he's a one-trick pony, but he's the one who's been innovating Workshop lists. He's been playing it to great results. I'm going to pick Montolio, even though he's on the draw in that matchup.
Yeah, he also took today off.
Did he? He's not playing Legacy?
He's not playing Legacy.
He's play testing?
Yeah, he went out last night with his friends. They just had a couple of drinks, had an easy night.
Perfect.
Then just called it off today, went and had a nice breakfast, rolled in late. They're going to get together a little later and play test for the top 8.
That's perfect.
Vintage is his thing.
Oh, yeah. For sure.
No, I think he was thrilled to be comfortable with just ignoring Legacy altogether.
Nice. Who's your winner? Pick a winner.
Without seeing how the rest of the matchups work, I think he's still my pick.
Andrew Marketon. Montolio.
Yep.
I feel like now I can't pick him since you already did. I should have asked myself first.
Sure.
I think he's a really good pick. I do. I think he's a great player with a great deck.
I think in his first match, I think Narset and Friends might be a slight dog. I think he also has a tremendous amount of experience.
Yeah.
I mean, like he said, he's just traveling everywhere to play as much vintage as possible. Right. I think he's also a good. I mean, Ito, past champion.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's plenty of storylines all over this top 8. I do feel like, Montolio and Joe Brennan are the 2 players who seem to me to be most on top of their game, and they have good decks. They're also on the same side of the bracket, so we can't get that as a final.
No.
We can get it as a sweet semi, though, if it comes out.
And it's still vintage. I mean,
of course, it is still vintage. Who's the 1 seed? Who's the guy that's guaranteed to be on the play? Do we just get to pick him? He was back on the other side of the bracket, right?
I mean, I couldn't even imagine if, let's say, one of the outcome decks did, like, if somebody had managed to get the 1 seed with an outcome deck.
If Reed had won, he would have been. Well, I guess he would have been the 4. He would have been the 4 if Reed had won his last match. He would have been on the play for a match.
And he certainly had a number of turn 1 kills.
He had a 2-turn match. That's like, you got to take first turn kill to the next level. When you have a 2-turn match?
Well,
have you ever had a 2-turn match?
Of my own turns?
Yeah, you took 2 turns and collected 2 game wins between your 2 turns.
Only because my opponent conceded. But there's an article from the extended Pro Tour in Houston.
Sure.
Where I got paired against someone in their first Pro Tour.
Okay.
Round 1. And when I ended my first turn, I had reanimated a Verdant Force.
Okay.
And so I couldn't see the cards in his deck. He just conceded.
Does that count?
I don't know.
I don't know if it counts.
But the next game, he went land bird.
Okay.
And then when he saw my board, he conceded.
Was it another Verdant Force?
It was a giant sutured ghoul, I was playing
some giant reanimated monster.
Yeah, it was just something he could. It might have even been a Visara, and he
feels like it's not supposed to count.
I don't think it does. It's not the same. But I mean, when Reed was talking about when he played Dredge, his 3-game match had 6 turns.
Right. He took 2 of them. Or no, I guess he took a turn in game 2. So yeah, maybe two turn match is maybe not entirely fair because it did go to 3. He did take a turn in the second game where he failed to win the game. So I'm exaggerating a little bit. His opponent turn 2'd him with a Dredge deck. Reed went turn 1 kill. His opponent went turn 2 kill in game 2, and then Reed went turn 1 kill.
Yeah, but Reed was also counting in game 1, or in game 1. He was on the draw.
He was on the draw. So the entire match.
The entire match. It was turn, and then.
All right, game 2.
His opponent went first, won, and then on game 3, because he was first, he just won before his opponent got a turn.
3-game match, 6 total turns.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Yeah, I keep going back to it because it's not normal. People think Vintage is like that. Right. It's not normal.
It's the boogeyman people apply to Vintage.
Right.
That just doesn't hold up.
No, it's not how it plays out in practice. All right, looks like pairings have just been printed. Round 6 now, right? We're just finishing up round 5. We're about to go into round 6. I can see
crossing over the halfway point.
The pairings are being studied. Feature matches are being picked for us as we speak. So, Magic is coming. Let's see if the chat has any questions for us. It's always the fallback for the last couple of minutes.
Might just be the Legacy diehards yelling at us for talking about Vintage in the downtime.
Last time we went off on a rant, people seemed to like it. I think we'll be all right. Or tangent, not really rant. Yep, pairings just got posted to chat as well. I'm looking at the pairings. What do we got? The link doesn't work on my phone. I'll get them soon enough. And like I mentioned before, we are going to send Mark down the top tables and just try to take stock of who's actually doing well. Are there any interesting decks? Are there any, new decks, crazy strategies that have gotten...
Walking around, I did not see any ad nauseum.
Interesting. No. I've tried playing that a little bit in Legacy. That was the deck when I first started trying to learn the Legacy format in practice for, random local tournaments. I started with an ad nauseum deck because I figured, all my Vintage chops, I know most of the Storm cycles, and that would translate over reasonably well. And I don't know. I just wish somebody had told me how good Miracles was.
Yeah.
As soon as I picked up the Miracles deck, I'm like, why did no one tell me this deck was so good? Obviously, everyone tells you the deck is that good, but they're right.
Yep.
It's just like, all right, no, ad nauseum deck, goodbye. I'm going to scavenge you for parts to go into my Canadian Highlander decks now.
One of the early Eternal weekends I went to, I remember coming into the hall and people were talking about, some of the people who'd flown in.
Mm-hmm.
I go over to watch the top 8 of the Grinder for buys, and it's Rodrigo Tagore-Ismaili playing.
That is a good ad nauseum player.
Ad nauseum.
Yeah.
And his deck was incredible, like foil and signed, and just, you could tell, like, he cared about that deck.
Oh, yeah.
And I just stood back and watched. I mean,
when was this?
Incredible. It was in Philly at one of the early Eternal weekends that I went to. But it was just fantastic to watch him.
Sure.
I think it was the first Eternal weekend I went to when Delver was everywhere. But watching him play Legacy, I mean, I actually, to the point that between rounds I went up and introduced myself and kept in touch with him. He's kind of my hidden deck tech in the season I'm in VSL. I always just message him and I'm like, so what's good in Vintage? I mean,
nice.
His ability to explain Eternal formats to, well, at least to me, it's incredible. Just so active, so much knowledge about a number of different decks.
No, he is a guy that we have a Patreon set up for Vintage Super League where people who want to support the show can do that, and there's usually a running conversation. I've been asking people who they want to see in the next season of VSL. His name has been coming up. Like people, I'm sorry to break this to you.
That's okay. I probably won't grind in, but I'm certainly going to try.
Not if you get paired against Rodrigo.
Oh no.
Yeah, no, he won a Grand Prix recently. Was it 6 months ago? Yeah. Within the last year, he won a Grand Prix with ad nauseum.
And I was super excited to see it. I mean,
did you watch that final?
Such a nice guy.
Did you actually watch the final game?
It's fun. He's so critical of himself. Even when I messaged him to congratulate him.
Yeah.
It was, but he just started listing off the things he did wrong.
The final game of that Grand Prix, it's one of the, I believe it is the most brilliantly played Storm game I've ever watched.
Yeah, I would believe it.
His opponent has everything. He has not. I can't even remember. His opponent has like 4 sideboard cards. Multiples of them are in play, and his opponent is floating a Flusterstorm on top of his library with Sensei's Divining Top, so he can't even knock the Flusterstorm out of his opponent's hand. Yeah. So Rodrigo, assumes that he has to deal with a hypothetical Flusterstorm on top, and like not only beats all the sideboard cards that are in play, but also like forces him to use the top. Or no, he kills the top with the split second card, so he can't respond to get the Flusterstorm. Like, he has to go through his whole deck to go get the Krosan Grip, so that the guy can't get the Flusterstorm. Then Storm, it was just insane how complicated that turn was, and he just piloted it flawlessly. That dude can play.
So it's one of those things, watching him in that grinder at Eternal Weekend that he had flown in for was very similar to earlier when I was telling the story about watching Owen.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not trying to say that Rodrigo is best in the world caliber.
He might be the equivalent in Legacy right now.
But
he'd be on the list.
The first time I watched him, I knew that guy was good.
Yeah.
Like, he's incredible.
Yeah, no, he's definitely somebody we're going to take a look at for a VSL play-in spot. He seems the time zones will suck for him, but he seems like he's the kind of guy who would stay up to 3 a.m. to play VSL from Europe.
So after most of my VSL matches,
I
would usually get a message from him like,
he was watching live.
Sorry about how that went.
All right.
So I don't think it would matter too much for him, and I think he's an exceptional choice.
Fair enough.